بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. صاحب السمو الملكي الأمير فيصل بن بندر بن عبد العزيز أمير منطقة الرياض، أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، ضيوف المملكة الكرام، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. نرحب بكم اليوم في المملكة العربية السعودية في الرياض، عاصمة الرؤية والطموح، الواحة الوارفة بخيراتها وعطائها للبشرية جمعاء، للإنسان وللمستقبل والازدهار. نحييكم أطيب تحية في النسخة الثانية من المنتدى الدولي للأمن السبراني الذي ينعقد تحت رعاية كريمة من مولاي خادم الحرمين الشريفين الملك سلمان بن عبد العزيز آل سعود حفظه الله، وتنظمه الهيئة الوطنية للأمن السبراني تحت شعار إعادة التفكير في الترتيبات السبرانية العالمية. أتشرف الآن أيها الإخوة الحضور بدعوة صاحب السمو الملكي الأمير فيصل بن بندر بن عبد العزيز آل سعود أمير منطقة الرياض لافتتاح أعمال المنتدى وإلقاء كلمته بهذه المناسبة، فليتفضل سموه مشكورا.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، والحمد لله رب العالمين، والصلاة والسلام على رسوله الأمين. الحضور الكرام، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يشرفني نيابة عن مقام سيدي خادم الحرمين الشريفين الملك سلمان بن عبد العزيز آل سعود حفظه الله افتتاح النسخة الثانية من المنتدى الدولي للأمن السبراني، ونرحب بكم أجمل ترحيب في مدينة الرياض، ونرجو لكم التوفيق في أعمالكم وما تقدمونه لإنجاح المنتدى وتحقيق غاياته النبيلة. الحضور الكرام، إن قطاع الأمن السبراني يشهد تطوراً متسارعاً تتصاعد معه وتيرة التحديات التي يواجهها هذا القطاع الهام، مما يجعل تعزيز وتضافر الجهود الدولية في الأمن السبراني أكثر إلحاحاً من أي وقت مضى. ولقد حرصت المملكة وفق رؤية 2030 على تعزيز مكتسباتها التنموية والاجتماعية والاقتصادية في كافة المجالات، ومنها مجال الأمن السبراني الذي أولاه صاحب السمو الملكي الأمير محمد بن سلمان بن عبد العزيز ولي العهد رئيس مجلس الوزراء عناية كبيرة ودعماً متزايداً، حتى أثمر ذلك عن حصول المملكة على المرتبة الثانية دولياً في المؤشر العالمي للأمن السبراني لعام 2021. وأتى إعلان سموه حفظه الله في النسخة الأولى من هذا المنتدى عن مبادرتين دوليتين لحماية الأطفال في الفضاء السبراني وتمكين المرأة للمساهمة الفعالة في مجال الأمن السبراني، ليؤكد حرص سموه على تقديم المملكة للمبادرات الخيرة للعالم واهتمامها وعنايتها بالأمن السبراني كأحد معطيات هذا العصر وأولوياته. وفي الختام، أدعو جميع الشركاء حول العالم إلى العمل مع المنتدى الدولي للأمن السبراني للوصول إلى فضاء سبراني آمن وموثوق يمكن من النمو والازدهار لجميع شعوب العالم. الضيوف الكرام، أشكر لكم حضوركم، راجيا للجميع التوفيق في أعمال المنتدى، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
شكرا سموكم الكريم. نستأذن سموكم الكريم والحضور الأفاضل لدعوة زميلتي رامية فراج لاستكمال الفقرات القادمة من أعمال المنتدى. تفضلي أستاذة رامية.
Good morning, Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. First of all, I would like to extend a very warm welcome to each of you and to thank you for your attendance at the Global Cybersecurity Forum here in Riyadh. I would also like to welcome everyone joining us remotely from around the world. We are thrilled to see each and every one of you. I would also like to thank His Royal Highness Prince Faisal bin Bandar, Governor of Riyadh, for his welcoming and his insightful introduction. The attendance of so many cybersecurity specialists, policymakers, innovators, and regulators is a testament to the world's commitment to creating a safe and sustainable cyber world for all. We are truly honored that you could all be with us here today. The theme of this year's 2022 Global Cybersecurity Summit is Rethinking the Global Cyber Order. Over the coming 2 days, we will explore how we can transition from an industry or policy event and explore the possibilities of creating a global and inclusive approach that not only maximizes the benefits of cyber technology, but also enables cyberspace to positively impact people's lives around the world. Achieving these goals will require meaningful partnerships and a unified approach. I encourage you to take this opportunity to have meaningful conversations with your global counterparts about how we can collaboratively shape the cyber landscape of the future. Now, I would like to invite you all to take a moment to watch our opening video, which addresses many of the important themes we're gathered here to discuss.
If you are seeing this, it means you do not want to be on the sidelines of an inevitable transformation that knows no borders. Cyberspace does not sit within the limits of geography, does not answer to policy or economy, does not differentiate between sectors or industries, between race, gender, age, or language. The risks are vast, but the opportunities are far bigger. Here at the Global Cybersecurity Forum, the best minds come together to explore the key issues, push knowledge boundaries, and shape the agenda. We will explore opportunities for stable and peaceful cyberspace. Harness new technologies as solutions for the most pressing issues. Understand market forces and economic governance. Examine the human dimensions of cybersecurity, putting talent at its heart. And bridge the global cyber divides, ensuring that no one is left behind. Now, let's collaborate, reimagine, rethink the global cyber order. Let's unleash the future potential of cyberspace. Welcome to the Global Cybersecurity Forum.
I hope you enjoyed that as much as I did. I'm now honored to introduce the Governor of Saudi Arabia's National Cybersecurity Authority, His Excellency Majid bin Mohammed Al Mazyad.
صاحب السمو الملكي الأمير فيصل بن بندر بن عبد العزيز أمير منطقة الرياض، أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، أيها الحضور الكريم، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and good evening to those of who you are watching us from other continents. Welcome to Riyadh and welcome to the 2022 edition of the Global Cybersecurity Forum. We have gathered the brightest minds in the sector from over 100 countries with a simple yet ambitious theme in mind: rethinking the global cyber order. The world is evolving rapidly across many industries, and the cyberspace is not exempt from these shifting realities. If we want to prevent the crystallization of a global cyber order that is unsecure, unstable, and where the most vulnerable are unprotected, we must find new ways of collaborating. We have a responsibility to imagine a cyber order that is based on our shared values of peace, tolerance, and prosperity. A cyberspace that respects different cultures and values, together with our global aspirations for progress and innovation. An equitable cyberspace where all nations at every stage of development are empowered to advance and prosper. An inclusive cyberspace where all segments of society are able to contribute and feel protected and supported. In hosting the Global Cybersecurity Forum, Saudi Arabia aims to plant the seeds of discussion, collaboration, and ingenuity that will help rethink the global cyber order in a way that is more just, resilient, safe, and secure. GCF is a platform for partnership opportunities to grow, develop, and reimagine the future of the cybersecurity sector and beyond. It is a space for new perspectives that drive collaboration, innovation, and investment across industries, and where we push knowledge boundaries, advance dialogue, and shape the agenda of a global cybersecurity. Now, as we get started with our program, I hope that you will find the forum's rich agenda over the next 2 days insightful and inspiring. We look forward to working with all of you to deliver our collective ambitions and bring global partners behind our common cybersecurity goals. Together, we can shape a cyberspace that reflects our shared values and aspirations, driving prosperity for the benefit of all people around the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your insightful remarks. They are a reminder of the important steps that we need to take as a global community to create a safer and more resilient cyber future. At this time, I would like to introduce the first session of our 2-day program entitled Rethinking the Global Cyber Order, Why? This panel features some of the best and brightest minds in the field today as they discuss some of the biggest threats and the biggest opportunities in the cybersecurity sector. I'm so pleased to introduce Dr. Michio Kaku, Shyam Saran, and Dr. Mary Aiken. And this session will be moderated by John Defterios. Please join me in welcoming them all to the stage. Welcome.
Ramya, thanks very much for the kind introduction. Governor Majid, thank you for the invitation. It's great to be here. Your Royal Highness, nice to see you. What a crowd here, and I understand there's a 15-minute wait to try to capture a seat at the opening ceremony, giving a sense of the importance. We have a 35-minute discussion, which is going to look at 3 major topics today. I don't think we could ask for a better panel to start, but I just wanted to set a framework, and it's great to be back at the Ritz-Carlton and back into the capital of Riyadh. I was here 2 weeks ago for the Future Investment Initiative, and the discussion was, how do we rebuild after the pandemic, right? Of course, the inflationary pressures that we see today, the rise of energy prices and the diplomacy around it, that is one camp. Inflation that we haven't seen for a generation in all parts of the world. A huge challenge, something that's playing out in the US elections overnight. And then there's this wide divide, and then we sit here today for the Global Cybersecurity Forum itself, with the general population not really understanding the challenge at hand and the business community, knowing it's a threat, but how much of a threat? Do we need to recognize what's at our doorstep? So I went online this morning and said, okay, cybersecurity breaches that have taken place, and the top headlines on BBC World Today, there was one in Australia, an attack against the healthcare system. Over the last week, something in Far East Asia, Central and South America, in Africa, and in Central Europe as well. On a daily basis, it's there, with people not recognizing how big the threat is. But it is recognized here in the kingdom. There is, of course, the United Nations Global Cybersecurity Index that has been tracked since 2017. If I went back, you'd look at Saudi Arabia, 43 ranking 5 years ago. You go 2 years ago, I wouldn't say lucky 13, but moving up to 13. And in the latest report, ranking number 2. I actually think it needs a round of applause because this is one of the few places in the world that is recognizing the threat. So I have a series of discussions because they're quite diverse looking at the topics at hand here. We have Dr. Kaku looking at the future, and I think it's important to say, Dr. Kaku, I was looking for the right analogy where we are today, and you wanted to start with quantum computing because you think it's a revolution. I was thinking of the Model A car introduced in the United States, and then we're into the EVs, not in a pervasive way yet, but the Tesla. Is that the level of disruption from quantum computing? And what does it mean to this audience of experts that are in the cyberspace and recognize the threat in your view? Thanks.
I'm a physicist, and 3 years ago, people said it's impossible to create a quantum computer that can compete with a digital supercomputer. Impossible. 3 years ago, the impossible happened. Not one, but two supercomputers, quantum computers from the United States and China, exceeded the ability of a traditional super digital computer. The Chinese model, for example, exceeded the digital computer by a factor of 100 trillion times. 100 trillion times faster than a traditional computer. Well, you can imagine the alarm bells went off at the CIA, the FBI, the NSA. All of a sudden, people are realizing, oh my God, these quantum computers are initiating a new era of cyber insecurity. We're talking about, it's possible that these quantum computers can evade every single known security protocol. I repeat, these quantum computers are powerful enough to negotiate and to work their way through all sorts of cyber walls designed to protect the crown jewels of your security apparatus. So this has caused chaos in the securities market. Realizing that we're entering a new era, the age of silicon is coming to a close. Silicon Valley could become the next Rust Belt as quantum computers begin to take over. And already the NIST, the National Institutes for Standards and Technology, have issued guidelines how to prepare for the quantum era, which is inevitable. First, it's not going to happen immediately. It'll take a few more years for momentum build up, but it's building exponentially fast. It's going to come. That's number one. Number two, we have to have new trapdoor functions to make it difficult to penetrate. These are called trapdoor functions that can stop a criminal from penetrating into your security apparatus. We need new layers of trapdoor functions. And third, we want to use quantum to fight quantum. Quantum lasers, a second-tier internet. The internet of the future may be two-tiered. The lowest tier is for you and me. The average person uses the internet for free. But there's a laser internet on top of that that is totally impervious to any hacker, impervious to any criminal. So this means a new orientation that we have to rethink the whole thing. So at this conference today, many of the things we talk about today will in fact be obsolete when quantum computers rule the day.
Good. I'll circle back with you to talk about the advice that you would give as a physicist to this audience that's probably worrying about the digital platforms of today and not thinking that far down the road. Let's cover the diplomatic angle of this topic with His Excellency, Minister Saran. It's good to have you. You served as an advisor to the Indian government also on nuclear proliferation, also in the space of climate, and we have COP27 taking place. I talked about the challenges today with inflation, energy prices coming out of the pandemic. How do you handle the best collaboration amongst government? The Bretton Woods institutions came after World War II, IMF, World Bank, United Nations, the offspring of the World Trade Organization, for example, the ITU working in the space, ICON, they're all in the building here today. How do we maximize diplomacy to fend off the next generation of challenges, would you say? How do you find a common ground and then kind of modernize these institutions?
So this is a very new kind of a world we are living in, and what Professor Kaku has just outlined shows you that you are actually dealing with something which is a moving target in a sense. Here is a technology which amplifies, which accelerates, and whose consequences are very asymmetrical. And that poses a particular challenge for diplomacy, because typically diplomacy works on very elaborate sort of discussions, deliberations. You take a lot of time trying to come to some kind of a agreement. But the kind of framework through which we normally as diplomats deal with issues. As a diplomat, what is my brief if I go to a negotiation? You give as little as possible, you extract as much as you can. That's what your brief is. So if that is the brief for all the delegations who are participating in negotiations, it should come as no surprise that we usually end up with a least common denominator outcome. But the kind of challenges which we are facing, which are global in dimension, which are cross-national in character, and which are, as I said, really a moving target. You actually need a kind of a diplomatic framework which is exactly the reverse of what we have today, which is each delegation should be bringing to the table the maximum that it can contribute. We are talking here about collaboration. And not to really look at what maximum it can extract from those negotiations. Only then is it possible to think in terms of coming up with maximal solutions that you are looking for. Because minimal solutions, as we have seen, simply do not work. We have seen also that you need a spirit of international solidarity. Because without that, you end up with what we did during the pandemic, which was vaccine nationalism, not recognizing that nobody is safe unless everyone is safe. You see what is happening today in Sharm el-Sheikh, not very far from here, when we are dealing with the challenge of climate change, which I was dealing with earlier. And there again, you see the same thing. There is a tragedy unfolding precisely because of that very outdated kind of framework through which we are looking at these kind of global issues. So I think when we are talking about rethinking, it is a very massive kind of a rethink that we are looking for.
Good. When I come back to you, let's think about the geographical positioning of the kingdom itself, because it's a neutral player if you think about it strategically, having good relations with India, China, major customers for its energy, but with the United States and Europe at the same time. Could it be the base for this collaboration on global cybersecurity? Hold the thought, because I'll bring in Dr. Aiken, but hold the thought and I'll come back to you geographically.
We are unfortunately living in a very, very difficult geopolitical situation. There is those who could actually lead this collaboration are actually confronting each other. There is rising tension. So if they are not going to be able to lead, who will lead this? So my view is that actually amongst the other countries, major emerging countries, like the ones you mentioned, there are actually very, very significant capabilities, cyber capabilities. Our host country itself is rather well known for the tremendous progress that it has made in cybersecurity technology. Is it possible for this kind of a coalition to come together? We are going to have the G20 summit very soon. These are going to be all led by actually these emerging economies. Maybe that kind of a coalition can give the lead, because I think they recognize, as we are seeing today, for example, in the climate change negotiations, that these are the countries which can push us forward.
Yeah, it's a good coalition that was put to the test during the global financial crisis. Dr. Mary Aiken, it's great to have you. You're not only an academic advisor to Interpol and Europol, you wrote the quintessential book, The Cyber Effect, looking at No One Left Behind, the impact of the cyberspace on the youth as well, which is a challenge. You're a professor at the Capital Technology University, which is leading STEM studies in the US Capitol. How do you want to start this as a cyber psychologist, the vulnerabilities? I know it's a terminology that you kind of own worldwide. The vulnerabilities of society and why, whether it's in Saudi Arabia or in the West or East, it's so vital to address.
Certainly. Well, first of all, I'd like to thank the organizers for inviting me, and also to compliment the organizers, the GCF, on such a comprehensive agenda. I've spoken at many conferences worldwide. This is the first conference whereby cybersecurity has come together with geopolitics, with child protection in cyberspace. And thank you all for attending. Salam alaikum wa sabah khair. And I'm a cyber psychologist. Cyber psychology is the study of the impact of technology on human behavior. And it's a new discipline, only about 20 years old. My specialist area is forensic cyber psychology, which is the study of criminal, deviant, and abnormal behavior online. And unfortunately, I'm kept very busy, especially with my work with law enforcement. So today we're talking about cyberspace. I want to explain, what does that mean? So the military conceptualizes cyberspace as having three layers. You have the physical layer, which is the hardware. You have the network layer, which is the connectivity. And then you have the human layer, the cyber persona layer. That's us, the humans. And when we start thinking about cyberspace, when you go online, when you use your mobile phone, when you use your computer, what you're doing, it's not just transactional. You're entering a powerful psychological space. And our children are growing up in this space. And what we see is that human behavior changes online. You have powerful cyber-psychological drivers, such as the online disinhibition effect. What does that mean? It means that people do things online that they would not do in the real world, particularly young people. They take risks online that they would not do in the real world. So we also see another powerful psychological driver, which is anonymity. So anonymity is online, is a 20-year-old invention of the internet. But it's a very ancient principle. It's one of a superhuman power of invisibility. And that superhuman power comes with great responsibility. To be invisible online means that you can again do things without thinking about the consequences. So when we talk about human behavior mediated by technology or human behavior in cyberspace, We have to understand how our behavior changes as an individual, but also in a societal context. And we have to understand, of course, there are good things in terms of the vitality of technology, of the jobs, of the innovation, but the thing that I believe we have to be most concerned about is the human. And particularly, we have to be concerned about children, the developmental impact of technology on children. The internet was created on the principle that all users are equal. This is not true. Some users are more vulnerable than others, and children are particularly vulnerable. And that's why I'm delighted to see as a theme that we work towards nobody being left behind, particularly children and women who can be targeted online disproportionately.
Thank you very much. So we have about 12 minutes left. We have a little bit of a cushion there. I'm going to open it up on the response to the challenge that Dr. Shams talked about in terms of diplomacy, the no one left behind moniker. And Dr. Kaku, let's start with you. You even say that CIA is freaking out because of what could be at our doorstep with quantum computing. So let's just keep your interventions to 90 seconds here. What are the next steps from each of your vantage points when trying to govern a space which is almost ungovernable, like the horse is out of the barn, as we say in the United States? Please.
Well, the technology is racing so fast that people have to be educated to prepare for this. For example, artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence is now seeping into the security networks. For example, face recognition, people recognition, artificial intelligence programs that can mimic human behavior and ferret out human behavior and isolate criminals, isolate people that are spies, for example. And so the technology is racing ahead very, very fast. And we have to educate our people to be accustomed to working in this new realm of high technology. Same thing with quantum computers. We know how to program digital computers. We do that in high school now to do programming. But quantum computers requires a different way of looking at knowledge because it's all probabilistic. It's all quantum. And so we have to retrain ourselves to rethink a totally different way. One way to do this is to put quantum computers on the web. Already, IBM has put a quantum computer on the web so that people can play with it. People can get used to the fact that there's a new way of thinking, a new way of handling these things. And so I think the public is gradually becoming aware of the fact that cybersecurity will require artificial intelligence and we'll have to cope with quantum computers, or else, of course, the whole thing could crash. We have to educate our people to be up to the challenge of dealing with artificial intelligence and dealing with quantum computers.
Great. This deals with the superpowers, right? Because we already say that US and China kind of clash when it comes to the future of technology, because you could be a global leading power if you have the grasp of this. So it's not simple, is it, Mr. Saran? Because you could have a case where the US is leading this now, along with China. Russia's in the play as well because of its engineering prowess. And then the danger that Mary took it to the very humanistic relationship level, right? So you don't want teenagers lost in a world of cyberspace. But how does it affect diplomacy? Because if I looked at this and I looked at the cyber attacks just this week, Costa Rica, Argentina, the global south, the ripe targets now because they have the least defenses. How do you avoid this widening gap between the G20 and the rest of the world, which has to be a concern that you share?
Oh, most certainly. But let me just say that just as I said that you need a very different mindset to deal with these kind of challenges, I think when we are talking about power, the concept of power as we know it or have known it has also changed. Because, the metrics of power, in terms of, armies, in terms of economic capabilities, even in terms of technological capabilities. You now have a situation where there is a huge asymmetry which has emerged. You mentioned some of the incidents involving Australia, ransomware. These are non-state actors.
Yes.
So how do we look at power? I mean, they are very powerful, therefore, that they are able to do this. So I think what we have to recognize is that, power as we have perceived it, today you need again a different way of looking at it, because today you may think you are very powerful because you have command over that technology, but you already see that the nature of the technology is such that it is diffused. And if it is diffused, you cannot expect that one or two major powers can actually control it, govern it, which is the reason why you need a kind of a global collaborative response, the kind of competitive framework through which we have mostly dealt with issues like trade issues or arms control issues. I think that also has to change. So in terms of going forward, I think what we have to recognize is that those who are decision makers, those who are leaders, we are today living in a situation where the gap between technology and science and the understanding of that science and technology, particularly among decision makers, particularly amongst leaders, that gap has become very wide. We all use mobile telephones, we use the internet, great convenience, but how many of those who are actually taking decisions for those particular domains, how much do they understand what that science is, technology is? So I think it is very important that at those levels, there should be at least some understanding of what you are dealing with. You see this again, I bring the example of climate change. It is apparent that we are facing an emergency, a climate emergency. How many of the leaders actually understand that? So I think educating leaders, educating decision makers through fora like this is one very important aspect, because you need informed decision making.
Right, but the world is so competitive today, and we have so many challenges. You have the global financial crisis moving into, right, a pandemic.
Polycrisis, I think this has been
I say
mentioned.
hysterical disruption.
So what do you deal with? But at the end of the day, I think all these crises are really symptoms of that deeper crisis that I spoke about.
Okay, let me bring Dr. Aiken back in. Thank you, Minister Sarant. Mary, we have three levels of kind of the way we intersect with technology, right? There's the kind of normal web, and then the deep web, and the very dark web. And it seems like it's, the Wild West of the 1700s. It's ungovernable. Even technology companies don't really want to be governed themselves. The oligarchs of Silicon Valley that Dr. Cocker said could be, the new Rust Belt if we're not careful. How would you advise the government here, which is taking this threat very seriously, to set up a framework for actually punishing people for the cyber crimes and influencing the youth? How would you take that approach?
I think that, we've had 50 years of cybersecurity, but it hasn't solved the problems. In fact, it's getting worse, from cybercrime through to the targeting of children, to the abuse of children, that whole spectrum of what you might describe as online harm, harassment, bullying, mis and disinformation, the problems are getting worse. And I think the problem fundamentally lies with the fact that we have not factored the human into the equation. So cybersecurity protects your data, your systems, and your networks. It does not protect what it is to be human online. The good news is that we've seen the emergence in the UK of a new sector called the online safety technology sector, which provides technology solutions to technology-facilitated problem and criminal behavior. We've seen the emergence in the US. Our recent Paladin report found evidence of an emerging billion-dollar market devoted to online safety technologies. And I think the opportunity here today, in terms of rethinking the global cyber order, is for here in the Gulf, is to think about a safety tech movement that could be applied worldwide, through to the global south, worldwide, that could actually help to provide these solutions.
As a framework, okay. We have about 5 minutes left. Can you summarize the cyber blue line in your seminal study along in the spirit of where do we go next? So what did we learn from polling the youth throughout Europe?
Yes, absolutely. So I wrote a report for Europol recently, which was called the Cyber Blue Line. So the thin red line was the Scottish regiment in their red jackets trying to resist the charge of the Russian cavalry during the Battle of Balaclava. That became a metaphor for a thinly stretched resource meeting overwhelming force. That then became the thin blue line, which was police and policy and governance in a real-world context trying to create order and meet overwhelming force. And in this report, I asked, well, what is the cyber blue line? What does that blue line look like in cyberspace? And how do we work together to practice good practice, governance, regulation in this shared environment, which can help to create safer and more secure societies, and also help to get the best out of technology?
Wow, okay. Can we, Minister Saran, you don't want to add layers of bureaucracy, but how do you modernize government collaboration to work like a strike force against what Mary just talked about? In a minute, please. Thank you. How do you do this? You said deepen collaboration, find common ground is your premise, which I agree wholeheartedly with. But how do you create institutional strike force to actually punish those who are violating this? And is that possible, or is that dreamland in your view?
It is certainly possible, but I think we should resist the temptation for looking for some kind of a silver bullet or something that will, resolve this for us. Whether we like it or not, I mean, you are faced with a challenge which requires, a monumental effort in a sense. I would like to say to all those who are gathered here that the deliberations that you would be involved in may sometimes seem to be tortuous, may sometimes seem to be extremely complex. But I don't think we should ever forget, which I sometimes am reminded of what our first Prime Minister, Jawaharlal Nehru, said at the United Nations in terms of this collaboration, that, it is far better to sweat for peace rather than bleed in war. Yes. So I think that is the spirit with which perhaps this is a challenge that we should be really confronted.
Yeah, I always worried when I was involved in European coverage or with the Europeans at an event like this, and they said we've had 70 years of peace, right? They said it too many times because we're living in a very disruptive world. Dr. Kaku, I'd like to have your final thoughts here on why quantum has to take place. There is Gordon Moore, who I've interviewed, the founder of Intel, and Moore's Law and running out of space on a wafer. Are we reaching the limits of the digital revolution, and it's only natural to have this audience embrace quantum? In a minute, if you please.
In the future, historians will view digital computers like an abacus. Obsolete, old, but practical and still useful. So the digital computers will be phased out. The web, the cloud, will be quantum. We will be on a cell phone talking into a digital computer which connects to the cloud, which is fully quantum. The quantum will take over everything because we're talking about the ultimate nature of reality itself, which is quantum. And so, in other words, everything will be quantum, but you will communicate with it digitally.
Good. There's this thought, and we have fantastic sets of panels today. We're going to have a discussion on the developing countries and ICON collaborating to make sure that the developing world is not left behind. But there's even talk about having a cyber password or passport, if you will, because you have a passport to travel. Are we going to get to that stage now? It's like, what's the behavior Minister Saran, when he goes into Saudi Arabia, and I know what your footprint is. Are we very close to that? Is that what we need to get to?
I think we're getting close to that vision because, of course, this opens doors that were once considered science fiction, once considered fantasy, now are becoming real because of the accessibility of enormous amounts of data almost for free.
Good. I always say when we have three bright minds on a panel, when you have 35 minutes, it's a challenge to get the best out of you, but I think we did. But we could go for an hour exploring this. Dr. Michio Kaku, Minister Saran, it's great to see you again. We last met in Davos about a decade ago, I think it was. And Mario, it's a pleasure. This is a group that's really engaged because we wanted to try to see what's the common ground between the three of them from very disparate views of the cyberspace world, and I think we did it extremely well. Can we give them a nice round of applause? Thank you very, very much. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much for your thoughtful insights, and thank you, John, for moderating
Thank you, John.
that panel discussion. Thank you. I think I speak for all of us when I say we learned a lot from that panel discussion, and it really sets the stage for what's up ahead over the next few days. As this forum progresses, we now begin the incredibly important task of working together to ensure that the cyberspace of the future is safe, secure, and a force for development for every region of the world. We have a responsibility to shape cyberspace in a way that protects the most vulnerable, empowers talent, and brings prosperity for all. I want to extend a very special thank you to His Royal Highness Prince Faisal bin Bandar for joining us this morning. Thank you so much for being with us today. And with that, we end this morning's session. We will break for a coffee, and we will resume in 15 minutes for our next panel discussion. Thank you.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats.
Shall I go? Assalamu alaikum. Hello and welcome. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, before we start the next panel, please welcome to the stage for some introductory remarks the President and CEO of Aramco, Amin Al-Nasser.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure to be with you again for this Global Cybersecurity Forum here in Riyadh. And thank you for inviting me to speak about cybersecurity in the energy sector. After all, there are very few industries, if any, that play such a significant role in every single aspect of the daily lives of billions of people around the world. From keeping the lights on to actually protecting the world from complete chaos. In fact, the energy industry's importance cannot be overstated. It's no surprise, therefore, that the energy industry as a whole and in parts has long been a favorite target for attackers. While such attacks were typically physical in the past, the danger is now compounded with the additional threat of cyber attacks. And whether these cyber attacks originate with criminal gangs seeking payments through ransomware or from terrorist groups seeking to damage critical energy infrastructure. The danger for us is very clear, present, and constant. Now, clearly, the energy industry has an obvious vulnerability, namely the sector's dependency on legacy systems, many of which were built long before cyber attacks were ever considered a risk. And our industry shifts toward digitalization is leading to a growing convergence of information and operational technologies, something that also increases the potential danger of crippling cyber attacks. Indeed, this convergence makes it easier for cyber attackers to move laterally within organizations, which has very serious implications. The other consideration that we must take into account is the fact that the energy industry is a complex ecosystem with many common service providers and partners. It is therefore vital that cyber resilience is extended beyond just being energy companies to include all service providers throughout our respective supply chains. This is why Aramco requires all of our partners, suppliers, and service providers to put in place strong cyber security standards. That said, fighting against cyber attack is not something that individual companies can do on their own. We all need to urgently increase collaboration across borders, across industries, across the public and private sectors. Aramco, for our part, is an active member of the global platform and organization that are bringing together multiple stakeholders to tackle cyber threats. We are one of the founding partners of the World Economic Forum Center for Cybersecurity. Through this and other organizations, we are supporting the adaptation of best practices and principles for cyber resilience globally. Here in the Kingdom, we have also recently partnered with the National Cybersecurity Authority, joining as a founding member of their OT Center of Excellence. This initiative by the NCA will help shape the global cybersecurity ecosystem, providing common standards and advancing R&D. Simply put, cyber resilience is and will continue to be an extremely high priority at Aramco, as cyber attacks are among our top corporate risks. As such, we see cyber-aware culture across our organization and the entire ecosystem as essential. In fact, this year, we are introducing cybersecurity as one of the select categories of Aramco President's Excellence Awards. These are annual and internal awards that I personally hand out. Awards which recognize achievement by organizations within the company as well as affiliates and partners. This means we now rank cybersecurity on par with other critical areas such as safety, operational excellence, and environmental excellence. We take it so seriously because the Kingdom energy and chemical products go to almost every corner of the world. And any significant disruption of this flow through either physical attacks or cyber attacks would have devastating consequences. To help put the stark reality of cybersecurity into perspective, we must never forget that cyber attackers really only need to be successful once to cause major damage, while to prevent such, we, on the other hand, must be successful every single time. Thank you.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we will begin the panel discussion, Keeping the Lights On, Safeguarding Cybersecurity Resilience Across the Energy Supply Chain. Please welcome our panelists. Jeremy Jurgens, Managing Director, World Economic Forum. Dr. Saad Al-Aboudi, CEO, SITE. Christoph Blasio, SVP, Cybersecurity and Global CISO, Schneider Electric. Robert Putman, Global Manager, Cybersecurity, Products and Services, ABB. And our moderator, Sasha Qadri, journalist and moderator.
Distinguished panel of speakers. So as mentioned, we're going to talk about the energy sector, and I would love to begin by getting maybe an overview from everyone on the panel and asking you as what do you see as the greatest cyber threat within the energy sector? Jeremy, if I could start with you.
Great, thank you, Sasha. It's good to be here with everyone today. I mean, clearly the greatest threat is disruption of the energy system. And you can start to unpack that, what the implications are, and also what some of the drivers might be there. We heard from Amin earlier about the role of ransomware taking place. There's the aspect of the operational technology that enables the functions across many of the plants. And as well, you have the cyber hygiene that comes into play with the practices within the company, individual behaviors, and all these elements. So all these pieces can come together, and if the energy supply is then disrupted, it can have catastrophic consequences for individuals, economies, and societies.
Absolutely, huge ramifications. Saad, what do you think is the greatest threat?
Well, thank you, Ms. Qadri, and it's glad to be part of this esteemed panel, and also I would like to take this opportunity to welcome our friends, partners, and guests from all over the world to the Global Cybersecurity Forum here in Riyadh. Well, regarding the cyber threats in the energy sector, I think cybersecurity is, by nature, is a horizontal sector. And I believe it's the most broadly horizontal sector. It cuts across all other industries. And as such, it has become an integral element of the reliability of all other industries. And I think there are three main commonalities that connect the cybersecurity domain with the energy domain. They have a special bond that is greater than any other relationship that you might find it in other industries. Number one, both the energy sector and the cybersecurity directly impact the global economy. And number two, they both directly impact the national security. And number three, they both as well directly impact the human lives. So today, energy is actually the fuel to the prosperity of all other industries, without which we will not have prosperity in education, healthcare, transportation, aviation, entertainment, and the likes. And that fuel for that prosperity needs to be protected. So in my opinion, if you go to the infrastructure of the energy sector, it's heavily reliant on the IT and the OT, but one of the most significant risks in the energy sector is actually the exposure of OT assets to the internet. And that might happen directly or indirectly, and through, for example, the convergence between the IT and OT, especially if it's not protected, which leads to expanding the attack surface on the energy sector.
Thank you, Saad. Christoph, what are your thoughts on this?
So very happy to be here, and thanks for the invite. Feel honored about it. First, we see two kinds of threats. So one is external, We see IT attack, opportunistic, that can propagate to the OT world, the operational technology world, and very targeted attack on the OT space where adversaries are taking more time, more deep knowledge to understand exactly the installation to create harms, but also an internal aspect in terms of threats, so with insider threat, of course, where physical security is playing a major role, but also negligence of lack of culture that can lead also to issues. So this is an invite to go beyond trust and to make sure that we have measure to make sure that we can trust every people or technology that is in that space.
Absolutely, that culture point is huge. And Rob, what are your thoughts on this? What do you see as the greatest cyber threat?
Great. Thank you. Good to be here as well. I agree with all the points around risk and threat modeling that I've heard the other panelists bring up. I'm going to take a slightly different angle. I think the greatest risk to power generation and infrastructure and all the benefit that we all get out of it individually and as a society is complacency. So when I go to facilities or asset sites, most of the risk that I see related to that site is the fact that people have not modeled. They don't understand what risk is, and by extension, they don't understand how to address it. So I'm going to go back to complacency. In my mind, that's one of the root causes for the risk and exposure that we have right now in power gen and distribution. And it's also our call to action. We need to get organized. We need to develop standards. We need to be able to evaluate our performance against those standards and move from a state of ad hoc, I update a few things here and there, to I have a real program and governance model in place. So complacency, that's the biggest risk.
And Rob, why haven't we moved from that ad hoc way to a more systematic way, given that it is such a huge risk, it's business risk, has an impact on national security, all of the above? Why has it taken so long to even get to this point?
Well, I think it's awareness. And as I've been working in this space for a while, I've seen the transition in the market. The awareness has gone from I'm air-gapped, how can anyone possibly penetrate my facility and do something nefarious, to there are plenty of examples out there. It's moved from an inconvenient truth to an undeniable reality. There are other things that are native to these environments, such as asset lifecycle. It makes perfect sense that the more IT-ish or software-based solutions and architecture are not upgraded at the same pace as the asset itself. So I see it less as a barrier to entry and more of a maturity of thinking in the market. People are becoming aware of it and choosing to take action. Back to complacency, they're not as complacent anymore.
Oh, that's good to know. But I'd like to ask really anyone who wants to jump in, please go ahead. To what extent do you think it's about the technology within the energy sector? There's a lot of legacy equipment, can't be patched, it can't be upgraded, it's not built with digital transformation in mind. And how much do you think that contributes to being much more vulnerable to attack? Whoever wants to jump in, Jeremy.
Yeah, I'll jump in. I want to build on Robert's point there on this aspect of complacency. In one survey of cyber incidents, they saw that actually 22% came from human error. Right, so technology is just one component in the system.
22%?
22% were actually driven by human error. And in the earlier session, we heard around AI and quantum technologies. While these are relevant, both on the offensive side as well as the defensive side, there's some really fundamental governance principles that need to be put in place within organizations. The training needs to be put in place. And just addressing some of these foundational elements, such as that complacency, through better training, better awareness, is a kind of a first line of defense, even before you come up with the technology approaches, which are continually evolving.
Absolutely, absolutely. Anyone else? Yeah, Saad.
Yeah, I think it's also to to complement what my fellow panelists mentioned is with some of the examples. Now, if you drill down into the infrastructure of the energy sector, it heavily relies on the complex relationship between the IT and the OT. And there are several examples that happened over the past several years, and I think they are very informative on the way forward. If you look at one of the attacks, the remarkable attacks to the OT environment was on the Colonial Pipeline in 2021, which led to the shortage of supply of fuels for several days to the west coast of the US. In 2020, another devastating IT attack on the supply chain of solar winds, which led actually to impact and put more than 18,000 clients globally at risk of attacks. And I can easily guess that energy entities will be among those 18,000. And before that, in 2017, there was another devastating attack here in Saudi Arabia on Buturaba station. And the issue with that attack, it was not designed to steal or destruct data. Actually, it was planned to sabotage operations and trigger an explosion. And if you add some of the economics of the cybersecurity to this, I think the picture will be clearer. Now, today, if you look at the spend, the market size of the ICT, we're talking about trillions, almost $5 trillion. And if you relate the portion of investment in IT security or OT security with respect to the total digital assets, it's, I think, below 5%. And also, if you go down to the OT spend compared to the OT cybersecurity spend compared to the IT cybersecurity spend, actually, I think the numbers tell us that it's more than tenfold in favor of the IT spend compared to the spend on the OT cybersecurity. And if you look at the impact, actually, the impact on OT is way different, is much different because it might not be the largest in terms of number, but it's the largest when it comes to the impact. Now, going back to the technology element, I think technology adoption is one-way street. There is no coming back to the manual processing. And the technology adoption actually leads to nations' economic development. So the question is not about the technology adoption. I think we will see more assets are being pushed from the physical space to the cyberspace. And that will not only include the foundational technologies such as servers and digital platforms, but also it will include the emerging technologies such as the metaverse, NFTs, and the likes. So I think the question is, if the technology is adopted securely, then it's a huge enabler. If otherwise, it will be a significant inhibitor.
Christophe, come in here.
To go back on the technology, and this is at the same time a big opportunity and a big amount of risk. So we know that the energy landscape is transforming at pace, being more decentralized, with the transformation of production, generation, demand up to prosumers, more decarbonized because of the absolute necessity of the green agenda. And the digitalization is going at pace. That is bringing first an absolute visibility on operational efficiency, on asset performance, more control in the dialogue between human and machine, more efficiency at some point regarding empowering users, but also having some data and analytics to let's say, anticipate and forecast the demand pattern. And it's true, to your point, that this is also causing a big exposure because all of a sudden a blind spot in legacy OT environment is becoming connected over the internet, sometimes without knowing. But it's also creating another burden on this technology that we need talent and digital skills to be able to manage them. And so we know that all sectors are suffering from the lack of talent there. And again, without people, without developers, without savvy technological skills to be able to maintain and to transform our companies, we will create more risk going forward.
Saad, you mentioned there the Colonial Pipeline hack. What do you think were the main learnings from that? Have we learned from that? Is the issue that we're not learning enough each time there is such a major breach?
Sorry.
Sure.
Yeah, can you say it again, please?
What were the learnings from the Colonial Pipeline hack? Do you think we have taken that attack and used it to learn and prepare better for the future?
Well, I think the issue with the pipeline hack, I think it's a different level of the threat scenarios that might be seen unfortunately in the near future. Some of the unfortunate predictions by Gartner, they expect that by 2025, cyber attackers will start weaponizing the OT environments to embark on attacks that are targeting human lives. So that's a different level. And if we go back to that attack, I think the propagation between the IT and OT environment, I think that's very challenging. And this goes back to, I think, what Mr. Amir Nasser hinted in his keynote speech about the convergence between the IT and OT. So I think that is very challenging, and that's from one end. However, from the other end, I think it's an opportunity also for the industry players to actually to step up the game when it comes to the innovation and building resilient technologies, resilient OT technologies that are embedding the concepts of security from the inception phase of those technologies, the concept of zero trust, the concept of data provenance as part of the inception of these technologies, all the way to operationalizing them securely with the right human capital.
Rob, I'd like to bring you in now. We talked earlier in the green room there about the importance of insurance. What's your take on that?
Good, thank you. So, my thinking around the topic of insurance is actually less about policy and underwriting and taking on financial business risk. It's more, I see the insurers as being expert at modeling risk, and from those models being able to understand the impact of that risk. And so in the operational or asset space, more or less a visionary approach here, I think we could all greatly benefit from a more data-driven definition of risk and a better understanding of what the impact of that risk is so we can prioritize it. And so being on the OEM side at ABB, I can certainly have opinions about what the impact of a component failure, an unplanned outage, a catastrophic event can be. But I don't have the modeling skills to take actual data from that environment, expertise, and then create a real model. The insurers call it high quality risk, right? They love high quality risk because it means they're not going to pay out, and they can also manage the premiums that they give to all of us. And so that would be an aspiration, is how do we take an insurance mindset, how do you quantify and define the risk, understand the impact of that risk, and then take steps to manage it.
Is no one taking that insurance mindset? Do you think that's lacking and that's something that needs to happen?
Sorry, I couldn't hear you.
So is no one really using that insurance mindset right now? Is that something that's lacking, and that's something that you would like to see change?
So personally, I don't see that mindset out there. I see an aspiration from insurers to get into the business of insuring assets and equipment. But I also see them running away from it and leaning on active war clauses, which tells me that they don't understand it. They can't quantify it. And I think it starts there, and I think it will likely require a combination of domain expertise and more advanced modeling to align and agree on how we quantify the risk. So your original question, I don't know, and I haven't seen too many conversations around it.
Jeremy, have you heard any conversations on this?
Yeah, I think it's worth jumping in here. There's both an opportunity and a challenge that we're facing. If we link it back to the Colonial case that we mentioned here, right? So you have a 11-day outage that touches 14 states in the US. 50 million people were affected in that. That's pretty tough to insure against, right? How far down that do you go? So the size of the risk is quite significant, and you could also then think the challenge then comes into play where it's a bit like we see the homes on the seaside that are affected by the storms. People stop insuring them because there's just too much risk at play that they don't want to insure it. Now, does that mean people stop building? And will we stop operating our infrastructure because it won't be insured? Definitely not, right? We still have to continue running that infrastructure, even if the insurance companies decide to model that the risk is too great or they don't want to do that. And this will recover private-public cooperation with governments, with the private sector, to say, okay, how do we make sure that there's a baseline of insurance in place? And correspondingly, and this is the opportunity, what are the baseline of security standards that we want to see in place that we can basically raise the level of basic security across the board? But I do think there are some challenges when you go, how far do you want to insure given the magnanimity of the risk? And just one other case in point there, if you look at all of the attention that was focused on the Nord Stream attacks, or not attacks, the explosions that took place on the pipeline there, it wasn't carrying any fuel, right? Captured media attention. You think how challenging it would be to have those explosions take place on the pipeline. Now you think how easy it is to make cyber attacks against critical infrastructure, and yet the level of attention we get to that. These attacks are happening daily. They're increasingly complex. So this is something that we still need to raise awareness, not only within the energy companies themselves, but also with the public sector actors and the other actors like insurance.
Absolutely. Let's go back to the point that came up earlier in the conversation about complacency. How do you deal with that? Is it about quantifying the business risk? Is it about baselining effective policy and standards? What are the answers to that? Anyway, Christophe.
Yeah. So, and definitely back to Jeremy's point, so, and to your point, insurance is absolute priority regarding risk baselining to create a risk conversation, but insurance alone cannot solve it. And we see that this is a very dynamic conversation, to say the less, that we need to evolve and to reshape all together. So together with authority, together with main player in the public and private sector, so that we have, at the end of the day, a common language when we speak together. So imagine that everybody is assessing everybody in terms of cybersecurity. So you have thousands of questionnaires all over the place. So it's a very inefficient way to do things. So there is a responsibility also from a regulator to come with some baseline, like in the financial market, for example, because we know that by design, the energy sector is a systemic ecosystem, and we need to level up this baseline through standard. We can push IEC 62443 in some operational area, so that we kind of streamline that conversation. And this conversation needs to happen with a common language. If not, it will lead to disruption.
And should government play a much bigger role when it comes to this, Rob?
You know, that's tough. I think what we see is that government can be very impactful with the development and enforcement of regulatory standards, but it's really a starting point to nudge people out of that state of complexity or complacency. I always like to make the business case. Colonial Pipeline is a wonderful example. You should all fact check me on what I'm going to say, but as I understood the problem, the exploit didn't actually impact any of the operational environment. In other words, the product, the fuel, could flow. So we didn't really have a physical or a distribution problem. My understanding was that the actions that were taken on the IT side disrupted needed metric data around distribution into ERP systems. So they broke their ability to invoice. That's what shut down 14 states in the distribution of fuel in the United States. That's a solvable problem. And it gets into topics like business continuity. What are you going to do when you can no longer integrate metric and distribution data into your ERP system? Do you shut down half the United States? Probably not the right answer. But it's also a positive, right? And these kind of conversations at the enterprise level, and I think at the government and policy level, as they impact critical infrastructure, you know, what should always work and what must never happen. So that's a good example of what must never happen.
Anyone else on where do you see the role of government when it comes to this? Should they be doing more? Could they be doing more?
Yeah, I think if you look at what the role of governments, I think it goes beyond the local regulations and policies, because clearly the cybersecurity problem is a global problem and it cannot be addressed in isolation. So it requires, in my opinion, an ambidextrous structure that covers both the local and the global initiatives. Locally, I think governments need the national regulators in the cybersecurity. They need to put in place a robust regulatory framework that addresses the cyberspace as the battlefield between attackers from one end and the defenders and protectors on the other end, covering the whole life cycle of the attack vector and also the cyber controls to ensure the resilience and safety and protection of the digital assets in the cyberspace. And globally, I think it's a mandatory, because no matter how much we do locally, I think the problem of the cybersecurity cannot be addressed. And I think there are clear examples to this situation. An attack from Group X from one place might be targeting another entity in another nation and leveraging the internet infrastructure of a third nation. So it's a global problem and requires the global community, including policymakers and governments, to put in place a global framework that sets clear borders for the roles and responsibilities and accountabilities as well.
Listening to you all and hearing what a global problem this is there much industry-wide collaboration? And how important is that, Jeremy?
Yeah, so I think already today's panel is a great example of industry-wide collaboration and also the Global Cybersecurity Forum that we're at today. So the World Economic Forum, we've actually put together a resilience initiative in 2 sectors, one in oil and gas and a second in electricity. So we're actually happy to partner with SITE and Schneider and ABB, as well as many other organizations on these initiatives. But the kind of exchange that take place in informal environments, both among sector leaders, but also with government regulators, as well as intelligence agencies, law enforcement agencies. This is very important just to both understand the risk, to preempt some of the elements, and to basically develop resilience with the organization. So this is something that we're committed to at the World Economic Forum, and also very happy to collaborate. You know, here we're specifically talking about energy, and we talked about the kind of operational OT threats. In our analysis, in our 2022 cybersecurity outlook, we actually identified the energy sector as the second most targeted sector after manufacturing. So manufacturing companies, many more of them in business, so large attack surface, but energy was the second most targeted sector. So it's really important that we can have that kind of exchange of best practice, of formulating industry-wide responses, and also raising the significance of this issue in the mind of regulators, law enforcement officials, and others.
And when you create these groups and these industry collaborations, How difficult is it for what's agreed at these kind of conventions or in other meetings? Does that trickle all the way down, and is that where the problem is that it doesn't go all the way down?
Well, I think it's really important that you have to come from both directions. In the energy and gas sector, I think we've estimated that about 1% of spend is on cybersecurity. Now, if you spend 10%, 20%, the business won't run. So it's not just that throwing more money at the problem that's going to actually address it here. But you need top-down leadership. So we saw that with Amin Nasser's presentation here. He's been an active supporter of the work at the forum and also within the community. So you need that kind of CEO board-level accountability and responsibility to drive the importance of the organization. But you also need the training and kind of best practices at the working level and coming at it from both directions.
Absolutely. Rob, could I get your thoughts on that as well? Industry-wide collaboration?
Yeah, so it's not as good as it could be right now. It's probably the best way to put it. When I think of collaboration, I think of the theme of this conference. It's really about setting a vision and a mission. I think that's going to be the easy part. It won't be difficult for us to align across industry and across nations on what the vision and the mission is. Execution's where it gets really hard. And so I think if we continue to say, hey, we're going to solve the whole problem, the probability of failure is high. But if we can create alignment around a few specific problems or challenges and get the muscle memory going of what it takes to actually collaborate, execute, and deliver results, I think we can improve. So compartmentalize it, get alignment on highest impact activities, and see if you can build that culture of collaboration. Otherwise, go for the big problem, probably not going to happen.
You agree, Christophe?
Yeah, definitely, and I think our responsibility is to club the ambition, the vision, and the execution. So back to the baselining, risk assessment is key. And I see 2 to 3 different levels of action there. And there is a big assumption that everybody should do his homework in being safe and secure, in producing secure by design technology. And we make also an assumption that the installation of this technology is also secure by commissioning. Another assumption is that this is secure by operation, by maintenance. So there is a full role and responsibilities on the value chain from manufacturing, integrator, operator that needs to happen. So it's both an execution at play at every company level, but also on the systemic level, and how does it articulate. And this is great that there is this cooperation with the authorities, with the NCA, with customers, either on project or issues, because we have a responsibility to learn from issues in a systemic way as well, and also with platforms like the WEF, so that we can shape both the future, the vision, but we can also influence the execution with ready-to-go principle that we call board principle, because the board also have some responsibility, because they are sitting in multiple of them, to shape this ecosystem play. So that's why the story we tell to the different boards is very different sometimes, but very important that this is aligned with business priorities, and we shape that conversation all together.
Absolutely. Well, we've got time really to get one final thought from all of you, and I'd like to leave the audience with a solution. So I'd like to ask you all, what is the way forward to advance cybersecurity protection and resilience of the energy sector? Jeremy, if I could start with you.
Great, thank you. I'd like to come back to some of these fundamental principles. One, we can continue to refine those, bring those together through cross-sector collaboration and principles. And I think this continuous dialogue, because we're not facing a static threat with cybersecurity. It evolves rapidly, daily even sometimes. So that requires a continuous dialogue among the core actors in the system. And it's important that we go into very specific elements, as Robert said. And each industry has its own challenges. Each actor within the industry plays a different role. So this kind of continuous dialogue among the critical actors is what I think we start. And the solutions will be different as the nature of the threats evolve.
Thank you. Saad?
Yeah, I can think of multiple levels to address this question on the way forward. There are things that we need to do for example, at the entity level with respect to establishing and operating and operationalizing a resilient system. I think at the regulator level, we need a robust regulations, and also it will be very useful for the regulators also to steer the industry players toward investments where it matters most. And the same thing for the industry players, I think there is a huge room for innovation, and we can learn from COVID-19 and the acceleration towards adopting the remote work technologies. I think there's a huge room for innovation, in particular in the OT segment. But I think that will not work unless there is a different level of realization at the global stage, at the global level. I think today, clearly the cybersecurity of the energy sector is a global problem. It's about the economy, it's about the security, it's about the human lives. And I think that requires a different understanding of the problem. The results are collective, the impact is collective. As such, I think the resolution should be collective. And in my opinion, in the energy sector in particular, the weakest link in the global cyber, the weakest link in the reliability of the energy sector and the supply of fuel is actually the global cyber order, which is the theme for the GCF this year.
Thank you. Christophe?
Yeah, so two to three faults for a better resilience or stronger resilience for the energy sector. So one, as we said, is to work on our homework, so to speak, operationalizing cybersecurity with performance, with execution. Two, being mindful that everybody is part of a larger ecosystem, and how we are addressing ecosystem risk here, so being mindful of our suppliers, aiming for the highest standard for ourselves, but also for our suppliers, and having the same conversation with our customers along the streams. And of course, this is an invite for direct dialogue and cooperation. And three is really for us to invest in people and culture, for digital skills, but also for ownership of the risk we were discussing about, so that we instill and we create an energy sector DNA which rely on safety and cybersecurity at the same time.
Absolutely. Thank you. And Rob?
Yeah, thank you. I like what Christophe said earlier. I think I heard him use the term reference architecture. So I think architecture can be a good aligning principle, that we all agree on what something should look like and how we should manage a problem. And I'll give you some statistics in a moment. It would also, just to have a little fun, Schneider is a competitor with me, ABB. We could compete on how best to implement the reference architecture and security controls within a common design element, as opposed to confusing customers by saying, here's your problem, I do it better, but not having a common problem set. So I think that would be a good aligning principle. Lots of topics to cover and understand. As a thinker on the topic, unless I can get my head around it or have some statistics to really kind of characterize the problem, I get lost. So I'd like to leave you with just an insight I discovered a number of years ago. In 2015, the US Department of Homeland Security responded to 295 critical infrastructure incidents, 295 that were reported. We know there were probably a lot more. And this report was only published once, and you'll understand why when I get to the end of the point here. They said that 98% of those 295 incidents could have been mitigated or completely avoided with the application of 7 basic strategies. That immediately caught my attention. Wow, 7 basic strategies, 95% of risk taken off the table. What is this? Well, it goes back to that comment I made about complacency. It's about intentionally building a defensible environment, having the basic security controls in place needed to either recover from malware, like backup and restore, some sense of antivirus, whether heuristic or signature-based. All the basics are in there. 98%. Then they also said, and here's why this report has never been published again, or at least I guess this is why. They said the other 2% could have been mitigated or avoided with basic monitoring. Someone paying attention to what people and process are doing in that environment. So simple math, 98 plus 2 is 100%, which if anyone in cybersecurity knows that that's a completely absurd ambition. But not to be critical of the fact that someone out of good intentions said, look, a lot of this stuff goes away with the consistent application and maintenance of a program and a little bit of monitoring. And I think that speaks to the problem and the need to align around a basic set of things that can measurably manage out the highest priority and most impactful risk.
Thank you so much, Rob. Thank you to all of the panel. I'm afraid we have run out of time, but please join me in thanking this insightful panel. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think we can head out that way.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we will begin the panel discussion. The Rising Tide, Quantifying the Shared Cost of Global Cyber Insecurity. Please welcome our panelists. Dr. Khalid Al-Zahir, Deputy Governor for Control and Technology, SAMA, Saudi Arabia. Professor Isa Ali Ibrahim, Minister of Communications, Digital Economy, Federal Republic of Nigeria. Abdurrahman Al-Faqih, CEO, SABIC. Alayan Al-Wutaid, Group CEO, STC Group. Alex Leo, Managing Partner and Chairman, Kearney. And our moderator, Ramia Farraj, Senior Producer and Presenter, Forbes Middle East.
Thank you.
Hello once again, everyone.
I'm sure I'll see you around.
And a very warm welcome to this very important discussion, which calls to attention the rising cost of global cybersecurity. Our panel will highlight the implications of the failure to reach a minimum adequate level of cybersecurity. Here are some key facts. $2 trillion is the estimated cost of cybercrime in 2021. That's up from $400 million in 2015, a significant rise. 77% of cyber attacks are due to human failure, not technological failure. We have 5 to 10 years before quantum computing potentially becomes commercially available, and that will inevitably overturn today's encryption standards. And we did hear Dr. Kaku's warnings about the challenges that this will bring in the first session this morning. Keeping all this in mind, we have a fantastic team of panelists here today, and I would like to start by asking Dr. Al-Zahir about effective risk management. It is obviously crucial to identify, mitigate, and manage risks. How does risk management add value in cyber economics? And if you would be so kind as to tell us, what is cyber economics?
Assalamu alaikum. First of all, thank you so much, Ramya, for this question. Thank you for NCA for inviting me to this panel and to this great event. And this is a very important question about the cost of cyber economics. And it's two parts, actually. One part is the cost of the impact of any cyber incident that could happen. And in different industries, we've heard an example how the energy industry is such an important industry to be protected and make sure that all the elements of security for cyber are there. But it applies to all other industries. So, as from the central bank point of view, it's important that the financial sector is ready and understands the impact of any cyber threat to the industry. On the other side, it's the actual cost of actually being ready. And the important part is understanding the balance of the risk appetite, understanding the elements that need to be looked at from prevention, from detection, from protection, and understanding what are the different technology elements, but also governance and people aspects. These are all elements that need to be part of the investment. So investing in technology alone, without having the right governance, without having the right capabilities that enable the use of technology to detect, prevent, and protect, will not be sufficient. So I think it's really a balance that needs to be included that will create the right impact for cybersecurity strategies.
Absolutely, there needs to be a balance there. And Professor Ibrahim, governments must really feel the cost of cybersecurity deeply. How much does the cost of cyber threats really strain governments?
Really strain government. Thank you very much, Your Excellencies. I begin by appreciating the effort of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for organizing and hosting the Global Cybersecurity Forum, and secondly, for inviting us to be part and parcel of the event. The effort is highly commendable, and also the quality of the speakers and the discussion taking place is also really encouraging. That effort is highly commendable, and also we are most appreciative for that. Secondly, on the question on the cost of cybersecurity, particularly the pressure on government, this is something that is very clear because, as you all know, cybersecurity is more of a proactive approach. Secondly, government is the custodian of, in most places, or the regulator of data and information for citizens, for private sector, for public sector. You will discover that government is the regulator. So it is the responsibility of government to ensure that information or data under its control is protected, is private, and is confidential. Thirdly, if you look at globally, the percentage of cyber attack and also the malware being created is highly worrisome. A research conducted by the Chief Information Security Officer of HP has indicated that after every 4.2 seconds globally, a new malware is being released in order to compromise our cybersecurity. In addition, if you compute this 4.2 seconds for 1 week, you will discover that every week 144,000 malware applications are being released. And it is the responsibility of government to set standards and guidelines to regulate the private and public sector and ensure that there is no compromise to our cybersecurity. So it is because of this you will discover that government has a lot to do, and also government spends huge amount of money in order to ensure that our cyberspace is protected and is secure. Furthermore, if you look at it also, for example, you will discover that government sometimes spend over 22% of its entire IT budget to cybersecurity. Today is a global practice. In each and every developed or developing country you visit, government must have a law in place or policy for cybersecurity. This policy doesn't implement itself. Government must provide budgetary provision for that. Secondly, government establishes National Cybersecurity Center. We have a world-class national cybersecurity here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. It requires money to do that. Thirdly, you must ensure that you employ cybersecurity experts. And if you look at their package globally, you will see it's very high. And day in, day out, the demand for cybersecurity experts is increasing. If you look at the statistics released recently, you will discover that the demand for cybersecurity this year is much, much higher than next year. And you will discover that government plays a significant role in doing that. Like in 2022, by July, the report indicated that we need a minimum of 8.1 million cybersecurity experts globally. And there is a huge burden on government to ensure the provision of this number. As it is today, we have around 4.7 million professionals, and still there is a vacancy for 3.4 million. And you will discover in each country, government plays a significant role in ensuring that we produce cybersecurity experts that will defend our cyberspace. And lastly, cybersecurity being proactive, and secondly, cybersecurity could be implemented outside your budget. You have a budgetary provision for 2022, and accidentally there is a cyber attack in your cyberspace. Whether there is a budgetary provision or not, government must be proactive and generate money to ensure that cyberspace is defended. So the defense sometimes could even go outside your budgetary provision because it could be an emergency case. So because of this, it is difficult really for government, and it becomes necessary, particularly the more people online are increasing, the need for defending their cyberspace is increasing. According to the United Nations Department of Economics and Social Affairs, by 15th of November this year, in the next 1 week, the world population could be 8 billion people. Today we are 7.99 billion. So this number is increasing, and the percentage of cybersecurity, cybercrime is increasing, and people online, their number is increasing by the day. As it is today, we have around 5.3 billion people online, and we have approximately, most probably around maybe 1.7 to 8 people that are offline. So you will discover the percentage is increasing because we have around 66 to 67% people online globally. So these are some of the reasons why the cost of cyber security is increasing, and the pressure usually is on government to set standards, to set guidelines, to establish National Cybersecurity Center, to establish cybersecurity incidents response team, to train citizens, to build their capacity, to become professionals in cybersecurity, among many others.
And inevitably, governments will have to increase their spending with the rise in population and the rise in cybersecurity attacks. Mr. Al-Faqih, how do cybercrimes really affect us, and what toll do they take on companies globally, in your opinion?
Thank you, Rima. Thank you for the introduction, and thanks for the JCF organization for such a global forum. And I'm very pleased to be among the distinguished panelists here.
Thank you.
First of all, I think that the cybercrime is becoming a pan-global issue. that affect everybody, affect all individuals, organization, and even nations. And the latest estimate of the damages that could happen from the cyber crimes by the 2025 is around 10.5 trillions of US dollars. I think that really a big effect that can affect all of us. And since you ask about how does this affect us, I mean, it affects us in two ways. And the first one, in a macro level, in the macroeconomic levels. And it undermines the public trust into the digital economy. And I think this is impact us a lot because, you know, most of the digital economy is keeping increasing and growing. And also the mistrust and, of that digital also economy keep decreasing. And on the other hand, I mean, it is deepen and widen the digital divide between the suppliers and producers and also the consumers, and also between the companies itself, between the individuals, and sometimes even between governments. That divide of the digital, and also at the macroeconomic levels, it is a crime to the society itself. And many of those cyber criminals, they are linked somehow to human trafficking, to illegal drugs, and to even sometimes to some of the terrorism that happens. So, but at the organizational level, it is two ways. It is in the revenue side and the cost side. And in the revenue side, it is directly impact the revenue by this cyber attack. And I think the latest statistics says that revenues of organizations and enterprises has been reduced between 5 to 10% because of the cyber attack. Also on the cost, and by the way, the cost is unplanned cost.
Unpredictable.
Unpredictable. I mean, and the downtimes to recover and to resolve all these cyber attacks can take between 40 to 75 days only. So there is an efficiency in the organization because of these cyber attacks. And also the legal and insurance cost that has been increased. And the insurance in the cyber attack right now, it's keep increasing. And if there is an attack to an enterprise organization, the premiums also increasing significantly. And by the way, also the insurance does not cover the whole damage that happens from the cybersecurity. Finally, I think the damage on us, on the brands and reputations of the companies and organizations. We spent millions, if not hundreds of millions of dollars to build our reputation and to build our brands. And suddenly, it's just have that damage. So it damage, in a nutshell, there is a damages everywhere in the organization, and it can impact even the individual and society.
Mr. Al-Wataid, I think you could probably contribute to that idea. STC is a leading ICT in this region, and it has a diverse digital portfolio of services. So you are also susceptible. How do you see STC's readiness for the global cybercrime wave?
Thank you. And thank you to the organizers and to the panelists that are here with us today. The way we look at it from STC perspective is two ways, to be honest. One is as a technology firm that is trying to protect itself and protect its customers, and also as a mandate where we are playing a role on providing cybersecurity as a service to the nation and to our customers, whether it is consumers or government or private sector. The reality of the matter is digital is here, and it is here to stay, and it is here to grow in a very big way. And the reality of the matter as well is cybersecurity is going to grow with that. And the cyber crimes are something that we have to deal with as a reality of business and as a reality of life. And that is driving us to start thinking about what has been mentioned around the implications of the cost of cyber crimes, and whether that is financial cost or cost on the social implications or in the corporate or government. But also on the other side to make sure that we are resilient in protecting our infrastructure. And that is something that is going as well into a rising growth trajectory where the infrastructure elements are becoming more vulnerable and more wider to address. This is a new reality that everybody is facing, whether it is a technology firm or any other firm for that matter. Petrochemicals, banking, and other industries are equally into the same position. Now we are talking about a wider technology platforms that needs to be protected and needs to be protected against multiple ways of conducting cybercrime. We are very active ourselves. Our cybersecurity arm, CIRAR by STC, is active in providing services in the country. We are providing more than 30 different services to ourselves and to the customers in the country. And I think this is here to grow even further and further in terms of, in the future, in terms of investments.
So this investment is going to increase in future on the back of an exponential rise in cybercrime to which there may be no end. I mean, Mr. Liu, why are cybersecurity threats on the rise globally? And in your view, what's really driving this trend?
Well, thank you, Rami, and also thanks for the invitation to be here. I think my colleagues on the panel have covered many of those trends already pretty well, which is trend number one has to be the accelerating pace of digital innovation. I listened to Dr. Kaku this morning, and when he talked about quantum computing, I was both inspired and terrified at the same time. But even before the world of that, we have billions of devices that are not protected, whether it's on the energy grid, on the telecom grid, or the defense grid. We have addressability and intelligence and anonymity in the way that asymmetric attacks can be taken. So number one has to be the continuing pace of that. The superpowers are investing in cyber offense and defense. It's going to trickle down to corporates and smaller nation states. Trend number one is technology. Number two is it's undeniable also that we live in a completely disruptive world. So food, data, energy, information is all disrupted. And if you have that kind of complexity in a world where nationalism is taking over and some of the historic bonds between countries and between supply chains are at risk, then there are all kinds of opportunities for aggressive disruption. So you have technology, you have the disruption and interconnected complexity of the world, and number three, which I think is very important, it's been touched on by a number of the panelists in prior discussions as well, which is the role of human execution. Human error is still a huge piece. It's the weakest link in many, no matter how strong your castle is, your house is, your country is, you always have the opportunity for inconsistent defense. And this is not just in the companies that you are leading and parts of, but also countries. I mean, I would like to see multilaterally more movement, for example, in terms of understanding common views of digital identity, who is on the web, common definition of what is a cybercrime, common approaches to actually enforcing and collecting and prosecuting criminals. You can't reduce crime if you don't actually show that you can go after the criminals. So I think those are some of the trends that need to be addressed if we get to the other side, which is solutions to lower the anxiety level, I think the psychological cost to brands, to trusted institutions, as well as the recovery costs and the prevention costs, which are tangible, need to be reduced. Thank you.
Now, Dr. Al-Zahar, Mr. Liu made an interesting point and a valid point, which is that innovation is probably the key to curbing cybercrime. And I know that that's very important to you at the Saudi Arabian Monetary Authority. Tell me how you are using innovation going forward.
Well, fully agree that innovation is critical. We need to continue to be vigilant in this cyber security, and it is definitely a continuous effort. We've heard about some of the cost numbers. You mentioned $2 trillion. Mr. Abdurrahman mentioned in a few years it will be more than 10 trillion as the cost. So there has to be a continuous investment in innovation that enables addressing these moving landscapes. And it's critical that there needs to be some kind of threat intelligence. There needs to be collaboration between different entities, because this is war at the end, right? Against criminals that are trying to create damage in different areas, whether it is for financial gain or for other types of gain. So innovation from a financial sector point of view needs to take into consideration potential protection of financial institutions, of all of the stakeholders that are in the financial sector, needs to make sure that we are able to protect, but also detect and prevent any type of cyber security breaches. And with that, a lot of technology is being developed around artificial intelligence. But again, we also hear about the innovation around, quantum computing, which makes things much faster. So the faster this artificial intelligence is able to help in the prediction, in the protection, we will be able to address and minimize the impact that was mentioned, which is significant impact, whether it's brand impact or whether it is continuity. Because at the end of the day, in industries that are critical, like the financial industry, it is critical that continuity is there, that trust in the system continues to be there. So there is no doubt that innovation is a critical part of enabling and continuing trust in this sector.
Now, Dr. Ibrahim, we talked about the strain on governments, but could you enlighten us about the strain of cyber attacks on individuals, businesses, the private sector?
I think the pressure of cyber attack on individuals and the private sector is also highly worrisome, and the percentage is also increasing by the day based on the earlier statement I have made. And secondly, also, if you look at the cost being spent or the cost that is being lost through cybercrime will justify that, because individuals and private sector are part and parcel of our global community. So any percentage being spent or being lost because of cybercrime, definitely they are part and parcel of it. According to Accenture, by 2023, just next year, most probably the cost or the total amount to be lost through cybercrime could be 5.2 trillion USD. If you look at 5.2 trillion USD, it's more than 35% of the entire gross domestic product of a country like China with a population of 1.44 billion people. And it's more than 173% the entire GDP of Africa with 52 countries and a population of more than 1.3 billion. And based on the statistics mentioned by our colleague, which has also been released by Cybersecurity Ventures, this amount is predicted by 2025, in the next 3 years, to reach 10.5 trillion USD. So look at the prediction from 2023 to 2025, almost double of the cost to be lost. This is a clear justification that individuals are losing huge amount of money through that. Private sector is also losing. And if you look at it as well, the spending by private sector only to secure their system usually is approximately around 12% of their total IT project annually. This is only to ensure that they are protected, not even the loss they account for, only to ensure they are protected. So if you look at the trend, it's definitely increasing by the day. And also, according to Accenture, in each and every 39 seconds, cyber attack takes place in the world. So by implication, within 2 minutes daily, you will discover there are 3 attacks approximately. And these attacks are either targeted to individuals, targeted to either private sector or public sector. And today, if you look at the largest economy globally, there is no doubt. In most countries, you will discover that the economy is dominated by the private sector, with the exemption of maybe countries like the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. You will discover, so because of this, huge percentage of what is being spent in cybersecurity and the loss that is being computed, a significant percentage is either coming from private sector or individuals, because they are part and parcel of our larger community globally. In addition, what I think is critical here, based on what other speakers have said, is there is need for us to try to attain cybersecurity maturity. And most importantly, to have cybersecurity immunity, where the cost of the attack is more expensive than the damage to be done by the attack. So we must reach a situation where people, even when they attack, what they are going to lose from the attack is even higher than the damage or the cost to the institution they have attacked.
That would be the ideal situation. And I wonder why, although we're increasing spending exponentially every year on fighting cybercrime, it's on the rise. Mr. Al-Faqih, why are cybercrimes on the rise and how can they be reduced? I mean, we're spending so much, why are they not decreasing?
Well, this is a good question. Actually, these cyber attacks and these crimes are rapidly increasing for many reasons. And I think mainly three reasons. And the first one is it is a financial, whether we like it or not. It is a source of income. And unfortunately, there are many people that they are willing to buy for this installing data and information for their own benefits. Fortunately, this is almost everywhere, and that become a kind of source and revenues for some people. The second thing is the chance for punishment is very less. I mean, you cannot, I mean, we did not hear that there is a punishment for those people that they are, I mean, caught in cyber crimes, and they are invisible to somehow, invisible, that you cannot see it. The third thing, and I think it is also an important reason, that the money trail. You cannot find where this money does it go, and you cannot, track it. It is invisible. It goes to some weird and strange, channels to reach into the final beneficiary. So, in my opinion, that we need to address these root causes in order to reduce the menace. I mean, and maybe we can do it. And I know that the time is
1 minute and 20
here.
seconds.
So we need to dry up these sources of revenues. It has to be dried up as a source of revenue. And the second thing, we need to ensure that the criminals are being caught, taken to justice, and go to prison.
Now, Mr. Al-Wataid, on that note, I mean, you mentioned that you anticipate the need to be more cyber resilient. What type of cyber attacks are you most concerned about at SCC Group, and how have you prepared for these attacks?
Well, being an infrastructure provider, we monitor and protect against a lot of types of attacks. Maybe if I want to pick one of them is DDoS. DDoS is denial of services. That's the type of attacks that brings networks down, and that is one of the most devastating type of attacks, where we have invested heavily to create our own centers to defend against DDoS attacks that we believe are very robust in this part of the world to provide that kind of protection. The way we are looking at it is simple. This is a fight against crime that can only be won by investing on our own protection systems. And that's what we are doing, whether it's DDoS or any other product and service from a cybersecurity perspective that we are protecting against.
Mr. Liu, do you think that we are worried enough about the cost of cybersecurity attacks? Should we be more worried?
I mean, my view is that cyber is one of the top 3 risks facing countries and companies. So it's clear to me, at least, and I know to to many of you that the urgency and proactivity needs to be increased. More is needed. And more is possible. I'm kind of an optimist, actually, hearing some of the issues and attacks and the way we defend against external factors. I'm inspired by the fact that in just 2 short years, the kingdom has gone to number 2. And I think that comes from urgency and proactivity. What are some examples of that? I mean, if you are leading a private entity, have a proper risk audit, right? How do you actually look at and hire white hats to actually try to attack your systems? I have, in my own company, every week, someone who tries to deep fake or impersonate me to my colleagues. Now, we stop it, but you need to also proactively communicate and train all the people in your company to identify that. So, I mean, there's a holistic set of urgency and budgets that need to be alarmingly increased, but also focused in areas to make sure that that is taken care of. I mentioned earlier, there's also a role for public-private partnerships, communication in forum like this between competitors in the country, multi-domestic collaboration with the G20 and other government-to-government bodies to sort of have common standards on sort of how to look at and identify criminals and criminality and identity. We're never in the world going to agree on data sovereignty. I'm from the West Coast of the United States. That view of data is different than the East Coast of Asia, where I'm also from. So I'm kind of in the middle. But I think we need to harmonize different points of view. We need to be curious about how we can solve these problems without being judgmental. And I think collectively we can lower the level of anxiety and raise the level of confidence that the proactivity to defend the institutions, to defend the grid, to defend our companies and our reputations, as well as the cost and transmission of what we're being paid to do, is secure. So I'm optimistic. I think there's a lot that can be done.
That's wonderful. So less worry and more proactivity. Unfortunately, we have run out of time for this panel. It's been an absolute pleasure speaking to you, gentlemen. Thank you so much for joining us today. Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you to our wonderful audience for sharing the room with us. Thank you so much.
It is our pleasure. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen,
Thank
we
you
will
so much.
begin the panel discussion. No nation left behind. How and why nations should accelerate cybersecurity development. Please welcome our panelists. Abdullah Swaha, Minister of Communications and Information Technology, Saudi Arabia. Doreen Bogdan Martin, Secretary General-elect, International Telecommunication Union, ITU. Khumbudzo Nchavini, Minister of Communications, South Africa. And our moderator, Rebecca McLaughlin Eastham, Founder and Managing Director, RME Media and Communications.
And happy 50th.
Assalamu alaikum. Hello and welcome, one and all. It's wonderful to be here and to see a packed house. You were the lucky ones, by the way. There are many people waiting on the guest list, but thank you, everybody, for being here. Excellencies, dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen, I have an esteemed panel of guests for you today to discuss a very important topic. We're looking at no nation left behind. How and why nations should really accelerate their cybersecurity development and come together, because as we will come to learn, one weak point globally could put everybody in peril. So what can we do to collaborate, to team up, to knowledge share, and of course we'll be looking at PPPs along the way. As you have heard, I'm joined by His Excellency Minister Al Swaha from Saudi Arabia. Thank you, please welcome him again.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Delighted to say that Doreen Bogdan Martin has joined us from ITU. Please welcome her also.
Thank you.
And I'm also delighted to say that having flown in from South Africa, we are joined by Minister Insha Bene. Thank you for joining us also. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let's start with a scene-setting question. Just in case anybody is unfamiliar or needs a reminder of our roles, our remits, and our organizations, we have important jobs on this panel. So please, Minister, talk to me about your role and your current remit.
Thanks, Rebecca. And let me do it the Saudi style. I'll do the introduction for our guests, if you allow me.
Please.
So I'm a member of the dream team of His Royal Highness Prince Mohammed bin Salman that looks after innovation, technology space, and also with the National Cybersecurity Team for Security. And it's a great honor for us to welcome Her Excellency Doreen. And I think within the Saudi warm style, we owe her a big round of applause for being elected recently as the General Secretary of the ITU.
Thank you.
And we have the great honor of partnering with Doreen on both connecting the unconnected world by 2030, on women empowerment in tech and cyber by 2030, and also on the Global Cybersecurity Report, which I'll have the great pleasure of sharing some insights on. And we have Her Excellency Nchibini, the Minister from South Africa, on technology and innovation. And it's an absolute pleasure to see how Middle East and Africa, they're coming together to make sure that we leave no one behind when it comes to digitizing and safeguarding both the IT world and the cyber world. So it gives us great pleasure once again to welcome and to congratulate both of their excellencies for being here with us.
Thank you very much indeed. Your Excellency, let me come to you first. In terms of leaving...
I think you should start with the guests.
By all means.
Please.
It's very polite. Gentlemanly, ladies first. Minister, I'll come to you first. Welcome.
It's called a hospital pass.
A hospital pass.
Yes. When I was supposed to be the last
And you know what,
one.
Your Excellency, I have to commend you for wearing green and white today. So thank you so much for doing that.
Yes,
Please.
thank you for the national Saudi colours. You look resplendent on our panel today. Let's talk about where we currently stand. Talk to me about South Africa in terms of your cybersecurity plans, your level of preparedness, and as we look at leaving absolutely nobody behind, how can you impact your neighbours, your neighbouring countries?
So maybe let me start by explaining the scope of my work. So I'm responsible for both communications and digital technologies, including innovation. So we're responsible for broadcasting. We're responsible for e-government. We're responsible for cybersecurity. We're responsible for the safety of government data, but also we're responsible for the data of all South Africans' personal information. And also digitizing a government. We've got an interesting motto. We leave no one behind also. We say, Chincha ungasali. So you cannot be left behind. So we are moving in terms of your digital migration, digitizing everybody. So in that work, yesterday I participated in the Connecting the World from the Skies conference because we have a motto that says we need to bridge the digital divide, connecting everyone in South Africa. But what we have learned over the period is that you can't connect everyone in South Africa without connecting the neighboring countries because it has a direct impact on a few things, on immigration, for one. It has a direct impact on, if you're connecting, what's the purpose of connecting? You're connecting not for its own sake, but for participating in the digital economy. But you can't be in a digital economy on your own. South Africa is not big enough a market. We need the region, we need the continent. And therefore, we need to put plans and work with our counterparts, our sister countries, on what we need to do. So one, our connectivity program extends in neighboring countries, and we're establishing partnerships, more so that we are also surrounded by landlocked countries. So we give them access to undersea cables. So that is part of the work we do, but we're extending that scope. And when we've committed, I have been set a target to say all South Africans must have access to the internet by 2024. And if you're going to have all South Africans having access to the internet by 2024, you then deal with issues of cybersecurity. And if you're going to get all government services online, cybersecurity is a major player. If COVID-19 did us not only a disservice, but assisted us to move retail into e-commerce fully, to move some of our sectors. Agriculture has really progressed into that. So our plans is to say, we've got an act in South Africa, Protection of Personal Information Act. It says you cannot store information of South Africans outside of South Africa in countries where they do not comply with the Personal Protection on Information Act of South Africa. And therefore, we then take into cognizance who will make sure that when our government needs access to that information, it's readily available. No other government can tap in the information of South Africa and abuse it. But similarly, what assurances do we give our neighboring countries, more especially when we are the larger technology country within the region? What assurance do they give that when they store their information in the data centers in South Africa, because it's the leading data center space, their government can access that information for both planning, for security, and all that? But the challenge is that cybersecurity is not only a personal information issue, it's also a national security information issue. And then we're working, in SADC we've done a framework for cybersecurity, and that's why Doreen will realize that when we participate in conferences, there's always a coordinated approach on cybersecurity from Southern Africa. So that's what the work that we do, to coordinate our policies, but to make sure that we can then give the same assurances, but also make sure that we could have access to the same level of services as a region. In totality, we would prefer to have that access as a continent, and we are working as a country to make sure that we could have the framework applicable across the continent through the AU and the ATU. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Minister. Again, coming to you, Doreen, for a scene-setting question. Congratulations, as the Minister was saying, on becoming a newly elected Secretary General of the ITU, which of course is the only UN agency which involves member states, private sector members, and academia, of course. Bringing all of those stakeholders together is no mean feat. They all have different roles to play, but how do they contribute to really closing the gap cybersecurity-wise?
Well, thank you, Rebecca, and good afternoon, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure to be back in Riyadh. I was here back in August, and the temperature right now is just perfect. It was a little bit too hot in August, but thank you for the kind invitation, and I want to perhaps start by commending you on the program for this event over the next 2 days. I find it, as Mary was saying in the kickoff panel, very holistic. I think you've managed to package all of the key issues that we need to be discussing. As you rightly mentioned, ITU is the only UN agency dedicated to ICTs. We have a unique composition, 193 member states. We have the private sector, civil society, academia. And coming to your point about roles and stakeholders, I think everyone has a role to play. No one can do this alone. Cybersecurity has gotten the attention of all world leaders. A day doesn't go by where another cyber attack is headline news. I think this is also why the UN Secretary General put cybersecurity as core in the Our Common agenda that he launched last year, and it's also core to the new agenda for peace that's being discussed. But coming to the ITU role specifically, recently we had our plenipotentiary conference, which I was elected, and I'm very grateful for that. But in terms of cybersecurity, what I think is important coming from that conference is that member states, let's say, reconfirmed or further committed the important role of the ITU in cybersecurity. And called on ITU member states to strengthen collaboration with national certs, to further develop capacity, to further support the development of cybersecurity strategies, to further focus on child online protection. And I must say, we have been fortunate to have the strong partnership with the Kingdom in terms of our program on child online protection. So thank you so much for that. And of course, the ITU has been, for many years, working with countries to assess and establish certs, to roll out cyber drill programs, and to enhance capacity development. But I think the question is, are we doing enough? I would say no. I think each of us has to do more, because as we increase, of course, sort of the cyber world moves faster, and we heard this morning, quantum is coming faster, and of course the metaverse is almost here. So we do have to do more. I think what's concerning, and a space where we need to focus, and picking up, Minister, on some of your comments, is the gaps that we see with developing countries. So developed countries are advancing, but developing countries are falling further behind. And so we have to focus on strengthening the capacity, in particular in least developed countries. We have launched a program called Cyber for Good, where we're focused on 20 LDCs. And I think that's a space where we should all be focusing. I also think we have to focus more on women in tech. And again, to commend the Kingdom for putting this as a priority. I think you mentioned you have 33%.
33% in
which
cybersecurity and women. And can I get a big
round
round of applause for all of the ladies?
That's well above the global average. Indeed. And I do think that we have to focus, and of course Minister Issa was mentioning this previously, we have a lack of skilled cyber professionals. And so if we're going to ramp up our workforce in this space, we need to have more professionals, and we need to have, of course, more women. So thank you so much again for the focus there. We need to have more women in cyber, and I know our partners from FIRST are also here in the room. They've also been great supporters of our Equals program to bring more women into the tech space, and in particular in cybersecurity.
Thank you so much, Doreen.
Let me tell you a story about Doreen.
Please.
Prior to being elected, we had a dinner at Davos, and she made a commitment to me and to the Kingdom. And she said to me, if I get elected, one of my first visits will be the Kingdom, and here she is.
Here she is, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you for your demonstrated leadership and partnership in really connecting the unconnected world, and today about safeguarding what is today 25% of the global economy.
Yes, absolutely. Well, we hope it will be, we know it will be, a trip of many, many back to the Kingdom.
Thank you.
Let me start by asking you, Minister, so much to unpack here, but a broad question to start with. If we're led to believe that cybersecurity is important, that it is tripping off the tongues of world leaders, heads of state, of ministers around the world, the question was posed by Doreen: are we doing enough, and are we doing it quickly enough?
Rebecca, before I zoom in on the whole global issue, because the picture is not really that great, but when it comes to the Kingdom, let me start with that. And Rebecca, let me share with you a few things. Prior to Vision 2030 and to Prince Mohammed bin Salman and to the amazing cybersecurity team led by Dr. Msaad Al-Iban and Majid Al-Mazyad and his dream team, do you know how many times the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia ranked top 5, top 10, top 15 in the global cybersecurity index by the ITU? 0. But after the leadership of Prince Mohammed bin Salman and with the execution of Dr. Msaad Al-Iban and Majid Al-Mazyad and his dream team, the Kingdom ranked successively number 13 and number 2nd globally.
Wow.
And this is the true leadership and dream team that you're talking here about. Let's take a step back now. Let's talk about the global aspect. Globally, since the first edition of the Global Cybersecurity Forum, we were talking about a global exposure of roughly 7% of the global economy, $3 trillion. Today, it's $7 trillion, and in the next few years, it's trending to $10 trillion. We still have 3.5 million jobs that we need yesterday to fill in the gap. Last time I was sharing with you that there was a WannaCry attack, a ransomware attack on a bank. If only they shared that intelligence with the global community, we could have prevented WannaCry. Unfortunately, another ransomware attack hit, this time a hospital. And a patient could not make it. Because when the systems were down in Germany, in that hospital, we had to shift the patient to another hospital, and she could not make it in time. We had the largest spike in terms of ransomware attacks. You're talking about 420% year-over-year growth. We've had the largest crypto exchange run-in being hacked with $600 million worth of exposure. And you're talking about the largest hack when it comes to password leaks, with more than 8.4 billion passwords were leaked with the RockU 2021 attack. So globally, we really need in this forum to rethinking the global cyber order. We need to make sure that we appreciate that there's a new world order when it comes to the cyber order, when it comes to the cyber threats and vectors, and when you're talking about a new norm when it comes to jobs, partnerships, and the need for collective action. If we're talking about this new world cyber order, the attackers are appreciating today that we live in a world where you have energy security, food security, and supply chain disruptions on top of the risk register. And this is why we need to shift from conventional IT to securing everything and moving to making sure it's not only secure by design, secure by default, but security everywhere. Because we need strongest links to be the strongest among the energy supply chain, the food supply chain, and all supply chains globally. Because one attack could cripple anywhere between 50 to 75% of global supply chains. Shifting to the new attack vectors. We're shifting to the cloud. We're shifting to microservices. Today, if you look up any app, whether it's Twitter, whether it's Snapchat, you will find that with microservices, the notification engine could be in Amsterdam. The machine learning engine could be in Silicon Valley, and in terms of content distribution, could be here in the Middle East. So you need to appreciate that you're only as strong as your coders who are writing the binaries, the libraries, and the file systems for every microservice. Shifting to the new norm, we need to double down on women, on youth. And the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia have jumped from 7% to 33% women in cybersecurity and tech, surpassing the EU average, the G20 average, and even the Silicon Valley average. And we take huge pride in that.
Outstanding, outstanding. Big problem, needs a big solution. Big timeline as well. What are your goals and ambitions, especially for the kingdom?
Indeed, to maintain the #2 position globally. And we can only do that through focusing on 3 things. Reskilling, reskilling, reskilling. Annually, we have committed with global partners like IBM, like Microsoft, with MISC, which I'm going to be talking later tonight and this afternoon, to upskill more than 20,000, 30,000 per annum when it comes to filling in the gap. And this is the commitment that His Royal Highness have made 2 years ago with the largest cybersecurity women empowerment program in cybersecurity. And as a result of that, we've jumped from 7% to 33%, which is outstanding by all measures. Secondly, standardization and harmonization. We're talking, and we could deep dive later into that, into a post-quantum world in which we need to make sure that our systems and our devices are quantum proof when it comes to hacking. And last but not least, we need more collaboration. Because today, a cyber threat could be the next digital pandemic. And this is not only strategic, but existential for all of humanity.
Thank you so much. Minister, let me come to you on one of the many points made by His Excellency. In terms of human capital, we've identified we need more people in the sector, we need more women in the sector. Is the same true for South Africa? And in terms of representation, do women looking to enter the sector see themselves already there? Are you upskilling, reskilling, and encouraging more?
Thank you for that. Actually, I want to start from another point he raised before I come to that. The point about cyber attack and the impact and the information sharing. We had an attack in one of our ports of companies, and the whole of SADC almost did not have food because we could not direct the containers and all those things. But what helped us as a country was because we had a cyber security center where we share, an ops center where all of us, private sector, government, research entities, we share, we come in and we say, who can resolve this problem quickest, and what is the problem, and how do we prevent the next attack? And what were the weaknesses on the system, and what are the improvements that we need to put in place? But it's that collaboration that has to be there. But have we built, as governments of the nations, as the ITU, have we built level of trust and then standardization of that information sharing? Because that's what we need, to build standards and regulations of how do you share information, how does that information sharing still protect your own national security issues. And coming to the skills, in our country we've got a rule that in everything we do there must be 50% representation of women. And we try, but there are sectors that have been very close. And being a woman, you come in and you go into a room and like it is now, 90% of the representation here is male. And we ask ourselves, what about the women? And we need to be deliberate. So I ask, even when we go into delegations, I ask private sector, I'd say, and with the government agencies in delegations of conferences, I sign off who goes. So I tell them, if it's not gender representative, if it's not youth representative, I'm not going to sign it off. We say we have the same requirements for the private sector. We are hosting AFRICOM in South Africa this week. And I prioritize this session because cybersecurity is an important issue. But part of when I addressed the Spectrum conference as a build-up to, I was saying, what are our deliberate efforts with universities, with training institutions to make sure that we enroll women? Because women are enrolling. It's what happens after they've completed the training. Do we have programs that deliberately say we're going to recruit them as interns, as graduate employees? Are we going to give them opportunities and network? And what, for me, will be the question to the incoming SG of the ITU, who's also female, to say, what are the programs the ITU is going to fund in cybersecurity to upscale, and what opportunities are going to avail for young women to be upscaled in the sector and to be given opportunities to be in these forums and have this conversation and make these presentations and start to think through their own participation. Because we need to be deliberate, we need to be intentional if we're going to get women. So we have a development program together with our other agencies that is responsible for security on how do we make sure that in the next 3 years we've got a 50% representation in cybersecurity, but also across the ICTs as a sector. We're the fastest growing sector in the country. And our other challenge is that it's estimated that by 2025, in South Africa alone, we'll be processing 163 zettabytes of data in the country. Imagine if women are left behind there, because we're saying data is the new gold for us.
Yes, absolutely. Data is the new gold, intentional and deliberate, and moving forward, of course. And as we've been hearing examples of how weak cyber defenses can truly be a matter of life and death for nations and industries and people at the end of the day. It's all about humanity and protecting businesses and people, lest we forget. Doreen, let me come to you. Picking up on a point that the Minister made about knowledge sharing, collaborating, knowledge across borders, so important to our discussion. The ITU's Global Cybersecurity Index has established itself as one of the very few indices that measures what commitments are actually being made. So what can you tell us in terms of the trends? Forward-looking, what do you see?
So the Global Cybersecurity Index was first launched back in 2014. Which was almost 10 years after the ITU had been given the role by the World Summit on the Information Society to be the sort of lead facilitator in building confidence and security in ICTs. So by 2014, we decided to launch this index, of course, to respond to growing concerns, risks. It's structured around 5 key pillars. So the legislative, legal piece, the organizational piece, which looks at countries' structures, the technical piece, how countries are responding on the technical level, the capacity development piece, which is critical, especially when we talk about talent and the talent gap, and of course collaboration that the minister was stressing before. So we base the ranking around those 5 key pillars, and of course through the years we have adapted the index to take into account the growing cyber concerns. And of course I do want to commend again Saudi Arabia, because you've advanced by leaps and bounds, and scoring second is a true demonstration of the commitment of the kingdom in terms of cybersecurity. So what the index does is it really helps countries to benchmark themselves, to identify the gaps, and also to look for others in terms of experiences and best practices. But to come to your question about trends, I would say overall we're seeing positive trends. We have a number of countries that have introduced new legislation, new laws. We're seeing increased training for law enforcement, which is encouraging. We're seeing more cyber awareness programs being offered, more capacity development programs that countries are accrediting to actually build that pool of cyber talent. We're seeing more certs being created, which is also good, and we're seeing also cybersecurity strategies being further refined. But coming to my point before, we're also seeing gaps, and this is where we have to be focusing, because countries are advancing. But the ones that need to be better prepared, the developing and the least developed countries, are not advancing quickly enough. They don't, in many cases, have certs, they don't have the strategies, and they don't have the expertise that is needed. So that's where we do need to be focusing. I think, of course, we're only as strong as our weakest link, so we do have to dive deep there. And I think it's also important to consider that as a third of humanity has never ever connected to the internet, and as we focus, and of course our core mission is to connect the unconnected, our new strategic plan has 2 focuses: universal connectivity and sustainable digital transformation. And kind of undercutting both of them is, of course, safe and trusted and secure infrastructure. So we need to be focusing there. We need to make sure that when we bring the 2.7 billion online, and of course more than 90% of the 2.7 billion are from developing or least developed countries, that when we bring them online, we ensure that they have the capacity themselves, they have good cyber hygiene practices, and we need to make sure that their countries, their communities, their private sector, that everyone's doing their part to ensure the safest cyber environment possible.
Thank you. So important, that continued support. Is that not right, Your Excellency?
Indeed. And we just spoke a little bit about the trends that are happening globally. And if you're talking about a post-quantum, a Web 3.0, and you're talking about how the world is moving from the Internet of Information to interactions, to engagement, to experiences, we have to work more closely than ever before. Because it's not only about sharing just best practices and standards. It's about sharing the flow of intelligence and insight to make sure that we collectively come together as a global community to combat what I would argue is the next digital pandemic. And this is what the world cannot afford.
Quantum computing. It's so inspiring to hear from Professor Kaku. I'm sure you will enjoy listening to him on stage, who makes it bite-sized and accessible when it comes to quantum computing. Why is it important to our conversation and our future?
If you look at every known commercial encryption known to humans today, it is based on the building block of integer factorization, the multiplication of 2 numbers. And if you look at the supercomputers of today, they would need thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of years to break every known commercial. But with quantum, and we just had a conversation with the chairman of CEO, my good friend Arvind from IBM, who shifted his IBM Think global event to Riyadh 2 weeks ago. And he was sharing with me that the ambition was to launch 500 qubits by this time. They've already achieved a critical milestone of 1,000 qubits, and we've seen similar from Google. So the growth and the exponential growth that we're seeing in quantum requires us to work more closely than ever to make sure that we have a post-quantum proof internet and fabric. And we intend to work closely with the ITU to make sure that the next evolution and iteration of the NS6, of IPv6, all of these different security standards, looking at the NIST most recent algorithms, Kyber and crystals, to make sure that they are engraved within the next release of standardizations to make sure that the world is guarded in a post-quantum world.
Thank you. The sands of time are running away, but I do want to come to each of you for some closing remarks. Minister, let me ask you, fantastic forum, a privilege to be here. It's an honor to have you with us as well. What is the conversation that you most want to have in the coming day or two before you leave?
The conversation I'd like us to have is, how do we strengthen the collaboration with respect of national security issues, but also with respect of progressing each nation without the domination of one nation over others?
Yeah.
Because for me that's important. And maybe just a by the way issue, the delegation from South Africa, the technical team, only women and young women, bringing them here, because Saudi has been doing magnificently on empowering women. I said, now let me go and show off, and brought my technical people on cybersecurity, only women.
Mabruk.
And thank you for the invite, Your Excellency, to be in the kingdom. Okay.
Thank you so much. Fantastic. Saudi leading by example and South Africa following. Thank you. Doreen, your key takeaway from our discussion?
No one can do this alone, and so we need to collaborate, and we need to partner, we need to share, and we need to build trust. And if I can just make a tiny little plug for something, we launched an initiative called Partner to Connect. It focuses on sustainable digital transformation, connecting the hardest to connect, looking at access, adoption, and value creation. It's a pledging platform, and we have more than 500 pledges that have been made, including from the Kingdom, including from South Africa, and many of you in this room. And I mention this because it is about partnership, it is about collaboration, and it does have trust and security built within those three pillars. So if we're going to get there, we have to get there together. And I would invite you to join us as part of our Partner to Connect. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very worthy invitation. Your Excellency, let me come to you for the final remarks. In light of leaving no nation behind, and if we were to have this conversation, say, in 12 months' time, how do you hope the situation will have changed? What will the conversation be leading to then? How will it be different?
History, Rebecca, is a great predictor of the future. And the past few years have taught us that we are so intertwined, interlinked, and interdependent on both the physical front, the digital front, and the bio front, where one virus crippled 75% of the supply chains globally. And this is why, when it comes to the cybersecurity threat, it is no longer a strategic imperative, but an existential imperative for all of us.
Yes. And on that note, and there is reason to be optimistic, of course, as we've been discussing, but on that note, we shall conclude our conversation. But please join me in thanking my eminent guests for their contribution here today.
Thank you. Your Excellency, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And as we leave the stage, do please remain seated for another fantastic panel discussion, which is coming straight up. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we will begin the fireside chat, Securing the Energy Supply Chain, an imperative at national and international levels. Please welcome our speaker, His Royal Highness Abdulaziz bin Salman Al Saud, Minister of Energy, Saudi Arabia, and our moderator, Rima Maktabi, Senior Anchor, Al Arabiya News Channel.
Hello, everyone, and thank you all for joining us, and allow me to welcome His Royal Highness Prince Abdulaziz bin Salman Al Saud, Minister of Energy in Saudi Arabia. Thank you for joining us today, and we're looking forward to this conversation with you. It would be great to start by getting your views on how you've seen the cybersecurity landscape evolve and its impact on the energy sector.
Well, first of all, I would like to thank the hosts and the organizer for, it's quite impressive to see a gathering like this. But look around. There are also the young Saudi ladies and Saudi gentlemen that are running the whole show. For an elderly like me, it is totally disheartening to be within this group. And I see the many faces, some of them I'm familiar with. I have to make a confession, just to make sure that I handle your expectations of me. I am the most IT illiterate person in Saudi Arabia. I do that with a great deal of commotion. I have back there some of my colleagues that I work with. Actually, I work with in this endeavor, which relates to cyber threats and cyber. And they gave me quite a lecture of 2 hours last night actually, with a view that you should really try not to embarrass us and not to embarrass the sector. So I'm hoping that I can deliver to their expectation. Otherwise, you can see them back there. They're promising me that I'll be reprimanded. Come to think about the sector. I want to make sure that people understand, and I'm not trying to create more ambiguity and more nuance of seriousness beyond what we really must measure up to when it comes to how to protect ourselves from cyber attacks. It just so happened that the energy sector is probably profoundly the most seriously impacted and could be impacted. And I have no qualms in my mind that there will be more and more attempts to impact it. The concern we have in the sector is that it could be multifaceted. It could be for so many different reasons. It could be geopolitical. It could be for ransom. It could be even ideological. People would like to make their viewpoints on energy, for example, or choice of energy, and they could use these attacks as a mean to get their viewpoint being resonate around the world. You don't know, you're dealing with ghosts, and you are also dealing with softwares that changes. I was trying to find something to make it similar, to see if I can use maybe the idea of virus. You know, viruses evolve, so as these softwares evolve. The difference between viruses is that virus evolves genetically with its own making, and the other side, no, it's human that develop it and scale it. And so you are also dealing with something that changes, and you have to make sure that you have the, I would call it preemptive and preventive capabilities and attentiveness to ensure that as these things evolve, you are there preemptively challenging them and making sure that you have the system that you could shut down, could relate to the threat. And the other scarier part is a system, energy system like Saudi Arabia, which encompasses oil, gas, refining, chemicals, power sector, distribution, transmission, pipelines, and vendors, because they can come through vendors too. Whatever you need to do is to upgrade the whole system and the whole ecosystem to make sure that you're ready, you're prepared, and you have the right people equipped to mitigate and preempt any attacks that may come your way. There is another twist to it, if I may, just to make sure that people can scale up to the concern that we have, is that you are fundamentally also, if not the main, you are the biggest exporter of oil. You are also exporter of so many things. We want to become an exporter of electricity. We have a future, a big future in that regard. We will have a big future when it comes to hydrogen export. So we cannot afford being exposed today or tomorrow to attacks like this without being very well equipped to attend to them.
Is currently Saudi Arabia ready for any cyber attack from whatever is coming?
I'm a very modest person. I cannot proclaim victory before getting victory. But you know what is important is that we should not be in a race with each other, competing on which country has the right capabilities to defend for its own self. I think this forum makes more the point that cyber attack is a collective danger that has to be attended to collectively, and there has to be a codification to how the world, governments, participants, those who are interested, industries, every industry, should collaborate in bringing an end to this challenge, because without sharing knowledge, without sharing capabilities, and without congregating to the principle that whatever it is, we have to collectively fight cyber attacks and those who use it for their own purposes, regardless of what the purpose. I think we're not doing the right thing. I think we just have to make it like a cause for all of us. The world congregated in fighting COVID. The world need to congregate to fight cyber attacks.
So when we talk about a potential cyber attack on Saudi Arabia or on the energy sector, it's not a Saudi Arabia problem alone, it's not a local problem. Is it an international issue?
It is both. I take great deal of honor to say that Saudi Arabia was ranked number 2. I'm trying to remember the institution, but it is number 2 when it comes to its measures taken globally, number 2 in its measures taken to attend to this thing. Does this make us sit and relax, enjoy and bask and you know, on this glowing recognition? No, because we could lose sight and we could lose momentum and we could be challenged. You know, even by the fact that you became number 2 in the ranking, you could actually be challenged by saying, okay, we will show them how can we put them down. I think we have a big stake as part of our energy security endeavor is to assure our clients that whatever happens, you know, we've been exposed to 2 different experiences, and they both almost led to a challenging situation. Back in 2012, Aramco was attacked. Luckily, we had 2 systems and contingencies that saved the day.
It was a cyber attack.
Yes, it was a cyber attack. In September 14th, we were attacked by rockets and drones, and they made the same impact. So people need to not to forget that cyber attack is a weapon. Cyber attack is using weapons that does not need army, It doesn't need drones. It doesn't need rockets. But the impact of it is humongous. I'll give you another example. Last year, Colonial Pipeline in the US. It was the main artery of oil products that goes from the southeast part of the US all the way to the northwest of the US. 3 million barrels that went gun-ho for probably the best part of my memory, helped me, best part of 2 weeks. The amount of disruption that was created as a result of that, and the amount of embezzlement that took place. And by the way, I want to caution people that it's not all embezzlement, because some, maybe I have a conspiratorial mind, but maybe people try to wrap it as being embezzling or...
So sometimes the reasons are political and they camouflage it by
they could wrap it and camouflage it as being, ransom seeking, things like that. But at the end of the day, they do the disrupt. They like to be clever about it and say, well, it's the bunch of, hooligans that do these things and what have you. You never know how it has been politically charged or politically motivated. And some actually, it would not be like more or less like a state-sponsored terrorism, but actually it could be ideologically. And ideological in any type of spectrum, both the left and right, they have probably a message to make. I would argue that there is an attack on a painting just a few days, splashing it with a paint of orange just to make a point about climate change, for example. But that's not similar to that, but I mean, it could be
street
ideological.
activism can become cyber activism. You mentioned 2 attacks.
It could be egotism too. It could be an egotism driven. A young group of people went to deliver that sense of achievement.
Yes.
By saying we have the technical competence and capability to disrupt X, Y, and Z.
And you mentioned 2 types of attacks: the cybersecurity attack and a conventional attack. And we're in the room with top minds in the cybersecurity realm. We're protected here by the top team of cybersecurity experts. But as a journalist, I find it hard sometimes to explain to the masses the cybersecurity risks. In a conventional war, when I used to cover wars on the ground, the front line is clear. The enemy is there and the army is here. In the cybersecurity realm, it could be a 23-year-old kid in a room, dark room with a machine, attacking for whatever reason. And you mentioned the virus. What's faster, the virus or us as human beings to be able to combat any virus or any cyber attack?
Well, I'll leave it for the expert, but viruses do come unannounced, and that's the problem. You don't know how these viruses would come, and so as cyber attack, they don't come.
But who's the enemy? Who's the enemy?
The enemy is, as I said, it could be anything. It could be, as you said, the young kid that wants to enhance his ego, and it could be a state-sponsored endeavor. What I'm trying to make sure of is that next year we will have a very exciting year, and I hope that we don't get into something of a cyber attack that may be disruptive. That's why we work with our NCA, with the ecosystem within the country, just to make sure that we give it our best shot of preparedness. I guess the best and first line of defense is you have to work a lot on your preventive measures, and you have to look at contingency of switching off your systems, work on different secondary approaches, but they are all preventive and preemptive as much as possible.
Mm-hmm. And how fast, like in the events of the cyber attacks you mentioned in the past, how fast was the recovery in the energy sector?
Lately, very fast, because I cannot divulge how we operate. That's for sure. But I'll give you a heads up. We have 24/7 people. Now, 24/7 people, not in the energy ministry, no. 24/7 people in every unit that is linked to the system. You know, just the last few days we had one utility, one electricity company, one electricity generating company, and they had a bit of a mishap. To us, that utility, if it doesn't quickly upgrade and improve, it might be disruptive to the whole system. Because it buys gas, because it interacts with the ministry, because it talks to the principal buyer. You know, once you have that weakest, if you could call it weak link, could be a mean to penetrate. Our concern is even much more amplified because we're dealing with thousands as a sector. We're dealing with thousands and thousands of vendors. And it could be a penetration point too.
Whoever wants to disrupt the energy sector worldwide would probably have an eye on Saudi Arabia as a very important country in that realm. Talk us through what has been done already and the future plans to safeguard energy security at the global level.
Saudi Arabia, we're doing our best, I believe. We need to be humbled also by the fact that it's been an endeavor over the last 4 or 5 years. But I believe that there is a permeating culture that we all need to work with each other and congregate on the best possible practices that can be available and made available. And this is the other thing, That's why, again, this forum and more of this forum should happen, because knowledge sharing should happen and it should be regulated. And again, I think there is an ethical conduct issue that needs to be attended to. There should be an international agreement where people can congregate around, and it makes it even mandatory for all countries to put whatever needed to mitigate this like terrorism. People need to meet the challenge of cyber attack, like how people try to meet terrorism attacks. It can never happen by a country. It cannot happen by diversity of experiences. I would have to argue that also in terrorism, in this place, we as Saudi Arabia put together a global effort in fighting and combating terrorism. So it is always good to be a Saudi when we are promoting things that can put people together, fighting and combating a challenge of common nature to all of us. Unless if some would like to prefer to have that supremacy for which then they want to condescend by saying, behave, otherwise we will not share with you this knowledge and what have you. And then you get into you border that, if I could call it the moral area of, are you there to protect the globe? Are you calling yourself an international citizen as a country? Or you want to cocoon yourself and do not share your knowledge with others, where they can also can be better equipped to cocoon themselves? You will find out that in the final analysis, people would need to approach this thing with a global, holistic approach. Goes from the small unit all the way to the bigger.
So when you talk about coordination, this type of coordination, yes, Saudi Arabia led on the fighting terrorism worldwide. When we talk about the potential cyber attacks or another cyber war possibly, You talk about coordination between governments only, or you want the private sector included? Who are we talking about?
It's all of the above. I think it's government, it's an international organization, it's governments, it's the industry. People need to share their experiences. People need to work hard in developing technologies, especially at least in the first stages of things, that you have these preventive measures which makes you reduce the potential impact, allow you to recover, and work on contingencies. What saved us so far is contingencies, because we disrupt and we activate contingencies, but the world cannot withstand 2-3 weeks or 4 weeks from no export of Saudi Arabia. The US economy could not have withstand 2 more weeks of no more movement of products, gasoline, diesel, and what have you, in the US for the best part of what could be the biggest, it is the biggest artery when it comes to movement of oil products in the US. And so on, and so on, and so on. And I'm sure the experiences will get worse and worse as we come.
Are you warning from certain imminent threats? Or they're always there in the cyber world?
These days, my market is low. I'm not liked at all because I'm too cautious. But what counts is that cautiousness pays off in the end of it. I hate to see people, they take things for granted. In life, there is nothing called taking things for granted. You sleep the night before, wanting to do this and that and this and that. You wake up, and you wake up with different realities that you never even thought of. So, as a state of mind, I'm always cautious, and I'm always humbled by the amount of creativeness, be it positive creativeness or negative creativeness, that is managing the world. It's totally disheartening that you see these people who are engaged in these activities, instead of using their talent, capabilities, competence into something worthwhile to bring benefit to the world. It's been actually, unfortunately, their capability are harnessed to bring, to be a wrongdoer, a bad doers to the world.
Your Royal Highness, before the time, I mean, this can go on, and we can talk about this endlessly, but I'm sure, like, as the world is witnessing some tough times when it comes to the energy sector and all of this.
You're telling me?
Well, I live in Europe. What reassurances can you give the world about Saudi Arabia's supply chain? The world needs to know if the energy sector is safe and well protected. What final words you would give?
See, this is the problem. I'm so worried that if I say a challenging thing, I say we shall solemnly swear that we will be the faithful supplier of the energy. People would whatever I would say now would trigger them to say, okay, we will challenge. So I'll stay the humble person, and I would not ask them to challenge us. I would ask them to go somewhere else. Of course, not in the region.
Worldwide. Before we wrap, to what extent the new generation is, versus the old generation, not only in Saudi Arabia, worldwide, they are ready for this cyber security challenges. When you prepare a conventional army for missiles and drones and attacks, when you prepare a country, we know the defense budget. But in the cyber world, how do you prepare a generation for a potential?
Look at the back here. These are our army. I have to say, I made women a cause for me. Look at how many women here as our true army.
I was also told that a stellar team of women put this program. I mean,
most of the team that works on cyber attack is cyber think is an IT in the ministry. Come on, I'll invite you to come over and see them.
They are Saudi women.
They're Saudi. Good chunk of them are Saudi women, and they're putting their hours and time. You see, I'm trying to be humble because I don't want to challenge those people. Because otherwise I would have said, I would have said, but I am so worried to have said, keep them coming. We'll be ready for them. And look at them, they are preserved, they are veiled, they're wearing hijabs, they're wearing all of the above. These things, brains cannot be contained by what we wear. But how you get your education, how you get your training, and how you stand up for your rights.
Any final words before we wrap?
God save the world from these attacks.
Thank you so much, Your Royal Highness. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we will begin the fireside chat. Distributed ledger technology, opportunity or obstacle. How governments can harness DLT for transparent, safe, and citizen-centric systems. Please welcome our speaker, Dr. Craig Wright, Chief Scientist, N-Chain, and our moderator, Ramia Faraj, Senior Producer and Presenter, Forbes Middle East.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us this afternoon once again. We are going to talk about distributed ledger technology, opportunity or obstacle. And as you know, I'm joined by Dr. Craig Wright. You may know him as the inventor of Bitcoin. Dr. Wright established N-Chain in 2015, where he is the chief scientist and where his ideas have led to several thousand patent applications. Thanks so much for being here with us today. Now, let's talk about your early inspiration and your inspiration throughout your career. What really inspired your interest in cryptology?
It goes back a long way. My grandfather actually worked under MacArthur as part of the Purple Project, which was like Enigma, but Japanese side. So I grew up with a grandfather who was a cryptographer and also communications and signal specialist. And I had an interest in the big problem of the internet, which was solving a lot of the security issues of integrity of data and micropayments. They were the two big things that needed to be solved.
So can you explain to our audience what distributed ledger technology is and how can companies really use this technology to their advantage?
So there's a lot of confusion about DLTs or blockchain. It's basically a public distributed ledger where a few nodes act to mirror the network state so that it can be recorded in multiple locations. It's not this idea that people have of thousands of nodes so that you have political dissent or anything like this. It is all so that you have a secure network where multiple different corporations, data centers, etc., maintain a complete log of all the information, and if one of them is attacked, there's an economic security model where effectively someone else will come in and replace that attacked network and provide the services because it's in their economic interest to do so.
And doesn't it happen sometimes that a company or a government is being attacked for several months or several years without their knowledge? And how does this technology mitigate that?
So one of the big problems in the past has been with the PKI and security infrastructure. Going back quite a few years now, we had the DigiNotar attack. That's still a problem. DigiNotar, for those who don't know, was one of the European PKI or certificate providers. They're the people who issue the certificates that give you that tick and secure connection for websites, banks, etc. Now, it was up to 5 years prior to the discovery where DigiNotar had been issuing certificates, including Microsoft signing certificates, and also Google and other email certificates. That led to the breaches of literally hundreds of thousands of sites around the world. That includes major ones such as US Treasury, NSA, and others. It involved the breach of many sites around the Middle East and many European government sites. And it was so insidious that the Iranian government had actually managed to compromise the Google systems, and a number of dissidents in Iran had been captured because of breaches to Google's email. So that was not detected until Google actually noticed problems with their email server.
And had distributed ledger technology been used in this instance, for how long would this cyber attack have continued?
It would be seconds if people were monitoring their system properly.
It would be seconds. So a difference between months and years and seconds.
Correct. So it would mean that you would have any notification of changes instantly broadcast to people monitoring things on the network. So if the change was meant to occur, then people would be able to authenticate that and say that this is an update. But any compromise that even occurred in those seconds could be reversed, and you would know exactly where the compromise occurred.
And can you explain to us how governments can use distributed ledger technology to secure critical national infrastructure?
So one of the big things that people don't understand is that as you scale blockchains, you get more and more secure. So if you take something like logging information, you can start writing that in a way that allows you to have all the file integrity, changes, etc. monitored. So if we're looking at something like the Kingdom could have their own data infrastructure securely encrypted with the hashes or indexes of those files all stored securely with every change that ever occurs. That would mean that you have a public ledger only putting up information that puts a hash. So no one can actually tell what's in that information. No one can breach that and reverse it to say these are the files that are owned. Simultaneously, all of that information can be secured and monitored with any changes, any access, any alterations being broadcast so that people in a select group will know exactly what has happened and when.
And what is the difference in cost? Earlier we were discussing the cost of cybersecurity, and it's in the $2, $3, $4, $5 trillion range. Nobody could put their finger on the exact number. How does this compare? Is it as expensive as creating cybersecurity in traditional ways?
Well, my goal sort of this decade is well, next year to get into the millions of transactions a second publicly, but by the end of the decade to get to in the order of 5 to 10 billion transactions a second on a public blockchain. And that will be at a cost of under 1,000th of a cent. Now, in a single transaction, you would be able to store with a binary tree structure the complete file makeup and logging information in that 10 minutes for that server. Right now, that's going to be stored using Tripwire or other similar systems. You have to have people go to the server, reload things, which adds complexity and time. But it also means saving information breaches and knowing when things have occurred instantly. So all of these savings sort of apply on one side, plus the cost of maintaining transaction integrity becomes next to nothing.
So if blockchain is this affordable compared to traditional cybersecurity methods, why aren't more governments using blockchain?
There's a lot of misinformation around Bitcoin, blockchain, etc. People have this belief that there's encryption in Bitcoin. Bitcoin's not encrypted at all. It uses digital signature algorithms and hashing algorithms, but it doesn't utilize the encryption functions. So whereas you have a integrity sort of layer that is maintained, you now can actually do things like recovering lost information and also protecting that if you're the owner. So a lot of the problem is misinformation. People are sold on this sort of tradable asset that is speculative and gambling. They're not being sold on the benefits, the data integrity, the use of transferring funds, the ability to have micropayments.
So people are focusing on the tokens and not necessarily the blockchains that correlate with those tokens.
Yeah, they're focused on trading and gambling. So what we have now is the phase of the internet in 96 to 98, where people were just running up domains and speculating on them. And there was a company, dogfood.com, that was once more valuable than Amazon, but it never sold anything. Because people thought, well, it has a domain name, dogfood.com, it must be valuable.
Would you say that all blockchains are created equal? We have the Ethereum blockchain, the Bitcoin blockchain. Well, I mean, there are hundreds, thousands of blockchains now. Are they all as effective?
No. The way to look at this would be, if you go back to the 1990s, we had hundreds of networks. We had CompuServe, we had NetNet, we have AOL before it was internet. We had all of these things competing with the internet. We had IBM had their own, Novell had their own. But what you could look at then is, why did they consolidate? So over time, a blockchain that scales massively will be the one that survives. So this is why my goal is to get into the billions of transactions a second. I want to be the sort of recording and indexing function for the entire internet.
And how many transactions are there per second as of now?
We can get into the hundreds of thousands of transactions a second as of now. With releases next year, it'll be in the millions.
And what would you say are the top 3 cybersecurity threats that we need to deal with at present?
The boring things. It is not maintaining logging and integrity, not having machines monitored or patched adequately, and not looking at the access policies that apply to a machine. So the things that go back 20, 30 years in history that we still haven't really addressed properly. Everyone talks about these things like quantum computers, but they're not really a threat. I mean, the bit that we heard about this morning, the 3 companies, none of them actually did anything that was bigger than a supercomputer. They simulated a supercomputer. I'm sorry, but I can simulate magic. It's called Harry Potter. And I can sit there and I can simulate doing spells on camera, but it's not actually doing spells. And I can simulate a supercomputer, but it's not a supercomputer. And we have got no closer to solving decoherence in quantum computers since the first one was tried in 1983 than now. So the boring old problems that no one addresses, have I maintained my logs? Have I got integrity of my information? Has my data changed? These are still big problems. So right now, the first thing attackers do, they delete your information, they get rid of logs, they cover their audit trail, and sometimes they make it like they've left a false trail so that they'll be on your system for 12 months, but they make it look like they've been there 6 months. So you think you've gotten rid of them, but they've left a back door. And these problems are there because we're not looking at the integrity of data.
So is it that simple, just changing our passwords?
I'd get rid of passwords altogether. We could have better forms of authentication using access tokens. And if we link those into a blockchain technology, then we'll have a record that is immutable and cannot ever be deleted of every time someone accessed, where, how, etc. So imagine you go to your machine and you get a record of every time you've accessed it, every time you've opened a file, and now you'll be able to look and go, no, I didn't ever access it from Korea. I'm in the UK. What? Yeah, and then you can start looking at what happened.
And how can existing technology be harnessed to remedy these issues?
So this is the promise of digital ledgers. They give you a time-based index of everything. So when you look at any file changes, you can now go back and compare them over time. You can see when something changed, why it changed, whether it's a valid update from Microsoft, whether it's a patch, whether someone has altered the system, and you could find the exact moment where a hacker got onto your system and start rectifying it.
Would you share with us some technologies or inventions that you feel are really needed as of now, but they don't really exist yet? And obviously we will exclude quantum computing because Dr. Craig believes that it will never come to the fore.
I think we need to start integrating technology so that we have a record on the blockchain and we link that to time. So we have things like IDS and system monitoring, but we link it to actually record all of the information in multiple locations so that we have a timestamp. Right now we have the ability to make that system. It's possible, but no one's running it. I've talked to, I got some friends who, like Shoaib, who invited me here from Boston Consulting, I've tried to talk to him about this, and he's starting to get the idea, which is good, because if he runs that out to his clients, they'll be more secure. If you can figure out when a breach occurred, then you can go and rectify all the damage, and that's part of the problem.
Let's go back to critical national infrastructure. Can you give us some examples of how governments have used DLT to secure critical national infrastructure?
So one of the areas I've been putting a lot of research effort into over the last few years is really taking the concept that Bitcoin was really a first trial at, which was making a scarce digital good. The traditional way of digital goods is you have a copy of a file and someone can make 1 million copies. So back when I used to work for Riyadh and like the copyright people, one of the things was trying to shut down all these people who were taking MP3s, video files, and making millions of copies of them around the world. What we can do, and some of the technology I've been developing, will be a provably scarce digital file. By that, I mean, if I copy this file, there is no way the original can exist. It means that there are provable forms of deletion, and not only deletion, but absolute destruction of the file, so that when you copy from one person to another, you can provably know that even the NSA will never have the original back from that other person. So if I was to give you a file, it would be provably recorded now that there is no way for me to ever access this. On top of that, when you add things like threshold signature technology, that would mean you can do things like adding conditions, such as we could have 6 of 9 people in an organization, say a security council, could have national security sort of protection over files. For this to be moved, copied, or altered or updated would mean that the group of people would need to agree completely, and there'd be no way for someone to break in and take that file without all of those people actually being engaged, or at least a consensus of the group.
Mm-hmm. But isn't it difficult to get an entire group of people to agree on something?
Sometimes yes, sometimes no. I mean, if we're talking about something that is in the national interest of a government, then getting a body of people from either the military, a security council, parliament, etc., to agree on something that is part of normal operational routine, it's not really that difficult. When you're doing something more difficult, then finding the consensus of people can be a problem. But that's why you set up the rights policies, etc., to have, well, not everyone always agree, but enough people agree.
In the Middle East, we have a variety of governments who operate in different ways, and some of them are embracing the digital transformation while others aren't thinking about the digital transformation. How can we encourage those that are lagging behind to do so?
What we have to think about is how we open up not only sort of access to government services, but access to trade and the ability to get educated to people around the world. Right now, part of the promise of a digital currency like Bitcoin is people in one country can now start working without leaving their country. They can form businesses. They can have micropayment systems where they can stay at home, not having to sell out to Silicon Valley at the end of the day. In the past, a part of the problem with digital has been the monetization of what you can do. So if you wanted to create something, you had to make something that was really ad-based or could be sold to an ad-based firm. You had to sell to Google or Facebook or Twitter. In the future, with micropayments, where you can earn fractions, potentially with consolidation, 1/1000th of a cent at a time, that means you can start forming businesses that have no linking to ads, no linking to the Silicon Valley model. That means you can have the traditional profit-based business again. Not, I want to get people just because I have people and I don't care about profitability. We can go back to the old-fashioned way of doing proper business, where it's not just speculation, where it's actually building something. And when you do that, someone could stay here in the kingdom, build an application that is used globally, and have people access it. Not have to go with this idea of, I'm going to make an app that they're going to buy. Because if you start thinking about it, when you make something so that people will buy you, do you really want to make something so that people will buy you? And that's the model Facebook has taught us. I want to be bought. I want to be bought. That sounds like slavery to me. I want to make something so that I can run my own business, so that if people don't like me, I keep doing my business and I keep earning money. If people don't agree with me, it doesn't matter. If I have enough consumer base that wants to use my product, I can be wherever I want in the world, and I can start creating something that if those people keep paying me for using it, I'll keep earning.
You know, many central banks in this region are actually perhaps going to embrace digital currencies. What is your thought on the future of digital currencies for central banks?
I think in this region particularly, this is a really important area. I actually do a lot of study of history and even Islamic culture and finance. I'm doing a master's degree on that at the moment. And the history of this region is very interesting. I mean, the British first came in here and used the Arab regions really to destabilize the Ottoman Empire. Now we have the Americans want to destabilize the region because they don't want to see another hegemonic power that will ever compete with them. So in the future, we can see the development of trade and commerce between areas such as the Middle East without anyone being able to tell you what to do. It would be remarkable to see different banks and industries from the kingdom to Oman, Bahrain, the different Emirates, etc., all agreeing and being able to trade independently globally without having to go through SWIFT or any other controls that, well, the Americans basically want to tell you that that's how you have to deal right now. So I'd love to see people in this country starting to open up again to Northern Africa, South Saharan Africa, to build trade relationships that don't have to rely on China and America, but use all of the benefits of the financial wealth that already exists in this country to open up really what in this region between 900 and 1200 was the golden age, the birth of philosophy and mathematics around the world, again, through dissemination of trade. As trade spread around the world through this region, so did knowledge. And that's the thing. When we talk to each other, when we engage with each other, we start to learn and be open to new ideas. And those new ideas in the past led to advances in algebra and other forms of mathematics that really we're relying on now.
So central bank digital currencies could facilitate this type of increased regional trade.
Correct. So once we have these central bank digital currencies operating at very, very low amounts, not just sort of fractions of a fraction of a penny, but even below that, then we open up all sorts of new opportunities for people around the world. I remember years ago now, 5 or 6 years ago, I was in Rwanda again. And when you walk around markets, you still see people selling individual matches because the wealth is low. So if you're selling matches, you can't do that on M-Pesa or other digital forms at the moment, or you can't do it on a credit card, because if you're paying someone 30 cents every transaction, it makes it infeasible. But if you're paying them 1,000th of a cent for a transaction, you can actually now sell digital matches. You can start selling fish from a distance. You can start trading. You can start selling coffee futures. You can do all sorts of things that open up new opportunities. And on top of that, we can even open up new ways of doing charity and real work. So we can invest in things that help the world. One of these is trees. People talk about forests. There's a 2.5% of the wealth in many of the people that has to be invested every year in this region. Imagine buying forests tree by tree, now owning them, having them digitally controlled, paying the native people in that area money to not leave, but to stay there and maintain the environment they understand. That can be done with micropayments. So we open up new opportunities, not of global conglomerates like Google, but of people all around the world able to interact directly.
And to have their own control over their finances.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Dr. Craig Wright, and thank you to our audience. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we will begin the fireside chat. Cooperation as an imperative to tackle cybercrime, conceiving proactive and effective frameworks for international cooperation against cybercrime in a borderless space. Please welcome our speaker, Major General Dr. Ahmed Nasser al-Raisi, President, Interpol, and our moderator, Rima Maktabi, Senior Anchor, Al Arabiya News Channel.
السلام عليكم. مساكم الله بالخير.
اهلا وسهلا فيكم من جديد. بعد الغداء بنتامل انه الكل يكون صار جاهز ل another interesting talk مع دكتور احمد اللواء دكتور احمد الرئيسي رئيس المنظمه الدوليه للشرطه الجنائيه الانتربول. اهلا فيك بهالجلسه الحواريه وبهالمؤتمر. عندك باع طويل وتجربة طويلة بالعمل الشرطي، 4 عقود، ما بعرف إذا فضحت السنوات والعمر، ولكن التجربة مقدرة بهالجانب. هل ممكن أن تسلط الضوء على المساحة اللي يتقاطع فيها مجال إنفاذ القانون أو اللو انفورسمنت مع الجريمة الإلكترونية؟
مساكم الله بالخير جميعا. اليوم أنا حقيقة سعيد جدا أني أتواجد في هذا المنتدى برؤية حكيمة من حكومة المملكة، وأيضا أهني القائمين على هذا المنتدى بالنجاح الكبير حقيقة والحضور المميز. اليوم احنا تواجدنا وتنوع هذا اللي موجود في هذه القاعة هو أكبر نجاح لنا جميعا لمحاربة هذه الجريمة يعني اللي أصبحت تتصدر المشهد في العالم. كرست يعني حياتي في العمل الشرطي 40 عام مثل ما تفضلتي، كان في إنفاذ القانون، في مجال إنفاذ القانون، وكذلك معظم هذا الوقت كان في التحول الذكي والتحول الرقمي في دولة الإمارات، في شرطة دولة الإمارات، وكانت بتوجيهات أيضا والرؤية الحكيمة لقيادتنا. وما في شك اليوم يعني بعد هذه السنين من الخبرة حبيت أيضا أنقل هذه التجربة إلى هاي المنظمة العريقة بعد اختياري العام الماضي كأول رئيس عربي لهذه المنظمة اللي فيها 195 دولة كعضو دول أعضاء على من 100 عام منذ أن تأسست في 1923. هذه أول مرة يترأسها عربي ومن هذه المنطقة. اليوم تجربتي الماضية في العمل الشرطي في التحول الذكي، ما في شك أن اليوم هذا اللي خلاني أيضا يكون عندي من أول استراتيجياتي في المنظمة أن يعني أضع أولوية، وهو الجريمة السبرانية، وكيف أقدر أخلي ال 195 دولة العضو اللي هي يعني لا يمكن أن نترك أحد منها متخلف عن الركب، وكذلك أن يكون عندهم أيضا أنظمة وعندهم قدرات من كفاءات تستطيع أن ليس فقط أن تكون تستجيب لهذه الجرائم وهذه الهجوم السيبراني عليهم، ولكن تكون في استباقية.
لكن يعني هكذا أنواع، أنت تتحدث عن 195 دولة. المواجهة السيبرانية تحتاج للأدمغة وللتكنولوجيا، ليست كل هذه الدول لديها كل هذه القدرات، فدولة ضعيفة من ضمن المنظومة الأمنية هل تؤثر على كل المنظومة؟
ما في شك نحن اليوم يمكن نقول أن التقنية وأيضا العقول هذه شيء مهم، ولكن احنا اليوم يمكن سمعنا في كثير من الكلمات المميزة حقيقة اللي سمعتها من صباح اليوم من كل الخبرات من الوزراء. الحديث هو كله عن يعني يركز كل واحد عن وطنه أو عن بلد معين أو عن قطاع معين، ولكن لما ترى أن العالم كله اليوم أصبح قرية بوجود هذا الفضاء الواسع من الإنترنت، هذا فتح مجال كبير حقيقة لكل العمليات الإجرامية في الهجوم السيبراني. وجود تعاون دولي، وجود تنسيق، وخاصة اليوم عندنا في المنظمة 195 دولة مثل ما تفضلتي. هاي ال 195 دولة لديها مكاتب إقليمية ولديها مكاتب أيضا موجودة في دولها مرتبطة ارتباط مباشر بالمنظمة بخطوط أيضا مؤمنة، وعندنا أيضا السحابة الخاصة بالمنظمة. هذا يجعلها أيضا متواصلة، تستطيع أن تستقي المعلومات، وأيضا يعني المعلومات المهمة في الجرائم السيبرانية بالذات.
ولكن عمر المنظمة 100 عام، ستحتفلون بالاحتفال ال100 عام للإنتربول.
نعم.
منظمة كونفنشنال يعني تقليدية من أعرق المنظمات الشرطية بالعالم، ولكن هل لديها القدرة على مواكبة العصر وتحديدا التهديدات السيبرانية العالمية؟ يعني هذا يحتاج تدريب، هذا يحتاج يعني أهم شرطي أحيانا أو أهم جيش لا يقف أمام شخص صغير بالعمر مع كمبيوتر قادر يخرق سيستم سيبراني بأتاك سيبراني.
نحن عندنا في 2014 أطلقنا اللي هي المركز الابتكار في سنغافورة، وهو التابع للمنظمة. في هذا المركز هناك يعني عندنا بناء قدرات موجود في هذا المركز. كذلك عندنا مركز أيضا وحدة متخصصة للسايبر كرايم أو الجرائم السيبرانية يرأسها جريج، هنا موجود عندنا في هذه القاعة. ممكن you can stand up so they can see you in case anyone want to coordinate or to هو حقيقة موجود هنا. باستطاعتنا أيضا نتعاون مع أي جهة لخلق سبل من التنسيق. نجاح التقليل من الجرائم السيبرانية هو بالتعاون وبالتنسيق وبالمعلومة.
ولكن قد تحمي دولة ما نفسها وتقول أنا جهزت نفسي بما يكفي من أي هجوم سيبراني. أنت تتحدث عن تعاون، يعني لماذا تحتاج دولة ما للتعاون مع باقي الدول؟ يعني صاحب سمو الملكي قبل الأمير عبد العزيز تحدث أيضا عن دول تبحث عن السوبريمسي أو الهيمنة بعالم السيبرانية، يعني للدول مصالح أيضا بالهيمنة.
ما في شك أن احنا اليوم إذا أنا عندي معلومة يمكن هذه الجريمة بتقع في دولة أخرى، بتقع في قارة أخرى، اليوم المعلومات هذه ضرورية لدول أخرى تكون موجودة. فلما تكون عندنا قاعدة لتبادل المعلومات، وحتى لو لم يكن هناك علاقة دبلوماسية، يعني بعض الدول ما فيها بينها وبين علاقات دبلوماسية، ولكن تبادل المعلومة مهم لحماية المواطنين والمقيمين والشركات والمجتمع بشكل عام، حمايته من هذه الآفة اللي بدأت تنتشر بشكل كبير حقيقة، وبدأت تزيد يعني سنة عن سنة، وخاصة وقت الجائحة يعني كان في نمو كبير حقيقة في هذا الجانب. أنا أتذكر بعض التقارير اللي طلعت منها العام الماضي فقط إلى دول العالم، 300 تقرير في جرائم سيبرانية بتقع في دول. وللأسف يعني هذه أحد الملاحظات حقيقة اللي يجب نحطها في الاعتبار، أن من هاي 300 تقريبا فقط 30% اللي تم أخذ إجراءات عليها، بمعنى أن ما يقارب 70% من هذه الجرائم نفذت وتحققت دون أن يكون في تعاون أو إجراء يتخذ من الدول اللي
طيب
رفع
كيف
لها
يمكن الردع؟ يعني كيف تعمل الانتربول على ردع هذه الجرائم؟
احنا طبعا
وعندك ارقام مهمه جدا يعني.
نعم، نحن اليوم اذا بتحدث عن الدور اللي نحن بنقوم فيه، يعني بعد شهر تقريبا عندنا اجتماع لكل مكاتب الانتربول الموجوده في العالم، يجتمعون تنعرض عليهم الاستراتيجيه الخاصه بالسايبر بالجرائم السبرانيه، يتم عمليه تنسيق، نحثهم في الجمعيه العموميه، في الاجتماعات باستمرار، في الفورم مثل هذه اللي موجوده اليوم، نحثهم على التعاون، نحثهم على تبادل المعلومات، نحثهم على ان هذه المعلومه ما تخصك انت فقط، هناك معلومه تاثر على العالم اجمع.
طيب كيف يمكن استهداف مجرمي الانترنت؟ كيف تصل انت كمنظمه الانتربول كرئيس على هذه المنظمه وعندك جهاز من اهم الاجهزه في العالم، كيف تصل لهذا المجرم وكيف ننتقل من العالم الفيرتشوال إلى إنفاذ القانون بدولة ما؟ يعني
احنا عندنا الأدوات، عندنا الشركاء، أنا مثل ما سبق أن ذكرت اليوم وجود قطاع خاص قطاع عام رجال إنفاذ قانون موجود عندنا في هذه المنظمة، شراكات مع القطاع الخاص، عندنا معلومات استخباراتية عن هذه الجرائم، لما يتحقق ونحقق نعرف الهدف اللي قام بهذه العملية، من خلال أيضا عمليات تقام في بالتعاون مع الانتربول مع هذه الدول، يتم إصدار النشرات الحمراء التي تعمم على مستوى العالم، وهنا يبقى دور الشرطة في دولهم أن يتم ضبط هذا المجرم وأيضا تسليمه للدولة اللي طالب فيه. احنا لما نتكلم عن عمليات صارت عمليات كبيره، انا يعني بتكلم عنها لاحقا
اذا امكن التحدث
يعني
عنها،
اليوم
يعني اللي هي نوع من امثله على التعاون الدولي اللي بيصير بهذا المجال.
يعني هذا انا بذكر عمليه، نحن في السنه هذه في 2022 قمنا ب 28 عمليه، ولكن بذكر احد العمليات الكبيره حقيقه اللي مؤثره، وكانت في 79 دوله. 79 دولة. لا يمكن أن يتحقق عمل من هذا النوع ما لم يكن في منظمة أو جهة تستطيع أن تنسق هذا العمل. 79 دولة تم ضبط ما يقارب أو مداهمة 1770 مركز اتصال، والقبض على 3000 مشتبه به، و2000 أيضا من أوبريترز المتخصصين في التزوير، وتم تجميد 4000 حساب بنكي.
بأي منطقة بالعالم؟
هذه في 79 دولة هذه،
وما فينا نسميهم.
يعني في آسيا، أغلب المناطق في آسيا، ولكن أيضا في أفريقيا وفي دول العالم كلها تصير، لأن مثل ما سبق أن ذكرت هذه الجريمة ليست محصورة على حدود. احنا من بدخلنا الفضاء الانترنت اصبح العالم مفتوح لكل الجرائم اللي يمكن يعني يقوموا بها، وهذه شجعت الشبكات الإجرامية، وجدت يعني أرض خصبة لتحقيق أهدافهم.
ونحن نتحدث عن كل أنواع الجرائم، يعني لا نتحدث فقط عن التهديدات الإرهابية، أليس كذلك؟
أكيد
يعني
نعم. نحن عندنا اليوم لما تتكلم أنت عن الجريمة السبرانية، أنت تتكلم عن الاعتداء على الطفل، تتكلم عن غسيل الأموال، عن طلب الفدية، عن التزوير، عن الاحتيال، هذه كلها تدخل في هذا الجانب، وغيرها من الجرائم حقيقة اللي المقلقة للعالم أجمع. ولما نشوف اليوم التأثير العالمي على على المجتمع، اليوم هذا صار فيه تحول في الاقتصاد العالمي،
إذا فينا نحكي بالأرقام لأنه مهمة، مثلا بوحدة من المعلومات اللي عم بقراها هناك يعني grow by 15% per year بالجلوبال سايبر كرايم.
صحيح. نحن عندنا أرقام تشير إلى أن في عام 2015 كان الخسائر المتحققها السايبر الجرائم السبرانية 3 مليار تريليون. في عام 2021 وصلت إلى 6 تريليون دولار. متوقع أن تصل إلى 10.5 في 2025 بزيادة 15%. هذا الرقم يعادل الكوارث الطبيعية اللي تصير في عام أكثر من الكوارث الطبيعية، بالإضافة للأرباح اللي حققوها تجار المخدرات على مستوى العالم، جميع أنواع المخدرات. يعني لو جمعنا هالاثنين يزيد عنها، ولو قسناها بمقياس اقتصاد الدول لنجد أن هذا اقتصاد دولة يأتي بعد الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية والصين. أرقام مخيفة، أرقام إلى اليوم نحن ما قادرين نحقق جزء بسيط من تخفيضها، لأن الرقم اللي حققناه في الفترة الماضية كان 1% من ضبط لهذه الأموال والمبالغ اللي يعني اختطفت من المجتمع من العالم.
نعم.
1% ماذا يعني؟ يعني أن 99% من هذه الأموال من اللي بيكون 10 تريليون بيكون في إيد المجرمين.
كم شخص بالقاعة تعرض لهاك أو embezzlement على البنك النظام البنكي أو انسرق منه أموال؟ إذا ممكن رفع الأيدي إذا بناخذ هيك indication. أنا منهم صراحة ببريطانيا تم سحب أموال من حسابي من هاكر. بنلاقي فيه كثير أيادي. إلى أي مدى في قدرة على استرجاع هذه الأموال؟ يعني أوكي في الانشورنسز والتأمينات، ولكن بتبقى أحيانا الأمور معلقة، ما بنعرف مين الجاني.
احنا نقول للعالم،
هل دائما تعرفون من هو المجرم بموضوع الاتاكس السايبريانية؟
احنا نقول للعالم أنا بعرف هذا الشخص يمكن يسويها هنا ويسويها في دولة أخرى. احنا نقول للعالم أجمع عندكم منصة عالمية موجودة، منصة عالمية موجودة، أنتم أعضاء فيها، أنتم مساهمين فيها، أنتم كونتريبيوترز في هذه المنظمة، هذه منظمتكم، يجب أن تشارك بالمعلومات اللي عندك عشان يستفيدها منها الآخرين.
ولكن في توجس من هذا الموضوع دائما، يعني العالم رايح خاصة للانكلوجن للسكلوجن، يعني كل المجتمع الدولي بموضوع الداتا بروتكشن، انه حماية البيانات، هذا ينسحب من الفرد على الدول. فكيف يمكن أن تقنع دولة ما للمشاركة بالمعلومات؟
لا، احنا نقول أن منظمة الشرطة الجنائية الدولية الانتربول منظمة محايدة، ما عندها أي أهداف سياسية. نحن منظمة شرطية نعمل لأجل المجتمع، نعمل لأجل الاقتصاد العالم، نعمل لأجل حماية الأفراد والممتلكات من الناس المسيئين في هذا المجتمع. اليوم وجود هذه المنصة العالمية هذه فرصة لنا، فرصة أن نشارك بالمعلومات. المنظمة عندها 19 قاعدة بيانات، لا توجد منظمة في العالم تملك هذا الحجم من البيانات، من البصمات، من الأشياء المسروقة، من السيارات المسروقة، من الآثار، من الأسلحة. يعني مجرد استخدامك لقاعدة البيانات هذه تستطيع أن تبني قضية معينة عندك ببياناتها، وأيضا تشارك فيها الآخرين.
knowledge is power.
نعم.
ولديكم هذه القوة. السؤال هون لما تتحدث عن تبادل المعلومات، هل تتحدث على مستوى الوزارات الداخلية والحكومات، أم أنت أيضا بحاجة للقطاع الخاص؟
احنا ما في شك اليوم، ما اعتقد العالم كله يشتغل بدون القطاع الخاص، والقطاع الخاص أيضا يملك جزء رئيسي من المعلومات اللي نحن نحتاج لها.
لأنه النظام المصرفي من أكثر الأنظمة تارجت، يعني عرضة لهذه
وأبشرك نحن عندنا في المنظمة عندنا شراكات واضحة وكبيرة مع أكبر قطاعات سواء المصرفية أو في الأنظمة في السيبرانية أو في شركات الاتصال عندنا يعني تواصل وتنسيق، وهذا اللي ينجح عملياتنا، مثل عملية الفيرست لايت اللي تكلمت عنها، اللي فيها أكثر من 1770 مداهمة وأكثر من 5000 متهم، والملايين هذه 50 مليون دولار يمكن من اللي أيضا تم ضبطها في هذه القضية وغيرها من القضايا. احنا نتكلم دائما عن يعني أقل عملية نقومها يمكن 40 دولة فيها. هذه ما في يعني أنا جست بتكلم يعني أبغى بس الحضور يتخيلون وجود العالم بدون الانتربول. للأمانة كيف بيكون وضعنا؟ يعني نحن بهذه المعلومات وبهذا الكم من القدرات اللي عندنا وسعينا الدائم ان نحن نحقق اهداف الاجهزه الامنيه واجهزه تنفيذ هذا القانون.
طبعا، لكن هناك رؤيه ايضا للانتربول انه دوره، يعني عندما ياتي الموضوع للتنفيذ احيانا هناك ربما جاب او فجوه بين تنفيذ او انفاذ القانون واي معلومات تقدمها الانتربول او قرارات. بموضوع كمان بدي اسالك عنه، وصلتوا على الميتافيرس؟
نعم.
هل نحن بحاجه للشرطه بالميتافيرس؟
اكيد.
والانتربول تحديدا؟
احنا نرى، وهذه يعني انا بتكلم عنها لاني منذ توليت بعد برجع الى 40 سنه اللي قضيتها الشرطه.
خلفيتك ايضا بالاي تي كمان.
يعني استطعت بالعمل مع اخواني في اجهزه الشرطه في الامارات ان نكون امن دوله في العالم، ليس بتقديرنا ولكن بتقدير منظمات دوليه. فلما اصل لهذا المستوى انا اسعى ان ينقل هذه التجربه الى دول العالم من خلال ترأسي لهذه المنظمه العريقه. عندما اشوف ان في اجرام، نعم، بس يجب ان اكون انا خطوتين امام متقدم عن هذه المجرمين. كيف؟ بالتقنيات. الميتافيرس احد الاشياء اللي اطلقناها في نيودلهي في الجمعيه العموميه امام الدول الاعضاء، وايضا الارتفيشال في الذكاء الاصطناعي في الاشياء الاخرى.
يعني اصبح الانتربول على الميتافيرس.
اكيد احنا نبغى نكون متقدمين، واطلقناها وسميناها ميتافيرس الانتربول.
سؤال اخير قبل ما انهي هيدا الحوار اللي ما بينتهي، عندي بعد كثير اسئله. هو مسابقه مع من يملك التقنيات الاكثر تطورا. هل الانتربول تملك هذه التقنيات؟ لانه نعرف مصدرها ونعرف ايضا اين موجود the most developed computers and technology and softwares. هل الانتربول لديها access او يعني وصول الى هذه التقنيات؟
انا برجع الى هذا الموضوع. نحن يعني موضوع الخبره السابقه، واللي من بديت يعني وضعت استراتيجيه من اطلقتها في اسطنبول عند انتخابي كرئيس. احد الاستراتيجيات اللي تكلمت عنها هي التحول الذكي لهذه المنظمه. وبالفعل عندنا الامكانيات وعندنا التقنيات وعندنا العقول. اللي يميزنا عندنا عقول من العالم اجمع. في مركز الابتكار في المنظمه الدايفرسيتي والتنوع هذا اللي موجود هو اللي يعطينا القوه. واستخدام التقنيات الحديثه ما في شك انه يساعد. اليوم اطلقنا ايضا في قبل شهر كنت في سنغافوره، واطلقنا الموبايل، استخدام الهواتف النقاله للتعرف على الاشخاص المطلوبين وايضا السيارات المطلوبه.
كيف يعني؟
يعني عندي الهاتف البسيط، انا ما استخدمنا، احنا ما سعينا على اساس ما نحط ايضا تكلفه عاليه على الدول. الهاتف سامسونج او هواوي او اي تليفون من التليفونات اندرويد او الايفون، تقدر تصور البصمه، وفي نفس الوقت الشرطي الموجود في اي مكان في العالم يستطيع ان يعرف هذا الشخص مطلوب باستخدام السحابه اللي موجوده الخاصه بنا نحن في الكلاود الخاصه بالانتربول.
عم فكر ارجع للنوكيا القديم، بتعرفوا لهيدا
نعم. لا احنا حتى لو رجعتي للنوكيا بنكون سابقينك بخطوه.
ما عندي شك. شكرا كثير. ما بعرف اذا في كلمه اخيره بتحب تقولها بالدقيقه الاخيره لهالحوار.
كلمه اخيره، انا احب ان التعاون هو سبب نجاحنا. وجودنا اليوم في المملكه بهذه الرؤيه الحكيمه بوجود هذه النظرة والرؤية الواضحة ومعرفة أن هناك تهديدات كبيرة حقيقة تواجهنا جميعا،
نعم،
وتجمعنا تحت سقف واحد، هذا المطلوب وهذا اللي نحتاجه. نجاحنا وقوتنا بتنوعنا وبتواجدنا مع بعض ايد واحده.
شكرا جزيلا لك سعادة اللواء الدكتور أحمد الريسي رئيس المنظمة الدولية للشرطة الجنائية الانتربول. شكرا لك.
مشكورين جميعا استماعكم.
Thank you.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we will begin the panel discussion, the cybersecurity market, analyzing the sustainability of growth in the global cybersecurity market. Please welcome our panelists. Sheikh Salman bin Mohammed Al Khalifa, CEO of National Cybersecurity Center, Bahrain. Eugene Kaspersky, CEO, Kaspersky Lab. Fahad Al-Jtaili, CEO, Sirar by STC. And our moderator, Rawan Ridwan, Deputy Section Editor, Arab News.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for coming. So we're looking at numbers here. The cybersecurity market is increasing. We're talking numbers. If we're talking 12 to 13% increase annually. In 2030, the market was valued at $197 billion, and in 2030, it's expected to reach 478 billions. We had a conversation earlier behind the scenes, and we are saying that the numbers are not as what we think they are. During COVID, we saw an increase by 30% as well. So let's get right to it. Instead of a question, I'd like to start off with a request. What were the most noteworthy trends of 2022, in your opinion, Your Excellency?
So one of the most interesting trends to me was identity threat detection and response. So it's a tool that helps us protect identity. And the world is now shifting. It's shifting from the traditional castle and moat, and I trust everything inside my parameters, and moving towards something called zero trust, where you trust nothing in your network unless you know who they are and they have the privilege. So everything is now focused now on identity, and identity as you go along, entering into the network and getting the information will validate your identity. So what happens if identity is stolen? So we need to make sure that we protect identity and ensure that zero trust can function and be successful in defending our networks.
Eugene?
Yeah. What do we see in 2022? Actually, the same, speaking three different points. Cyber threats, cybercrime, industry, and global behavior of customers and states. So speaking about cybercrime, it's the same that actually we were expecting in the past. So there are more and more highly professional cyber gangs which are able to develop more and more very complicated cyber threats. It's very hard to fight with them. And at the same time, they are shifting, well, not shifting, they are expanding. So they're expanding from attacks on consumers, enterprise, and now on the industrial sector. Attacks not just office networks in the industrial companies, but attacks also the SCADA, the physical systems. Not many successful attacks, hopefully, but unfortunately, speaking about, well, we have statistics from last year, 2021 compared to 2020. So we had 50% increase of reports of hackers attacks from industrial sector. I'm afraid this year will be the same. So it's a highly, rapidly increasing number of attacks on the physical system, on the SCADA networks. Second, the industry. The industry is getting stronger. So there are new concepts of the security for infrastructure, critical infrastructure, secure by design concept, and actually new technologies. And I am optimistic, so we will handle that, I'm sure. And the behavior, changing behavior of the states, there are more and more demand on having the infrastructure and data, keep it in-house within the national borders, having the national data centers in the country or maybe in a region, and more states they recognize the data, cyber data, as part of critical infrastructure.
Well, as the CEO of the lab, I'm sure you have a lot to give us. Fahad, I think we have a lot to comment on here. So what's the latest trends for 2022 in your opinion?
Yeah, sure. First of all, thank you, Rawan. مساكم الله بالخير. ونمسي على معاليكم الله يعطيكم الف عافيه for this great event really اللي bring the whole world to the kingdom for the cybersecurity. The trend we are seeing multiple trends. Like for us, one of the important trends that we are seeing it today that is happening, and it's too related to the cyber economics, which is one of the main pillars of this event about rethinking about the global cybersecurity order. The trend that we are seeing it is the adaptation today that is happening by the cyber crime for the new economic business models. What do we mean by that is today there is a revolution that is happening in the cyber crime industry, and I can quote it as an industry. Today the cyber crime industry is so organized, and they are applying the new economic models as I have mentioned. We know in the emerging technology like the cloud, and the value of the cloud where they are offering the X as a service. Today the cyber attacks, it's being offered as a service. So there is a huge evolution in that part. For sure, this will bring more challenges. And these challenges, we start seeing the outcome of it. So the cyber criminal, the professional cyber criminal and the expert, they start building their capabilities as a services. And they start offering it to the market, to the black market, where the non-experts, and they have the different intention to initiate attacks for their objectives, financial or disruption or whatever, they are using this platform. So it becomes like an economics for them. The experts with the services, so they are initiating the attack through that one. And I believe the raise that we are seeing it in the number of attacks from last year or the previous years to this year is an exponential increase in the number of attacks that we are seeing it. Today we are not talking about just a double digit of increase in the cyber attack. We are seeing a triple digit and more even. It's a kind of exponential. Why? Because the platforms that has been prepared for them to initiate the attack and make it easy for them, it's there, it's available, it's easy to get. And even with that, I will give an example really, because we know all of us, we are in the industry of the cybersecurity. The ransomware today is one of the most easy attack and harmful attack that has been initiated in the world. And like a previous year or the year before, there was an attack every 40 seconds. Today we are talking about a ransomware attack that is being initiated every 11 seconds. So that is a huge increase for initiating such type of attacks. And also, I would say it's a strange things, but this is the nature of an industry that is revoluting itself, which is the cybercrime industry. Now, if you will go to the dark web, you will see they are offering their services with a customer experience, with a customer support, and also they are offering discounts, and also they have a loyalty program to use their platforms.
It's an industry
so
indeed.
This is a kind of, a trend that is happening now, and I think such type of a platform, which is this event to rethink about the global cyber security order, is very important, to give the recall, the wake-up call, where we need to think how we can handle such type of a trends that is happening in the market.
Well, the key word so far that I'm hearing is an increase, increase, increase. And we're talking about rapid growth here. Your Excellency, I'd like to ask you this question. With the rapid growth of the cybersecurity market in the private sector, it has a unique benefit. It has unique benefits for entities that are looking to strengthen their security systems. But it also presents a set of challenges. What is the correct balance here? And in your opinion, please, could you tell us between enforcing regulations and supporting innovations in this domain? Where is the balance, and what are the policies to sustain them, please?
So seeing, as you said, growth in attacks is typical. We've seen the sectors continually increase in their digital economic transformation. So we've seen government change services and become more digital, private sector become more digital. So we've got telecom going the digital route, and banking going digital. And we're going to start seeing SMEs going into digital services. Now, SMEs are very price sensitive, and that's where the opportunity lies for service providers and delivering cybersecurity services and innovative services at a good price point. But how do you know that they're not selling snake oil? I've seen situations where we've gone into a particular company and we had to monitor them in parallel with a private sector company. An attack has happened, and we responded to that attack, resolved the issue, and we went back to the cybersecurity company and said, how come you didn't respond? And they said, respond to what? They did not know there was an actual attack. Upon investigation, the company has incompetent employees.
Okay.
The tools that are put in place are substandard, and there are no playbooks and no procedures. So what we have is a sector that is varied, from good companies that deliver excellent services and weaker low-cost companies. And that's, I think, the role of government and the role of policies, is the regulations need to be in place for an organization and empower that organization to assure that service, to measure that service, and certify that service. And regulation, as we all know, takes time. So that organization can quickly respond to changes in cyber threats and ensure those service providers can protect and even innovate and make sure they deliver on what they speak. So I think enabling the assurance through regulation, but having the agility of a regulatory board or an assurance board that can certify services without going to regulations.
Okay. Well,
Yes.
speaking of private sectors, Mr. Eugene,
Well, actually, there is one more issue. In some complicated systems, there could be different regulators, and they have different opinions on the same topics. So the vendors, the private companies, they have to follow all that, and sometimes it's quite complicated. So this is very, well, to keep the balance is very, very important task. That's, I know it by myself.
But speaking of which, since we're talking about balance and we're also talking about increasing and basically strengthening the security apparatus of companies and private entities specifically, Mr. Eugene, my question to you would be, do you foresee an escalatory race of sorts for private companies to continuously ramp up their security capabilities given the increased risk climate?
What we see that from the private sector is that the landscape is getting much more complicated than in the past. So the cyber threats are getting much more complicated. The bad guys are much more smart. At the same time, there are more demands from the market. It's not just to develop like 10 years ago, 15 years ago. You do just antivirus, endpoint security, that's it, that's fine, or some network stuff. Easy, paradise. Not anymore. Now we have to protect individuals, businesses of different size, industrial sector, critical infrastructure. So that makes our life much, much more complicated. Plus, there are new requests from the states. The states want more. There are new demands on the different kinds of the systems and regulation. And now we are living, well, 10 years ago, I was speaking about, okay, so we must have regulation for at least critical infrastructure. We have to introduce the laws. We have to introduce the standards. Now we have it. Of course, my dream came true, but it makes our life also very complicated. But it's a life. It's a reality. So we just adapt ourselves to this reality. We have more engineers. We have more tasks. We have more products, more services. But we keep it perfect.
When we spoke earlier about the trends, you specifically mentioned secure by design solutions. So I have a question for you with this regard. So secure by design solutions has been often mentioned as the solution for resilience. So I want to ask you, what's next for the design, for secure design, and particularly considering the incredible variety of IoT techniques and devices that individuals are integrating into their lives?
That's a very good question. Thank you so much. Well, the secure by design, it's a new concept, and it's really necessary because if we speak about security for small businesses, even enterprises, we can balance the risks. We can estimate the damage from the successful cyber attack. In case of critical systems, the damage could be unlimited. The damage could be the size of the national economy. So the security doesn't compensate the risks. So we need to introduce something new. And traditional security is like we have the operating system, we have applications which are working, and then on the top of that, that's security, which is monitoring what's going on inside. It doesn't guarantee 100% of security. So the right way, to my opinion, is we need to design new systems. When it's designed from the scratch, security must be inside. So that all the security scenarios must be written before we start to develop new systems. I speak about the SCADA systems, the other critical infrastructure, Internet of Things as well. And Internet of Things is not only for the critical infrastructure, but for individuals as well, like you, smart house.
Yeah, that was my next question.
How many cameras? Yes.
About individuals.
How many cameras you have at your house?
Yeah.
Do you know? I don't. And all that is, well, not most of that is vulnerable. Correct?
Absolutely.
What does it mean for innovators?
And there's another point that, okay, we can develop endpoint security for all the security cameras, for the smart fridge, so smart oven, so for smart car, for all that. But who is going to manage all that?
Yeah. But what does it mean for
So the answer is
then?
security by design.
Okay. But what does it mean for innovators then? Innovators, what does it mean for them? What can they do?
How to do that is to introduce new architecture of the systems, to introduce new technologies, and we are working on that, and have a positive news that we can do it. But we need to rethink about the system which we use and redesign them. I'm not speaking about the existing systems, but the next one, the next generation, the future system, they must be designed in a new way, secure by design.
Okay, so shifting from traditional to future, I have a question for Fahad and Eugene. We've seen the shift from traditional telecommunications and telecommunication operations that now are providing services such as cybersecurity to clients and customers with companies such as Sirar. What, in your opinions, are the unique opportunities that the telecommunications industry has to offer in terms of value added to the security services, create new revenue streams in the B2B market using their experiences in the cybersecurity and data protection, specifically data protection?
Okay. So thank you very much for the question. I think if you look to the whole world, when you are talking about the telco providers, there wasn't a huge shift for the telco providers being a traditional telco provider to be digital provider, because the gate is started from them to be the enabler for the digitization. When I will speak about the experience of SCC, which is it was a telco provider at the beginning of, I would say, the previous decade. And it was the leader, actually, for providing the telco services and solution. And over the time, there was a huge transformation because of the anticipation, where we are seeing that we will be the enabler for the digitization that will happen within the country and the region. So through that journey, there was a huge transformation to be really the digital enabler, number one. Why? Because the offering that it will come from the capability that is being built over the years. It will be a differentiated capabilities, and also it will make the transformation, the digital transformation, faster for the country and for the businesses. So with the execution of that strategy to be converted to be a digital enabler, and actually to reach to the stage where it is the number one digital enabler in the country, there was part of the strategy is to start building the different capabilities in the emerging technologies and capabilities. Sirar was one of it. Sirar is the specialized cybersecurity company within the portfolio of SCC to be the champion of providing the cybersecurity solution, and also to be the trusted platform for the data economy through providing differentiated capabilities, cutting-edge services, and so on. So these, the positioning of the previous telco provider, they have that kind of leverage to convert and be the digital enabler, and on top of that, to offer the cybersecurity on top of the great, I would say, heritage of the infrastructure and connectivity, because again, it is the gate, and it's set to deliver differentiated capability in there.
Eugene, your take on this? All right, then speaking of, the transition from the traditional means to the more future, let's talk about spending a little. I mean, we're talking about, it's a continuous growth. We're talking about numbers here that are being thrown left and right in the billions and maybe even in the trillions. So cybersecurity spending is on the rise, and it's viewed by many as immune to budget cuts, given how closely it is tied to reputational and operational risk. But if such budget cuts were necessary due to financial constraints, in which area of security spending would private sector entities to best suited for these cuts?
That's a very good question, and unfortunately, I don't have some universal answer. That depends on the business, that depends on who you are, what you're doing, and I'm absolutely sure that different enterprises will have a different strategy for that. Cybersecurity and spending on cybersecurity, if you are a supermarket or if you are a power plant, that must be completely different, because the security scenarios, they're different. My advice is, before you're planning the budget, ask your security team to bring you security scenarios. Okay. What can happen? What can happen with your business in case of successful cyber attack? Security audit, make security audit to find the most critical parts in your system, and maybe to invest more in the cybersecurity in the most critical pieces, most critical parts in your business, and less in the non-critical. So unfortunately, that's a complicated question, and that depends on who you are, what you're doing. Yep. Am I right?
Correct. Mr.
Yeah, so if you allow me, because this question is very heart-touching for me, and I'm a business guy who's in this domain. So whenever I will hear such type of a question from an entity or establishment, so for me that is a big issue. You know, it's not about what to cut. It's not in a basket of a goods that you say, I do want this or I do want that. And since we are rethinking about the global cyber reorder, these kind of misunderstanding for the need of the cybersecurity should be corrected within the organization. So how that can be done? Now, before we ask this question, is there a need for the cybersecurity? So the first step that should be done there should be a strategy within that organization that is identifying the roadmap for what they need from a cybersecurity point of view. And then with that, they need to build their own risk management program. And through the risk management program, it should identify to them what they need and what they do not need based on the risks that they will identify that is related to their environment, to their business, to their industry. At that time, when it will be identified, they will have the option. So either they will accept these risks, or they will mitigate it, so they need to spend, or they can transfer these risks. So now the answer to this question. So why we should do the cut? We shouldn't do the cut. If we are identifying the right roadmap for us, and then we identify the risk that we are facing in the organization, and we know the different option for these risk and how to deal with it, we will have the right way and the right strategy and tactic to handle it. So it's not a matter of cutting budget, but it's a matter of identifying and then taking the right decision that you will be accountable for it. So that way, I think the question will be very clear. And this is our ask to any and each organization to make the cybersecurity part of their strategy, the strategy of the cybersecurity part of the organization's strategy, where it will be embedded there and it will identify and it will have its own priority for the spending, because the positioning of this investment and the return out of investment in the cybersecurity solution, it will be very clear for the organization. That is the way, but it's not a haphazard decision, saying cut and that's it. Cut, so a big risk, and they will face the huge threats that they are not accounting for. So it's not a money thinking, but it is the enablement and resilient business and environment for their organization.
Well, a few weeks ago or a few months ago, Cybersecurity Ventures mentioned that by 2025, there will be an $11.5 trillion spending on cybersecurity. We're currently at the 300 million, 400 million margin. I mean, or billion even. We're not even close. But are we safer today than we were yesterday? Are we even close, Your Excellency?
Honestly, no. I think things are only going to get worse. So the current situation is we're looking at the risks and attacks on enterprises and government. So what's coming up? We've got the smart cities, as you mentioned. You've got smart homes, the electrical meters, the digital meters. Yeah. You have the connected cars, the CCTVs. All this is going to increase your surface area tremendously. So things are not going to get any easier. So with a massive threat landscape, with all this complexity, how do we get to a better state? And the only way I see is by applying the standards that the NCSCs of the region have put forth. They've worked extremely hard in saying, this is what you need to do. But there is a point where you need to validate that people have done it. And I think validation and confirming that companies have applied these standards is going to take us to a point where we are comfortable. But there's another problem as well. If you look at the market right now, there is an estimation of 3.5 million new cyber personnel coming in to the cyber workforce. Where are we going to get those? Cyber-skilled professionals are in great demand.
Okay.
And we need to work from today to build up the skill sets so they are available down the line. It takes years to build up skills. It's not a single course or 2 courses. It takes 2 to 3 years to actually start building up your team. And if the market needs 3.5 million, where are they going to get them from? And so the whole world will be fighting for cyber skills. So if we have the skills in country and we comply and audit and make sure companies have complied, then and only then will we be in a better state.
Let's wait and see.
Yeah. Well, I'd like to add that increased budget on cybersecurity doesn't mean that you have to spend more for the same things.
Okay.
The world is getting more and more and more cyber.
Yeah.
So there are more things, like I mentioned, smart houses, smart cars, and all that. So actually, the industries, the industrial sector is getting more and more cyber, and they want to connect industrial systems to the internet, to data centers. There is more and more demand on cybersecurity. This is the reason why these budgets are increased. But when we have a system secure by design, immune systems will spend less on cybersecurity.
Okay.
In maybe not in 5 years, maybe in 10 years from now.
10 years is time, is a long time, but still, I mean, we have to look forward to something. STC, Sirai by STC, are we safe for today?
Yeah, so I believe that is a so tricky question. So no, but let me answer it. Also, one of the things that is very important to be understood in the domain of the cybersecurity within the industry is about, are we safe or not? Now, if I would say yes, someone will go home and he will refer to me as someone he said is safe, and he will just keep with that, and he will not do anything. And if I will say no, so I would destroy all the the work that has been done globally, regionally, and locally for the past period, which is a great work. But it's not a matter of safe or not. The cybersecurity, it's a continuous thing. What we have today is not something that we'll have tomorrow. As you have mentioned, the evolution is there. And we are talking about exponential things. So the status is different from one day to another day. And I will return, as we are rethinking about the global cybersecurity order, I will return the question with another question. Are we ready? This is the most important thing.
What do we need to do? What do we need to do to be ready then?
So here is what we need to work on. It's not something, it's one thing that we will do, or it's one thing that should be done. It's about everything, really. So it's about the awareness, it's about the individual, it's about organization, it's about country, it's about communities, it's about the globe and collaboration in the globe. So it's in a different things. So the investment that should happen in the cyber, and also the work from the individual where they need to raise their awareness and needs in the cybersecurity threats and risks. So it's a lot of things that need to be done together. But as you can see, this platform, which is this event, it is toward that, where we are collectively sitting together. We have the people who is investing, we have the people who is working, and we have the people who is raising awareness, and we have the people who is, and countries who is collaborating to each other because they want to make tomorrow safer. So it is just a moving target for us where we need always to make sure that we are safe. But again, the question is, are we ready? Always we need to keep this question in our mind.
All right. Thank you again so much for your time, everyone. We're wrapping up this conversation, but is there anything else that anyone else would like to add? I guess what you mentioned in terms of a community level awareness, this is something that has to start from the ground up.
Really always, I mentioned this and whatever, we have a public audience, a great audience, and thank you very much for your attendance. Still, we have seeing this events with the crowd of people who is in front of us and who is behind the screens. Thank you very much for your listening. And take it from me and take it for the people who is around you. Make sure that you bring yourself to the right level of awareness about the risks and about the threats that is around you in your society and your family and your organization and your country. Always the human factor is being blamed in the cybersecurity. So do not be the blamed individual in this chain. Be the strongest link in this chain with your level of awareness for the risks and for the threats. And I can assure you that we will, if we reach to that stage as an individual, then at that stage we will be talking about different level of security for the whole world.
All right. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
شكرا يا روان. الله يعطيكم الف عافية. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we will begin the keynote speech, Cybersecurity for Critical National Infrastructure. Please welcome our keynote speaker, Nadmin Nasser, CEO, NEOM.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good afternoon. My name is Nadmi Al Nasser. I am the CEO of NEOM, and I'm here to share with you our views on cybersecurity. Listening to all the speeches before, I was enjoying the input and the different views about cybersecurity. So greetings from the land of the future, NEOM. Greetings from over 3,000 employees that are, as we speak, they are in NEOM, working, living, executing the dream of NEOM and taking it from strategy phase to an execution. So, as we emerge from the corona pandemic, which silently spread around the world and crippled the global community for the better part of 2 years, we can draw many comparisons with cybersecurity and cyber threats. A different kind of a global pandemic is occurring every day without most of us noticing what's happening around us. This is a cyber pandemic with seemingly endless variants and versions, which can have damaging and long-lasting consequences. The pandemic is very dangerous. It exploits cyber weaknesses, which are weaponized to attack large-scale critical national infrastructure and assets. These are crucial assets that run our towns, our cities, and our countries. These are the assets which provide water, electricity, emergency services, and everything we rely on to maintain safe, secure, and robust communities. With technology becoming more integral to managing critical national infrastructure, at scale, and the artificial intelligence becoming a key component of their automation at all levels, critical national infrastructure attackers are developing and continuing to develop in new ways to breach and hack into CNI systems. The fastest growing and most dangerous of these new attacks have one thing in common. They are enabled by the AI, the same technology which is helping to achieve more efficiency and effectiveness in the operating CNIs, is also being leveraged by the attackers in the field, and it is helping to attack larger quantities of targets, identify weaknesses faster, and perform attacks at a scale at unprecedented speed. With all of this in mind, armed with an ambition to be leading the pack in all fields of technology and to provide the safest environment for our residents, visitors, and investors to thrive, NEOM is at the forefront of finding solutions to address these new and growing available threats. And our solution is all about cognitive technologies. Since the threats are becoming cognitive, smart, automated, and unprecedented in speed and effectiveness, the only way to counter them at a scale and in real time is to apply cognitive technologies to the identification, understanding, and response to such attacks. Ultimately, we need self-healing critical national infrastructure which is able to spot the first signs of attack and neutralize it before it shows its first symptoms in the physical world. While we have multiple exciting projects in pipeline in NEOM to address this challenge, I will try to shed some light on the key use cases we are enabling in NEOM. Because hyper connectivity derives weaknesses in space between entities, NEOM will have central connectivity across multiple critical infrastructure interdependencies. Also, where next generation emerged and untested technologies are being adopted. What I mean here is we are studying, we are researching, working with the leading cybersecurity experts on how we take advantage of the fact that in NEOM we are basically building a city almost the size of a country from the base. And we are at an advantage to do that. Cybersecurity by design will be embedded from the outset with the capacity to adapt, resist, and prevent cyber attacks. In NEOM, we also realize that it's not possible to respond automatically in all scenarios, as a human accountability needs to be preserved for key decisions impacting critical national infrastructure. Because of this, we will have a full rule-based cognitive control solution. This will allow NEOM decision makers to provide our cognitive security operations makers to provide our cognitive security to be clear direction on what the AI can do autonomously, and what can only be approved by humans, including their level and responsibilities. Our solutions won't stop there, as it will also perform real-time what-if analysis on potential solutions to evaluate the impact of major decisions made by the decision makers in NEOM, the future. They will be enforced on NEOM. This will be based on a full cybersecurity dedicated digital twin for the city and will allow NEOM decision makers to fully evaluate the potential risks of their decisions before giving a final go-ahead. All these capabilities that we are designing, planning, and hopefully implementing in NEOM will be in a single integrated and cognitive solution, will allow us to create a safe, inclusive, and progressive society, free from the silent threats of the cyber pandemic. Our aim is to develop a critical national infrastructural assets which are self-healing and provide life-supporting services seamlessly and with zero downtime for the benefit of our residents, visitors, and investors. So in a nutshell, we're taking advantage of our position as ahead of the game, building a system, building a country. How can we avoid the challenges and the mistakes and the threats that we face in cities and countries that are up and running? We believe we can be ahead of the game, not only for NEOM, but also for the whole nation and the whole world. We are working hard to collaborate, to partner with those countries, with those regions where we can take advantage of our go-ahead positions in NEOM. I would like to conclude my remarks by really wishing this great group to look wider, work with us in NEOM, because working with a nation or a region that is trying to be ahead of the game will give us, as a country and as a region, an advantage that can put us ahead of the game worldwide. Best of luck for the remaining hours and time, and I hope that we can learn from the outcome of the studies and the speeches that we've been given. Shukran. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Shukran.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we will begin the interactive panel, Divergent Futures, Part 2, a scenario-based examination of the future of the cybersecurity landscape. Please welcome our panelists. Gwenda Fong, Senior Director, Futures in the Ministry of Communications and Information, MCI, Singapore. Dr. Pano Yanako Georgos, Clinical Associate, Professor and Program Director, New York University, Center for Global Affairs. And our moderator, Rudolf Lohmeyer, Partner, Head of National Transformation Institute, Kearney.
Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure to be with you all today. Anyone who would like to ask you to please be like I was in school. Come sit in the front row. Come, please move to the front if you'd be so kind. Before we dive into the substance, I'd like to do something a little bit unusual, which is I would like to tell you the exact intent and approach to achieving that intent that this session is based on. So our intent is to generate a set of ideas that are robust about how we can advance multilateral collaboration on cybersecurity. I think the discussion this morning, from His Royal Highness to His Excellency the Governor, and so many panelists emphasized that we cannot solve the challenge of cybersecurity acting independently, but only together. So our intent is to generate ideas on this topic, but our approach is to use scenarios to do that, as I will explain, so that the ideas that we generate can be expected to be robust and effective across a wide range of future circumstances that we may face. And so, with no further ado, let's get started. Why should we take a scenario lens to looking at the challenge of cybersecurity? The reason is very straightforward. Scenario planning is about managing uncertainty. And when I began doing this work 20 years ago, you had to persuade people that the future might not be, different. But nowadays, I think it's very clear to all of us that we're living in a different kind of historic period. It's a period that historians call a critical juncture. A critical juncture is not just it's almost become a marketing phrase now, but it's actually a technical term. And what it means is a period of time that is compressed in duration, so a relatively short period of time in which a significant amount of structural change is occurring. And that structural change, of course, you're all witnessing it, but let me just go through very, very quickly. First of all, geopolitically. We are in the midst of a historic geopolitical juncture on the scale of a September 11th, or on the scale of 1989 when the Berlin Wall came down. It is a transformative and an extremely fragile moment. And unfortunately, it's not one that we know the end of. And it's one that is actually very perilous for a whole host of reasons, with huge implications for cybersecurity, of course. At the same time, as if that weren't enough, and I think we would all agree that that is enough, we are in a very, very unusual economic moment, facing in many countries the worst inflation we've seen in 40 or even 80 years, in conjunction with significant challenges to economic growth. And as you know, when those two things occur together, it's called stagflation. And inflation by itself can generate political and social instability, but when combined with slow growth and stagflation, it can be deeply, deeply disruptive. And of course, at the same time, we are watching what we call a geotechnological division of the world. It's become apparent, of course, to great powers, leaders around the world, that technology is the primary source of strategic advantage. And as a result, there is a relentless investment in innovation. But at the same time, there is an increasing realization of the importance of not sharing technological innovation in ways that could create disadvantages. And so we're seeing this geotechnological bifurcation of the world. And again, in the same moment, we're watching all of the dire predictions about climate change that we've all heard for so long begin to emerge so clearly in the data of extreme weather events and their costs. There's also a social transformation underway. Again, sharpened by COVID-19 and the world we've inhabited since, we're seeing different behavior of peoples, particularly with respect to work. And when you marry inequality with the social transformation that you're witnessing, then the grassroots of cybersecurity challenges is also altering. It's coming from new sources, it's coming from new places. And because it has its own economic architecture, it becomes an avenue of opportunity for disenfranchised people around the world. And then finally, the environment itself, of course, as we witness the emergence of the metaverse. By the way, notwithstanding the fact that Meta announced about an hour ago that they're laying off 11,000 people, still it is clear that Web3 and the metaverse are going to matter tremendously. But perhaps the most defining characteristic of the metaverse is that it is fundamentally ungoverned. It is a cross-border environment where, as one of the brilliant speakers this morning emphasized, we are invisible. We can move across borders and we can do things, but there's no agreed governance of the metaverse. From a cybersecurity standpoint, this is a huge challenge. And so when you are encountering that much uncertainty, that is when you use scenario planning. It allows you to consider a wider range of variables and, of course, as you would expect, to take a longer view into the future, which is what we're here to do today. The methodology by which we do it, don't worry, I won't bore you with this, but it's important for you to know that it's very systematic. Some would say even excruciating. We begin by looking at drivers, discrete forces of change that will matter. We aggregate them into what are called dimensions for a given question, in this case, the future of the cyber environment. And then we constellate those two things, those drivers and the dimensions, to construct scenarios. In the case of cybersecurity, I must tell you, the range of drivers that required consideration is extremely vast. It touches almost every variable that we who do foresight for a living, as including my panelists, have to look at. Cybersecurity touches all of that across these domains and many others. And so in this particular study, we arrived at 3 dimensions that represent the crucial uncertainties of the cyber environment. First of all, the structure of market forces turns out to be crucial. Why? Because we know cybersecurity is an ecosystem environment. Private sector actors, individuals, public sector actors, all of them matter tremendously and have remarkable power. And so then the question is, if we look to 2030 or 2035, will the market environment be relatively institutionally governed, or will it be relatively ungoverned, as we expect the metaverse to be? The next dimension we looked at, as you would expect, is great power geotechnological rivalry. We have witnessed in the last 30 years periods of time when that rivalry is denominated in terms of economic competition, which of course makes it more stable. But now we're witnessing in Europe and elsewhere proof of the fact that great power rivalry, when it becomes too intense, can lead to actual conflict and become unstable. And so the second dimension were scenarios where that would be stable, others where it would be unstable. And then finally, and perhaps most interestingly, we looked at individual digital sovereignty. What does that mean? We're in a world now where, of course, all the youngest people in this room know so well, we have extended selves already. That is, we have ourselves, and then we have all the data and the interactions that we have beyond ourselves in the digital environment. The last dimension looks at to what extent 2030, 2035, will individuals have some control over that extended digital self, or to what extent will that be overrun either by government, private sector, or other actors, that individuals will be unable to protect that space. So that's what we explored with the scenarios, and it led to 3 scenarios, the scenarios that we're going to focus on today, each one addressing those drivers in very, very different ways. That's how you get at the space of uncertainty in a systematic fashion. And so here are those 3 scenarios. But before I dive into the scenarios, I'd like you to meet our panelists. And I know that you heard the pre-recorded introduction, but I think they merit a more proper one, because really, I feel so grateful to have these 2 people with me on the stage, as you'll soon see. Gwenda Fong is the Senior Director of Futures for Singapore's Ministry of Communications and Information, where she leads research on the long-term challenges and disruptions in areas of communication, information, and digitalization. But that's just the start. She also holds a concurrent role as the Assistant Chief Executive of the Infocom Media Development Agency of Singapore, where she's responsible for developing national digital readiness efforts. I'm sure everybody in this room understands what a leader Singapore is in that space. So truly, we have a global luminary in the topic that we're discussing today, but I'm still not done. Gwenda previously played a vital role in developing and implementing Singapore's national cybersecurity strategy at the Cybersecurity Agency of Singapore. So Gwenda, we're very grateful to have you with us today. And please welcome.
Thank you.
If you knew the details of their flight itinerary, you would really applaud. So really, they've been through some long journeys. Thank you. Next, we have Pano Yanoyorgos. Our next speaker is an expert in emerging cybersecurity's risks and vulnerabilities from a truly, truly unique perspective, one that I had the privilege during my own time in government of having a special view of. He joins us from the United States, where he's the clinical associate professor at NYU's Center for Global Affairs. He joined the faculty following 8 years in government civil service with the U.S. Air Force. And for those of you who know, when it comes to strategy, the U.S. Air Force is one of the leading institutions in the U.S. government as a whole. It is rich in strategic thinking by virtue of the nature of air power. He served as the founding dean of the Air Force Cyber College at Air University. This is a huge honor for somebody so young. And as a research professor at the Air Force Research Institute. In these roles, he participated in Air Force Chief of Staff-sponsored projects evaluating cyber power, national security, and military operations for senior military officers. As you probably all know, the Chief of Staff of the Air Force, I've had the privilege to serve myself, is the 4-star person who really runs the U.S. Air Force. I should introduce myself, by the way, Rudolf Lohmeyer. I'm a partner with Carney. I lead our National Transformations Institute. And before joining Carney, I had the privilege of serving for 5 years as the Senior Advisor for Long-Term Planning at the US State Department. I almost forgot to tell you that. Okay, so with no further ado, if I may, I'm going to show for you a brief video of our first scenario. And from there, you'll see it's called Surveillance Rivals. We're going to have a discussion of what it means for us in practical terms. Please play the video.
The tense, decoupled 2030 world of surveillance rivals had its roots in the bitter stalemate that defined the inconclusive end of the active conflict in Eastern Europe. The reciprocal imposition of secondary sanctions triggered an acceleration of the decoupling of the world's leading economies. The world is now defined by unstable great power rivalry and starkly divided blocs characterized by divergent regulatory models, particularly with respect to data. For countries and companies operating between the blocs, there is tremendous pressure to choose sides. While there is no active kinetic war between the blocs, asymmetric conflict is relentless and volatile. Attacks are frequent, costly, and largely untraceable. The increasing ubiquity of artificial intelligence in weapon systems has disrupted the traditional norms and rule sets governing interstate conflict. At the same time, an escalation of cyber-enabled espionage and sophisticated information operations has spurred states to institute pervasive surveillance and control of their domestic digital environments. National security, particularly cybersecurity, now trump all other priorities, including citizen privacy. To maximize control, leading powers have cracked down on unregulated cryptocurrencies. National digital currencies are ubiquitous and largely segregated along the lines of the world's major blocs. Thus, in the divided, controlled world of surveillance rivals, countries, companies, and individuals face the pervasive challenges of navigating the contested space between great powers and keeping pace with their escalatory investment in cybersecurity technology.
Great. If you could please bring the presentation. There it is. I think we can all agree that unfortunately such a future world is far too likely, much more likely than any of us would want it to be. A deeply, deeply divided global economy characterized by divergent technical standards and regulatory models, particularly with respect to data, where great power rivalry is relentless and volatile, although it's not kinetic. This is not a world where bullets are being fired. It's an asymmetric world. Deep disruption of the norms and rule sets of interstate conflict has occurred because of AI being so pervasive, because of the extent to which these great powers are investing in it. Individual digital sovereignty, this other domain, as I mentioned, that we explore. In this world, national security trumps all concerns of privacy. Really, privacy is considered a luxury that in a world of such threats, you simply can't afford. So surveillance is pervasive, sophisticated, and largely invisible. It is crucial for governments to watch everyone in their domain to the extent that they can. It's not true for all governments, but it's very true of the great powers. And the cybersecurity innovation environment, which is at the crux of this scenario, is challenging because of its cost. The two wealthiest and most powerful economies in the world are relentlessly competing and raising the bar for the level of sophistication of their tools, leaving many smaller, medium-sized powers far behind. And so with that, we come to our first question. And Gwenda, I'd like to direct it to you. I should say that Gwenda and I are both very proud Stanford alum, so there's no bias there, Pano, but that's why I'm going to let Gwenda answer the first question. If you look at it from a national perspective, if you think about a nation state, considering this environment, what would be its most significant challenges?
Thanks for allowing me the privilege of kicking off the answers. I think the challenge for this scenario for governments is that potentially tech bifurcation or balkanization leads to a much less interoperable world and a much more expensive world potentially. So large countries can, to a certain extent, bank on domestic capability as well as seek dominance in the market and in the standard setting world in order to shore up its own tech stack and to get rid of tech from undesirable sources, so to speak. But a much smaller state, and I speak from a Singaporean perspective where we are a really small state, we don't have the luxury of that, and small states really do not want to have to choose between sides. If I were to say what is one main concern from this power contestation, is really the issue of fragmentation. Because in a fragmented world, in cybersecurity, a fragmented world is actually a fairly dangerous one, because the calculus changes for superpowers in a fragmented world. And where we have less areas of common interest, then it becomes a much more dangerous world for all of us.
Thank you so much. Pano, the same question for you. From the perspective of a nation state, of course, maybe you and I know large nation states best, what would be the fundamental challenges of this world?
Yeah, thank you for having me, and it's a pleasure to be here. So there's a couple of challenges, and we could spend all day talking about them, but I think one of the greatest challenges when it comes to the surveillance state is the increasing use of artificial intelligence, deepfake technology, and other things. So with consumers and populations around the world being under the assumption that they're constantly being surveilled, it becomes very easy for someone, and it will only increasingly become easy, for fake information to go into the public sphere and manipulate the minds of citizenry, with the assumption that the information was gained through a legitimate surveillance program. So that's one challenge of that. So there's the other challenge of political stability being influenced by actual legitimate surveillance projects. So there are academic research centers around the world that will go out, find malware on political activists, dissident presidents' cell phones, and then turn these into marketing tools for their programs, but at the same time causing political instability, in some cases almost toppling governments. So it's also the politicization of existing surveillance programs when they're discovered, when malware is discovered. And those are my, I think,
fascinating. I appreciate it. Actually, you brought us, both of you, all the way back to Michio Kaku's opening comments at this event, that the digital world is in a way so radically different that even politics would change. Gwenda, returning to you, given this sort of escalatory intensity of investment and the cost that that would convey for other nation states like the one in which we're sitting and others to sustain parity in terms of cybersecurity, what would it take? How can they keep up?
I think general principles of encouraging interoperability, having standards, and perhaps having a zero trust kind of approach to cybersecurity would be important, especially in a world where countries grow more and more suspicious of one another. So it would allow us to continue to promote and facilitate interoperability while managing the security risks. And let me give you a concrete example of one way that Singapore has done this. Singapore has rolled out a cybersecurity labeling scheme for IoT devices. So it basically means that we have a certain set of standards by which we can rate and assess IoT devices, regardless of where they come from, regardless of who manufactures that. So with such a more objective assessment scheme in place, it encourages manufacturers to basically produce things that are secure by design, and consumers, there is that transparency to consumers, so they can they know what are the cybersecurity features behind a certain device, and they can make an informed choice in terms of purchasing it, and it matters a little bit less, who is behind that. So that's one example of adopting a zero trust approach, and that's something that we're trying to do in our small way, contributing to a safer cyberspace.
Crystal clear. Thank you so much for that. You raised something else. I don't want to throw Pano any curveballs, but I think it's true that in this world, quantum computing would be more likely than any of the other scenarios to be very advanced. Don't worry, that just occurred to me right now. But in general, how do you see medium-sized powers just dealing with the cost challenge of, this is like what we call the cybersecurity dilemma?
Yeah, great question. So I think in some cases, smaller countries that are just starting to enter the digital domain in the same way that the greater powers have entered it over the past couple of decades have some sort of advantage, because the infrastructure might be something that they're just now thinking through what are their acquisitions and purchases going to be. So it's a good time to really think through, as smaller countries are starting to conduct these purchases, to really think through the security and have the concepts and the security by design in place as part of their contractual obligations to the companies that are more than willing to offer them these services. Another important thing to do is to echo on your point on quantum computing is to pay attention to what is going on in the world of quantum, cryptographically relevant quantum computers and any standards that are coming up with the intent of creating quantum resistant cryptography. So this will be over the next 4 or 5 years, but as smaller countries, even greater powers are starting to shift or purchase new equipment to have all these new technologies and standards embedded at the start of the purchasing cycle rather than trying to think through how to bolt on, which is a very expensive endeavor indeed.
Fantastic. By the way, we need to write a paper on this, and I'm not kidding. But okay, that was not a planted idea. Now we come, and by the way, ladies and gentlemen, this next question I want you all to think about as well. This question gets at the crux of this session. And the way I'm going to formulate the question is actually quite important for the panelists, so you'll see. So, Gwenda, if you knew with absolute certainty, we're still in 2022, but if in 2030 the world would be exactly as described in Surveillance Rivals, what do you think, starting today, would be the most productive pathways of multilateral collaboration on cybersecurity? And as you dive into that, I just want to acknowledge to everybody, this kingdom, the country in which we're sitting, deserves tremendous credit for how much work and effort it's putting into advancing collaboration on cybersecurity. Look at this event. In fact, you know what, guys? I think we should applaud. We should thank, because that's what the world needs right now. The world needs somebody to step up and say, we're not making enough progress, let's try to change the game. And that's what the Global Cybersecurity Forum really is. And this question gets at it because we know that there's been a lot of talking, but maybe not as much progress. So in this world, Gwenda, what would be the most productive pathways of progress?
I would say that first, let's look at the broader international legal order. And the one that we have is founded on consensus building, because that is the way that we can build a stable model in the international arena. And we have built institutions to facilitate such consensus building in various domains, such as in trade, in dealing with health, territorial boundaries, and security in the physical realm. So we don't have equivalent in the cyber world right now, but that's why mechanisms or dialogues that we have at the UN, such as the UN Group of Governmental Experts, and more recently the Open-Ended Working Group, these platforms are extremely important to allow that process of consensus building and dialogue, because at the UN, every state, even small states, have a voice. So that's something that I think is important for us to continue to keep at in order to be able to talk about frameworks and responsible rules of responsible state behavior in cyberspace. So that's something that I think we should continue to work on.
Thank you so much. Pano, Gwenda's point is fair, it's solid, it's unassailable. And at the same time, in this world, we could imagine from a game theory standpoint, there are two big players who might be systematically defecting from consensus. What do you think might be some areas where progress could be made multilaterally if you knew this world were coming?
So I would begin with citizen awareness and also good governance and institutional capabilities within countries. So all countries are going to have surveillance powers. All countries will use them in order to achieve whatever national objectives they have set in their national or grand strategies. So I think it's very important to also have the right governance layers in place to ensure that there are legal checks and balances on the use of these tools in a way to help ensure citizens' privacy, while also having media checks and other forms of checks and balances to ensure that the people feel safe and understand why these technologies are being used to help support their health and safety. Another critical thing is to ensure that governments are funding and developing the right workforce, not attuned just to the cybersecurity problems of today, but also thinking forward of what the technological landscape might look like in the year 2030, and funding programs today to help generate interest and also have the right minds in place to really solve the technical challenges that we already have a severe workforce shortage in today.
Yeah, thank you for that. As you say it, you remind me of a program that we're both familiar with. I know Singapore's a leader in this, but it could be extended. The idea of cross-training national security leaders, cybersecurity leaders, of course, within government, But imagine rotations across governments, right, to build relationships, build social capital. For countries that are aligned, we could rotate cybersecurity policymakers perhaps from country to country to build a network of people with shared values. So thank you. Okay, so folks, we're doing something unusual in this session because we know it's the afternoon. We're going to give you a coffee break in the middle. But before you go, and to make sure that you come back, please raise your hand if you promise to return after the coffee break. Wow, okay, tough customer, but he wouldn't lie. I respect that. We're going to make you want to come back, sir. We're going to make you want to come back. We're now going to go to our second scenario, but we're not going to discuss what it means until after the coffee break. So we're going to show you the second scenario. It's radically different than the one you've just seen, and then we're going to return, discuss it, and a third before we close. And so please, play the next video. Thank you.
The radically technologized 2030 world of transnational titans evolved as governments around the world struggled to keep pace with the explosive and pervasive advance of technology. It is a digitally saturated world where private sector technology corporations have accrued tremendous power, in many cases taking advantage of political polarization, dysfunction, and rising anti-government populism to expand into previously public sector domains. The economic growth imperative, easing great power tension, and the growing political influence of global technology firms has led governments to ratchet down geopolitical competition and reactivate international trade. In parallel, the private sector lobbied effectively for more flexible regulation of technology and reduced oversight of data management and use. The result is a world of vibrant but unequal economic growth and thriving innovation driven by a great diversity of private corporations. Preeminent among these are global technology giants with vast, high-resolution, and increasingly real-time data assets. Individual control over personal data has eroded and is increasingly a function of one's choice of platform provider. This is also a world of powerful, transnational criminal networks with ever more sophisticated cyber capabilities. As a result, in the world of transnational titans, the global cyber environment is defined by relative stability within the domains of the platform giants, and pervasive insecurity and widespread criminality in the increasingly ungoverned spaces outside of their control.
Great. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this world, a world of weakened governments, where the private sector has filled the vacuum, where governance is reduced, but sophistication of technology has increased. When you come back from your coffee break, we'll discuss what it means. Thank you very much. Please be back in 15 minutes sharp. We're going to start right on the money. I guess we can get coffee too.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we will begin the interactive panel, Divergent Futures, Part 1, a scenario-based examination of the future of the cybersecurity landscape. Please welcome our panelists. Gwenda Fong, Senior Director, Futures in the Ministry of Communications and Information, MCI, Singapore. Dr. Pano Yanako Georgos, Clinical Associate, Professor and Program Director, New York University, Center for Global Affairs. And our moderator, Rudolf Lohmeyer, Partner, Head of National Transformation Institute, Kearney.
Wow. Well, first of all, I'm really impressed in general that so many of you returned, and it means a lot, and also very privileged to see some dear friends in the front row giving a little moral support. Thank you for coming back. I'm trusting that almost all of you were here for the first session, so as I mentioned, we're going to dive right into the discussion of the second scenario. And let's just recap this scenario. Remember, the whole point of scenario planning is that since we can't know the future, the only responsible thing to do in building strategy is to consider a systematic range. And that's what we've done. And in this world, unlike the first one, in which nation states in general and the great powers in particular were so powerful, in this world they're very much not. In fact, they are precisely not. In this scenario, the challenges facing nation states were so great and the pace of technological innovation was so fast that nation states and governments really couldn't keep up. In a way, they became diminished in their relevance. And at the same time, private sector players, through the aggregation of both wealth, financial wealth, but also data and information, became so powerful they started to fill that vacuum. So in the world of transnational titans, market forces are increasingly ungoverned. Right? It is high growth, dynamic growth, but very unequal growth. Right? There are very few stabilizing mechanisms. Diminished government regulatory power has been a crucial aspect of this increasing transnational power of these corporations. Why? Because even the boundaries of nation states are less relevant. Great power rivalry is slower, it's more stable, it's competitive because the most powerful economic actors in this scenario are transnational actors. The boards of Alibaba is global. The boards of Alibaba includes Americans, Europeans, and Chinese. And the same is true for Amazon and the new players in 2030 that have emerged. Individual digital sovereignty in this world has been overrun, but not by government. It's become overrun. In fact, it's almost been ceded by consumers to these technology platforms as part of the proposition of their relationship. And there's very limited government oversight over data management and use. And finally, it's a world of dynamic private sector innovation and extreme cyber insecurity in all of the areas that are outside of the boundaries of the largest platform players. It's also a world, because of those seams and those spaces, of extremely sophisticated, active, and powerful transnational criminal networks. So the black market economy and the digital domain is very active and very vibrant. And so, Gwenda, once again, we turn to you for our first question. This is not an easy world for nation states. What stand out to you as the most important challenges of this world for nation states from a perspective of cybersecurity?
Thanks for the question. So I think the most challenging thing in this scenario for nation states is how to manage the power that tech giants have and how to integrate public and private interests. In this scenario, the space is clearly dominated by the tech giants, and they may or may not have the same interests and concerns as states. While some of them hold ties to their home countries, but their political allegiances and values are still evolving, and it's not entirely clear how this would pan out. So today, we still live in a primarily Westphalian, state-centric kind of system where governments hold up hold the power, and we are responsible for providing, for instance, security in the physical space. Yet in the virtual space, it's challenging because most of the infrastructure are built and owned by private sectors, and they in fact have a great oversight into the cyber threat landscape and what happens in there. So the challenge really is integrating this Westphalian-based system with the private sector in order to achieve a common outcome.
Fascinating. Thank you so much. Pano, I'm sorry, I'm deep in Gwenda's thought stream. Again, from the perspective of nation states in context of cybersecurity, including larger nation states, what would be the challenges that stand out for you most?
Yeah, the one point in the scenario that concerned me the most is the unregulated financial space, with the private sector having all this and operating at the seams and shadows outside of the control of government. And the one thing that struck me is that when these things happen, the governance positions of a country weaken because there's less tax revenue being generated and less ability to kind of try and create the mechanisms that would promote regulation and try to help bring back the control of this space to governments. So that's one area. But I do think that, to echo the earlier point, that you need a multi-stakeholder, national approach to solving these problems, so that countries that might have bins of platforms that exist within their own country, within their own national ecosystems, can all work together to at least ensure that the consumers, who at the end of the day are the voters for the platforms, are increasingly likely to go towards those platforms which are built with security in mind and have the best protections for the personal data, so as not to strain governments too much on the amount of resources needed to step away.
Fascinating. You bring out a layer I hadn't even seen in a scenario that we developed, which is perhaps the one hedge against their dominance is the power of consumers to choose. And maybe that competition keeps them honest. So in that context, then, how might multilateral cybersecurity be advanced? In a world where no doubt these great technology powers are going to be resistant to being governed, how might multilateral progress to bring more cyber peace best, most productively, most plausibly be advanced? Gwenda.
I think we need to look at it at a systems policy, a systemic policy issue, right? So earlier we talked about the tech giants having predominance kind of market power, but instead of just thinking about how we can regulate such like concentration risks, could we perhaps think about the different levers that government might be able to bring to bear to the issue? For instance, can we think about what sorts of economic policy levers we might have to address things like competition between different platforms, and how can not just the security resilience piece, but together with economic policy levers come together to work for a world that is better for all of us.
It's funny, Pada, before I pass it to you, in a recent scenario project I did with private sector participants, a similar issue, again, Gwenda, I hadn't connected it until you said what you just said, was that they feel like government is the problem. The private sector players said, we actually can build common and shared standards. It's just government and politics that are disrupting it. So fascinating. Pano, same question for you. How could multilateral progress be most plausibly advanced in this world?
Yeah, I think empowering existing efforts would be one way to do it. So we mentioned the GG in the earlier session, but there are also technical standard setting bodies where a lot of work is being done on new and emerging technologies that could potentially be the area where governments, along with the private sectors within the International Telecommunications Union, for example, can really work on setting the standards that take security and privacy in mind as these new technologies are emerging and being defined. So that could be one solution. But also finding like-minded countries, like-minded states that are political allies and have a willingness to work together to kind of set the tone for the countries that are just emerging and entering the marketplace and potentially being more vulnerable to the drivers that exist within the scenario would be one way to kind of ensure that citizens and governments in those emerging states would have the ability to take in the best in-breed technology that has already been developed by useful partnerships between private sector and governments.
And as you say that, again, things that emerge only when you do a scenario workshop, not when you build scenarios, because now it occurs to me, there's a shared interest between governments on the one hand and these giants on the other against transnational crime. Transnational crime is a common threat that even citizens, consumers would share. Fascinating. Okay, well, thank you so much. I think with that then, let's turn to the next scenario. Scenario 3. Please play the video. Oh, no, sorry. We need the disintermediate government
The
video, not this one.
technologized 2030
Sorry.
world of transnational
Hello, video
titans
team.
evolved as
We
governments
need the
around
third
the
video.
world struggled to keep pace.
Sorry. You would have had deja vu. Those two worlds are remarkably similar, very subtle differences. Here we go.
The radically distributed world of disintermediated government grew out of unrelenting pressure on the institutions of governance and the explosive advance of grassroots technological innovation. In the context of deepening strategic challenges, from climate change to national security competition, governments had struggled to meet citizen expectations. In parallel, a wide range of peer-to-peer technology solutions built on various applications of distributed ledger technology have become ubiquitous, allowing individuals to conduct an ever wider range of high-trust interactions without traditional intermediaries. Many countries are under extreme fiscal pressure following an extended period of economic stagnation and financial instability. With their domestic legitimacy increasingly fragile, countries have turned to assertive economic nationalism as a means of reinforcing solidarity. The result is a fragmented and intensely rivalrous geoeconomic and geopolitical environment featuring frequent acts of brinksmanship. Large volumes of economic exchange are beyond the visibility of the government, given the proliferation of unregulated digital currencies. The decreased dependence of individuals on states for economic exchange has in turn weakened many traditional tools of economic statecraft, and cyber competition between states has intensified, breaking into sporadic conflict. Cyber criminals and the networks through which they operate have become increasingly sophisticated, and the boundary between legitimate and illegitimate activity has blurred. The resulting 2030 digital environment of disintermediated government is radically distributed. It is a world that some see as the full realization of individual empowerment, and others see as a precursor to chaos.
Disintermediated government. It's a world where the promise of blockchain has been radically realized. A few key things to notice from that. First of all, huge volumes of economic exchange are now opaque, hard to tax, Pana, to the point you made up the other stuff. Taxation is difficult, visibility, tracking, monitoring is difficult. So this distinction between legitimate activity and illegitimate has become more blurry. And for many, there's a huge political dimension to this blockchain world, right? Because many see it as the ultimate form of individual empowerment. Finally, we're liberated from government. On the other hand, it's got chaos woven into it. And so in that context, great power rivalry is assertive. If they're compensating for some of their weakness with new forms of economic nationalism, and it's unstable as a result. So geoeconomic, geopolitical, and cyber competition, very intense between nation states. Individual digital sovereignty, remember the prior two scenarios, those were various ways in which individual digital sovereignty had been overrun. In this world, it's exactly the opposite. Unprecedented DLT-enabled individual control, grassroots technological innovation, and it keeps coming, so governments can't get ahead of it. Predominantly driven by peer-to-peer technology solutions. And so digital oversight is, of course, constrained. The large volumes of data that cannot be monitored by government and increasingly sophisticated cyber criminals. So in this world where governments can't even sink their teeth into the data sets that they use to create cybersecurity, for nation states, Gwenda, what do you see as some of the key challenges?
I think for this scenario, the key challenge is the rise of citizens and non-government actors as key players. That in itself is okay, but I think the erosion of trust in government would be the key concern. With the weakening influence of governments in cyber governance, and a private sector that may or may not prioritize cybersecurity, and with individual digital sovereignty where control is vested in the individual, but whether or not they choose to then leverage on DLTs or other solutions to protect themselves in such a federated kind of environment, I think that would be the key concern.
Fascinating. Pano, same. Nation-state perspective and cybersecurity, if you knew with certainty, that this world were coming, what would be the biggest challenge?
The biggest challenge, obviously, governance. Governance creates the ability for the government to control and provide citizens the services that they would expect, but also provide for security for their citizens is the greatest threat, not only because of the individual relationship between the institutions and the citizenry, but also because of the potential vulnerability to rivals that might exist within a region, within a neighborhood, across the globe, because with citizens not being as easily trusting of their governments, they might become more vulnerable to hybrid threat activities. What governments should consider also is how to kind of look at the DLT technology outside of the financial context that tends to take the landscape and think through how can this technology be leveraged, especially within an Internet of Things environment, to help use this technology to their advantage in a way that will help create a more robust relationship with the citizens that might be developing the technology, but also with the technology as a way to offer services to their citizens.
Thank you so much for that. This next question, very specific to this scenario, it's about institutions. You saw that I opened the presentation with Darren Asamoglu and critical junctures. We also think a lot about Douglas North and how institutions are used to manage uncertainty. In this world, institutions, how would they evolve? In a world where citizens and individuals maybe are less reliant upon institutions to mediate trust, how do you think institutions in this scenario would be most likely to evolve?
I would argue that there is still an important role that institutions can play. So for instance, let's talk about DLT. People think of it as an immutable kind of technology that are impervious to bad actors. But let's take blockchain as an example. So experts agree that the blockchain itself may not be easy to compromise, but there are blockchain adjacent kind of platforms that have been hacked repeatedly. I think in June this year, Bloomberg reported that hackers looted about $100 million from a cryptocurrency bridge. So as cryptocurrency, people trade, and that people want to be able to trade between different types of cryptocurrency. So platforms are now being created to create that bridge, and it's that bridge that is now vulnerable. So the point that I'm raising this up is because I think there is a role for governments in particular to look at these emerging technologies and to understand the issues at an ecosystem, at a systemic level. So while individual things, if left ungoverned, there would still be vulnerabilities that bad actors would seek to compromise, and citizens would be the worst off for it.
Transaction costs. I never thought of it, Gwenda. So we worked on this scenario so hard. My team is out there. The transaction costs of individuals of brokering between those systems would still create a demand signal for public governance. Thank you for that. Pano, same question for you, sir. How would institutions be likely, or might they evolve in this world?
So in this world, I think attribution might, which is a key challenge in cyberspace today, might actually become less of a problem, because one of the core chains in distributed ledger technology, like public blockchains, for example, is the fact that any transaction, whether it's in cryptocurrency or other transactions, become part of the public sphere for time immemorial. So when it comes to, say, security of systems or other things, this same technology, which might be seen as a vulnerability and a driver for individualization, could also become one of the mechanisms through which behaviors in cyberspace are more easily tracked and understood in order to place responsibility for actions on individuals within the space. At the same time, it creates very difficult transnational problems. So institutionally, I think law enforcement entities, other entities need to come together and think through what it means to have a distributed ledger technology that enables you to store pieces of information that would be legal content across the world on hard drives across the world. So instead of in private data centers, as in the second scenario, they're now that can be regulated and controlled to some extent by government. Having that same information spread across the world becomes a very significant transnational law enforcement challenge that would be one area where institutions could be built to create a more robust ability to prevent the technology from spinning out of control.
By the way, it's the second time that Pano has given the perfect segue to the third question. I don't know if you're doing it on purpose. If so, I thank you. But every comment you've made has bridged to this need for multilateral collaboration. So quite fascinating. And of course, that's our question. So again, if you wear your head of state hats, but your head of state hats as thinking about multilateral collaboration, and you knew with certainty that this world of disintermediated government was going to be the reality in 2030, what would you see as the most productive pathways of multilateral collaboration on cybersecurity?
I would build on my earlier point about needing to look at things at the ecosystem level, and as well as building on Pano's point about having different law enforcement agencies come together, and an earlier point about multilateral stakeholder engagement. So in such a world, I think it's important not just for different governments to come together to work on something, but different agencies with different domain expertise. So if we talk about crypto issue or ransomware, for instance, it's transnational, it's cross-domain, and a good example that I'd like to bring up is the US counter-ransomware initiative that the US initiated with now a coalition of I think, some 36 countries. It's an example of different countries coming together, but also bringing together not just the cyber experts, also the law enforcement experts, as well as people who are familiar with the monetary side, fintech side, because it talks about cryptocurrency and how those things are managed. So I think that's a good example of many different parties coming together to address an increasingly complex kind of issue, which I think we're just going to see more and more of these sorts of issues.
Fascinating. Pano, same question. Productive pathways of multilateral cyber collaboration.
Yeah, I think the first step in the pathway is to identify what we want the world to look like. So I think we might all agree, we might disagree, but all of these scenarios presented today are frightening because they look a lot different from us. So it's kind of thinking of what we want the world to look like and how we can achieve that. So that's step one. Step two is, I think, in an ideal world, it would be stability while also enabling innovation to help citizens take advantage of these new technologies and help inspire people to do the things required to have economic growth as a result of technological innovation. So taking those two things into account, looking at what forums exist today, rather than inventing new multilateral forums, multi-stakeholder regimes, but looking at what exists today, where people that are already engineering the solutions, politicizing the solutions, and trying to dialogues within them, the United Nations and other kind of track 1.5, track 2 dialogues, make dialogues more robust so that we can not have to reinvent new bottles for oldish wine, but try to create mechanisms within those institutions as a way to resolve some of the issues so that we can get to a world where technology is being embraced, not for ill, but for economic prosperity and peaceful resolutions of conflicts.
Thank you for that. It brings us to our final question. We've just got a couple minutes left. I'm going to give you that sort of final word, right? The final question is, looking across these three scenarios, given the discussion we've just had, what stands out to you as, if we can, we're foresight practitioners, so we use a little jargon, most robust? From a multilateral progress perspective, what are some of the most robust actions, the highest priority that you think show greatest promise across the range of scenarios?
So the three scenarios are really interesting because they talked about different power asymmetries in each scenario. You have a state dominant, private sector dominant, and then kind of the individual empowered. And I think we need to do all of the above in terms of what we've talked about, right? So if in addressing a state-dominant kind of world, I think, as I mentioned, we need to continue to have discussions at the UN, various multilateral kind of forums. But while we work towards consensus building on international rules and norms, we know that that is an ideal state that we may not reach in the near term. But nonetheless, I believe that there is consensus on maybe 80% of the solution or of the issues, while there are disagreements on the 20%. Instead of waiting until everyone agrees on 100% of the issues, why can't we make moves on the 80% first? Concrete examples would be to invest in regional capacity building on the 80% that that people already agree on. And this is something that Singapore particularly believes in, and that's why we've set up a ASEAN-Singapore Center for Cybersecurity Excellence. And that's one example where we can, be able to uplift the capacity and capability of different states on the 80% that we have achieved consensus on. Second point, in terms of to hedge against a scenario where you have stronger private sector players, we talked a lot about this, about bringing in a multi-stakeholder approach. So forums like this, the GCF, other similar kind of conferences internationally, we want to make sure that we bring in the private sector players and have a good and robust discussion between policymakers, industry leaders, to be able to talk about what would be good frameworks and mechanisms for us to move towards the future. And the last part, with emerging kind of grassroots innovations, I think something that we need to work towards is to understand the issues, the emerging issues at the ecosystem level, to be able to identify weak points, to be able to address that holistically.
Fantastic. Thank you. Pano, the last word goes to you, please. We're a little bit over our time, but yeah, what do you strikes you as most robust across these?
Yeah, I think taking initiatives that currently have starts, I really applaud the Singaporean government's consumer labeling initiative for cybersecurity and IoT devices as a really good model for how you can take in what the technology vulnerabilities are and communicate to consumers for what risks they might be taking. The other thing that's happening within the United States, at least, is there's regulation that's evolving in order to try and help governments impose some more costs on the private sector for not managing their cybersecurity correctly. So I think those two, from the government kind of top-down level approach, are good ways to kind of help create some order in the current chaos of cyberspace. More importantly also is things that are happening at the grassroots level, where the technical developers are creating the standards, but also the operational relationships amongst themselves that are really going to define how the technology will be governed in the long run. So identifying pockets of these emerging technologies, like kind of how when the internet was first developed, you had very small groups of scientists who eventually developed a domain name system. John Postel writing IP addresses, resolving in names on note cards and storing them there. And having governments identify these sorts of grassroots efforts and thinking through how can we create a new relationship between governments and these scientists in the way that ICANN was developed in its early stages, the Internet Corporation for Assigned Names and Numbers. So kind of thinking through what's the best way for governments to partner with the private sector, but also having governments use the tools they do have to impose costs on the private sector when cybersecurity is not managed right and there's harm to citizens' safety and health.
Absolutely brilliant. I think one of the most powerful and underutilized modalities of diplomacy is science. Because science is about reality. It's a language we all share. It bridges across borders. It doesn't know politics. What a fantastic place to close. Please give these brilliant people a warm round of applause. And we thank you so much for your attention. There we go. Cue the music.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we will begin the panel discussion, Move Fast and Break Things, How VCs and Tech Accelerators are Driving Cyber Advancement. Please welcome our panelists, Oliver Tavakuli, Global CTO, Victra AI, Peter Sand, CEO, Finnish Information Security Cluster, Sina Amidi, Managing Director of Europe, Middle East and Africa, and board member, Plug and Play, and our moderator, Basma Jdeya, General Manager, Cybersecurity Industry Development, NCA, Saudi Arabia.
The microphone. Mine is working.
Thank you so much. So, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon. It is a pleasure to welcome you all here at the second edition of the Global Cybersecurity Forum, Rethinking the Global Cyber Order. I'm Basma Jdeer, leading the cybersecurity industry at the National Cybersecurity Authority. And I'm honored to welcome my distinguished panelists today, starting with you, Oliver.
Hi, my name is Oliver Tavakoli. I'm Global CTO for Vectra AI, and we've been on this journey for about 10 years, working on detecting threats that have already entered customer environments and stopping them before they do real harm.
Peter Sant.
Hi, I'm the CEO of Finnish Information Security Cluster. We represent the cybersecurity industry operating in Finland, and we do policy shaping and support for business development.
Great to have you with us. Sina Amidi.
Hello, my name is Sina Amidi. I am the Managing Director of Plug and Play EMEA. Plug and Play invests in 200 companies a year. We have 46 offices around the world, and last year we opened up our office in Riyadh. Our goal is to help corporations and government entities work better with startups and to help the economy grow quicker through the work we do with startups.
I'm definitely pleased to join such a distinguished participation from the entrepreneurial and the cybersecurity ecosystem. So as cybersecurity remains paramount in our digitally driven world, innovation in cybersecurity is vital. Unfortunately, the stakeholders within the ecosystem are forging ahead to embrace the innovation in such a technology, in such a field, towards creating and sustaining a thriving cybersecurity industry. So let me begin by looking at the role of innovation and entrepreneurship in shaping the market today. So Oliver, how do you see the evolution in the cybersecurity market?
I think in general, the cybersecurity market is always going to have to innovate because we're effectively in an adversarial game. So unlike most things, you can't simply say we're going to do 10 years of cybersecurity and then be done with it. So our adversaries constantly are changing the game. I think we are constantly changing our attack surface by adopting new technologies. And in general, I think the industry has been good at reacting to it. And I think generally successful on that front.
Great, so this is the perspective of a cybersecurity company.
Yes.
Sina, as a key player in the global entrepreneurial ecosystem, what are your thoughts around the evolution of the industry?
So for us, as an investor, we love cross-industry investments. We love investments that touch many parts of the world. We like startups that can be customers to every corporation. So this industry now is a must-have, not something that you have a choice of having or not for any corporation, from SME all the way up to big corporations. And that for us is a perfect opportunity to invest because the market is growing. Every year it's becoming more and more complex, which is to say that there's more and more opportunities.
So great. So I think looking into entrepreneurship and how the sector and the industry is evolving, that will take me to my second point. Peter, how do you see that we could look into innovation in cybersecurity and steer that to the right direction with the objective of creating a sustainable impact?
Well, I think first of all, we should start with sort of value-driven commitments. Such as the idea here with the vision to 2030, looking at what kind of world would we like to see in the near and mid-term future. But it's not maybe enough. I would say that also the sort of humanity and behavioral sciences aspect is also needed to looking at that. What is it that the digitalization and the security that must come with it, what is it doing for us? And maybe thirdly, sometimes maybe we may need a little bit less buzzwords, if I may be blunt, in terms of looking at what is it that we really do and why we do what we want to do, because our market is not for itself. It's to support trusted digitalization.
So you've mentioned value creation and that being a driver towards the evolution that is happening in the industry. And in the modern digital age that we're living in now, things are getting connected together, where cybersecurity becomes an ever-relevant topic, which is definitely opening doors and opportunity in the sector. According to a recently published study, there is $2 trillion untapped opportunities in the cybersecurity market, where it is an opportunity for cybersecurity technology and service providers to tap in. And according to the statistics, we won't be achieving that swiftly, as the current growth rate is around at 12.4%, with a baseline of $150 billion in the past year. So at Vectra AI, Oliver, you're driving innovative solutions and leveraging AI-enabled technologies when it's come to accelerate and elevate the capabilities looking into cybersecurity threat management. So should the cybersecurity industry look into innovation from a horizontal perspective, or we should look into that from a vertical perspective, neutralizing new threats?
I think it cuts both ways. I think there are techniques like AI, ML, that help find signal and lower noise. And I think all of us who have been close to security operations centers know that there's alert fatigue, there's too much noise, not enough signal. So these techniques applied well can provide purer signal. But then in different verticals, you really have different threat models. And I always kind of like to begin with the end in mind. If I have a conversation with a CISO, it tends to be, what keeps you up at night? Describe to me exactly the scenarios. Is it about availability? So you think about ransomware and the destruction of your data and your inability to operate. Is it around confidentiality of your data? Is it about trust with your customers, and how does that manifest itself? And then you unpack the technology you have, and you find the places where you can actually exert control and find signal to try and blunt that threat. So to me, you need to always be on top of the new techniques, and it's not just AI, ML. I think just kind of massive computing capabilities and scale out allow us to do things that really weren't imaginable 10 years ago when we started our journey. So we're constantly thinking, given the compute envelopes we have, given the threats that we have, given where customers have moved, how do we think about the new technologies that we have available to us to solve a problem? Not just using the technology for using the technology's sake, but ultimately it has to kind of solve a customer problem. What we have found, however, is certainly that machine learning, data science, AI, whatever you want to call it, I call it fancy math, is a very useful tool in a number of different scenarios to solve problems.
Okay, I think this is very interesting. Peter, from your side, any key insights when it comes to leveraging such advanced technologies, especially what you have in the cluster and the companies that are part of that?
Yeah, well, first of all, I think one rather critical issue is the sort of joint forces on policy shaping. That's something that is equally important to the questions of how the economic operators can fit to the environment. Secondly, business consortiums. They are needed in many aspects and many times. It's not necessarily possible unless you're a big actor that you can deliver everything that is needed in a given scenario. Also, RDI, research, development, innovation projects, and then of course the international trade aspects, broader shoulders and coming together on these issues is much more effective in that sense. Thank you.
So as one of the fastest growing sectors when it comes to cybersecurity, venture capital firms are placing their investments in the cyber defenses of tomorrow. We witnessed a $13 billion of funds that has been invested in cybersecurity startup in this year only. And this part, we will be discussing the role of the ecosystem generally when it comes to supporting cybersecurity entrepreneurship and investment. So Sina, as Plug and Play, is one of the most active VCs globally, with over $9 billion raised into the portfolio company that you have. How would you view the venture capital investment climate generally, and specifically when it comes to the investment direction in cybersecurity regionally and globally?
So the investment climate is changing. In the rest of the world, we were seeing valuations that, in my mind, were crazy. Plug and Play itself invested in companies at a 20 million valuation with only a PowerPoint. We invested because everyone in the world was doing it and we believed in the founders. But it makes it very hard to succeed in the investment world when valuations are so high. Now, in the last 6 months, the world has woken up and the startups have become a little bit more affordable or devalued. In some regions, they have devalued 50%. In Europe, they have devalued a little bit less than the values in California. But in this region, we haven't seen the devalued startup because they might not have been valued high enough at the time. So investments globally are down, but in certain pockets, there is a lot of opportunities. During the 2008 crisis, we had some of our best investments made, some of our best exits at the time. So during these times, a good investor continues to invest, a good entrepreneur continues to create companies, and we're excited to be investing in these hard times for startups. The filter that will come from this, of getting rid of some of these, PowerPoint tourists, where they will bring a PowerPoint to one investor, to the next investor, and live a great life raising money, will start disappearing. The investors who invested a lot of money in the last years and saw success following the market will also start lowering. These factors will allow us to get through the noise and to make better investments, or investments in the people who deserve it, and the people who can succeed, and in the people who are doing great work. In this sector specifically, we are seeing a lot of interest because of regulators opening the eyes of SMEs and opening the eyes of all companies in order to show them the need for cybersecurity, because the need is something that is hard to know, and not everyone is educated in knowing this need. And because of that, all investors are looking to invest in startups that match their thesis in this space. And globally, talent is talent. And cybersecurity specifically is a talent-based industry, and looking for talent anywhere is worth it, since we are always looking for the exception.
So I think those are very insightful points. So the investment is there. There are key potential areas that you're looking into investing in startups. So having that established, in 2021, Victor AI closed an investment round of around $130 million, being a unicorn for the first time, with a valuation of around $1.2 billion. How was the journey from an early stage startup to a unicorn? And what are your thoughts on how we could attract more investment to support cybersecurity startup to thrive?
Yeah, I think the last 10 years, I mean, I think people think the current crisis we're going through is exceptional. I think the years since 2008 have been exceptional in a historical sense. If you look at the low interest rates that followed the 2008 crash, money's basically been free. And so I'd like to say it was the hardest thing in the world to raise money in this period, but in retrospect, it was probably too easy. I think for companies like ours, where we seriously husbanded our cash, right? So we never overhired. I mean, you see a fair number of startups now having tripled in size over the last year, now cutting in half. So we've been more careful stewards, and we've built ourselves up most recently to what's called a centaur stage, which means that not only are we valued at over $1 billion, but we've actually built a run rate business of 100 million in ARR. So we find ourselves in a position where this pullback in the market, I think, will actually be good in general for the real companies with real ideas and real customers and products, as opposed to getting a whole bunch of people funded that are ultimately not going to survive in the long run. And so for us, I think the one thing that I would say is, yes, the market has come down, but I think what's still interesting is that the VCs are unsure of the next year. If it was as simple as the market went down 50%, everyone agreed it's down 50%, we're in a new normal, I think it would be easier. What instead that you're seeing is because people are not sure whether we found the bottom of the market, they're somewhat paralyzed. And so even companies that are probably worth funding are having to go more with debt instruments and other kinds of things, that convertible debt rather than clean term sheets is what we would call them. So I think it's an interesting period of time, and I think the other thing we hear from our investors is, be careful with your cash. That should always be true. See if you can plot a course in some period of time to free cash flow, not where you're profitable, but where the amount of cash coming in and the amount of cash going out balance each other out, because then even if the market gets really silly for the next year, 2 years, you can survive indefinitely without requiring a cash infusion. So there's just a lot more conversation around, where for the last few years it was grow, throw money on the fire. Now it's, okay, be responsible. And we decided to be responsible all along. So we ignore the up sentiment too much and the down sentiment too much and plot our course.
And remember, one of the key things that we were discussing yesterday is looking in how to capitalize on those investments to look into innovations. So how you make, and considering that you're working in such an advanced technology, how we could make sure that those investments are converted into advancing the technologies that you're working on and the products ultimately.
Yeah, it's this interesting balancing act, because when I started the company, we had no product, no customers. So you go through a period of time where everything you're doing is new and almost by definition innovative. And you get that out and you build up customers. We now have more than 900 customers worldwide. So it's very easy to get seduced by the idea that we have figured it out, we're building this thing, and we will just keep building this one thing. And so my team specifically is tasked with thinking 3 years out and 5 years out. And so we're constantly, I have a few guys that work for me that are out-of-the-box thinkers, and so we're constantly doing a what if and doing experiments. And then we have leadership team that is good about allocating some amount of our resource pool to stuff that does not have to pay off next year. So we're constantly investing 5-10% off the top in stuff that we think right now, the stuff that my team's working on, it'll have a little bit of impact in 2024, nothing in 2023, a little bit in 2024, and a lot in 2025. So those are kind of the time horizons. that you have to work with, and it's very easy for companies to just get stuck in a rut because they are now successful at this one thing and to just try and do that one thing.
I think what you have mentioned is really insightful for startup in different stages. So you've highlighted basically how you could look into those first round of investments as a startup, and basically as you grow, looking into capitalizing on that to advance the company, make sure the operations and sales are going, but at the same time balancing to predict what can be invested, where can we accelerate and elevate our capabilities.
Yeah, the metaphor that I've often used is in the early stages, you're hunter-gatherer.
Yes.
You don't know that you're still going to be here next year, so you don't plant anything because you don't know you will be there to get the harvest. At a certain point, you get to the point where you have to think about planting and harvesting down the road.
Definitely. So moving from a company to basically a cluster of companies. So Peter, as the CEO of one of the leading clusters, which aims basically to enable the acceleration of the cybersecurity industry in Finland by creating a favorable environment. As part of your cluster, you have around 80 members from small and medium enterprises to large multinational companies. How do you promote the next generation players that would change the game? And how do you see, I mean, basically, what do you see the value of having such a cluster that bring the whole ecosystem together?
Well, during the crisis, the pandemic, somebody said cash is king. I think many people might have said cash is king. But looking at it more carefully, one could also argue that maybe culture is king and not cash. And this actually connects with our idea on sort of making it visible and available when we talk about the level of ambition and growth. When the company is all alone, and especially if it's smaller and so on, it's difficult to match sometimes on how. So bringing economic actors together helps in sort of visualizing this and looking for not only advice, but maybe sometimes models as well, and the ways of progressing and so on. But also the shared support mechanisms is really important. That may be public support mechanisms that, for instance, in our country are quite widely available. However, these are not unlimited, like any investment nowadays is. So it means that there has to be some kind of wisdom in how we use and utilize it. But then there are issues of, for example, dual use and export licensing and these kinds of things. Companies definitely have difficulties in sort of understanding and operating in these environments. So acting as together is much more easier, and utilizing the expertise that is already available. Maybe, for example, public procurement eligibility criteria, these can be quite challenging for smaller actors. Also, business references can be one of these issues, that how, especially the ones who are starting out, how they can use. This might vary quite substantially depending on the market. In some markets, it's obvious and it's clear that all public procurement and contracts can be referred to and so on, but not necessarily so. So these are a lot of the issues, and also bringing really the kind of confidence for the future. Like it was very wisely said that you don't necessarily know what's going to happen next year and so on. So having this kind of an understanding that it's not about only to sort of adapt to the business environment, but it is actually shaping the business environment, and doing that together, leveraging the power of the many, so to say. So these definitely are For us, it boils down to quite often on the very hot discussion even on ESG, the sort of corporate responsibility and so on. And we want to think about what role has data has in it. What is the future that we want to envisage and so on. So.
Definitely, so I couldn't agree more. So the importance of having such a cluster to strengthen the public and private sector relation. So back to you, Sina, with an over 2,500 startup that has been accelerated last year. When it comes to spotting the high potential startups, what is the X factor that you're looking into? That you see that it would support the startups to be distinguished within the market, to get well funded, and ultimately to scale up?
So we have 2,500 startups we accelerate every year. My family has been lucky enough to invest in 35 unicorns through Plug and Play. A unicorn is a company with a valuation of over $1 billion. We have 1,600 active companies in our portfolio, and we've invested in over 2,500 startups. Last year was an amazing year for our portfolio. In the first 30 years of my family's investments, we had 14 unicorns. In 2021, we had 14 unicorns. It was amazing. We invested in companies all over the world. We invested in companies that had a few factors that we considered important. We like it when the team is well-rounded. Business is great. Business is what we understand. But a technical co-founder is important. You cannot run a technology company without an understanding of technology. The next thing that is really important is the vision. You have to go after an industry in a way that is scalable, that is big enough for you to take a good chunk, and that is the way you go after. If you have these two factors and you are building the correct business model in order to go after it, you're an investable company. All of the companies we invest in match these three criteria in our eyes because it is something that is biased. My father likes to say we're plug and play, but we pray a lot because we have to pray for every investment. So we're more like plug and pray. But it is very important to care about these startups and the growth of these startups. Everywhere in the world, startups are good. Startups have an opportunity to grow. In cybersecurity specifically, we have to teach the entrepreneurs and the talent in this space to think like a business owner and not like an engineer. They need to think of how can I make my business a business? I am not an artist. I am not defending against attacks. I am making a scalable business model that has a way to make money and that can empower more and more people to use it. And if we can teach our talent this, and we can teach them how to build a company instead of just a mom and pop shop with 2 engineers, then we can create more and more investment opportunities in this space. And everywhere in the world, we will see more and more investment. And it is with your help that we can do it.
So definitely talent and vision. And as you have mentioned earlier, cybersecurity is a talent-oriented field. So with providing them with the right support when it comes to businesses, capabilities, and supporting to scale up their businesses, success would be their luck, inshallah. So final thoughts. As the 2022 comes to the end, what would be the advice that you would give to the cybersecurity entrepreneurs and investors that they should carry out going to 2023?
So for me, I think, I agree. I think ultimately there has to be a nugget of a technically innovative idea. that has to be harnessed to a go-to-market plan and a business plan that actually makes sense. Oftentimes, we have engineers, certainly in Silicon Valley, you have engineers that start with an idea sometimes, and they haven't quite figured out how they're actually going to make money at it. Or alternately, you have business people that start with an idea of how to go to market, but they haven't figured out the technology. So it's important to kind of marry those two disciplines together. Silicon Valley has been very good at that just by concentration of people in one place. But I think the pandemic has actually, interestingly enough, caused more of dispersion. A fair number of people have moved to various places, and so I think that has caused much more diffusion of talent, and I think you will find, companies getting founded out of someplace in Montana or someplace in Europe or someplace in Saudi Arabia will be the next winners. But it's important to be careful with your cash, have a plan, and then also recognize that that plan will have to change almost immediately.
Great. So innovative idea, business models. Peter, your thoughts?
Yeah, I think one let's say, a very critical issue is to maybe look at our own perception on what human beings and the humanity actually is from the most recent scientific knowledge. It seems that human beings indeed are quite peaceful and nice, and they want to do good. And if you look at the younger generation and even the ones who are sort of climbing on the top of the ladders at the moment, they want to do good. They want to do things that will improve the world, the living conditions of human beings and any living being on this planet. And we need to look at this business from that perspective as well, because that's where the foundational commitments can be found. And it's not only the sort of driving force. Of course, financial issues are a driving force, and it's natural that it must be so. But when you dig slightly more deeper, asking of what people want to do and how they want to contribute to this world, this is where we should be sort of looking into.
And I think that looking into creating a sustainable impact as they build their businesses. So Tina, you mentioned earlier key insightful thoughts and direction that would support entrepreneurs. Final thoughts from an investment perspective.
So being an entrepreneur is incredibly difficult. It is a long, long commitment. You're committing 7 years of your life. You have to be passionate. It is not easy. So my advice would be keep your passion. A successful entrepreneur is an exception. Do not think about the world's turmoils. Do not think that it's hard to raise money today. It is hard to raise money always, easier or harder. Every entrepreneur needs to be passionate about their project. They need to consider themselves an exception, and they need to believe that they can succeed at any time. If the world is telling you there's less money in it, then you will get the money that's there. You will succeed where others cannot, and if you don't truly believe that, then the 7-year commitment might not be for you. If you are constantly hitting a wall, learn from the people around you, develop, change, and go for it again. There is always a plan that is changing, and as an entrepreneur, you are the exception, and you are someone who can succeed. And that needs to be in the forefront of everything the entrepreneur does in order to have a chance of being this unicorn that we're trying to build.
So great. Passion, innovative idea, effective business model, and value creation. As we conclude this session, I would like to thank you for your insightful remarks and thought-provoking discussion. And many thanks to our audience here today for joining us and for your valuable attendance. I wish you enjoy the rest of the program and for the remaining part of the program tomorrow. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we will begin the panel discussion. Fierce competition. The battle over cyber talent and the driving forces of talent concentration. Please welcome our panelists. Flavio Aggio, Chief Information Security Officer, World Health Organization, WHO. Adrian Victor Rivera, General Director, National Institute for Research and Development in Informatics, ICI. George Patsis, CEO, Umbrella Security Industries. And our moderator, Sasha Qadri, journalist and moderator.
Hello, welcome. We appreciate you sticking around for the last session of the day. We know you're probably all tired, but this is truly an excellent panel, so please do stay. I'm joined here by Flavio, Victor, and George, and we're going to talk about the battle over cyber talent. I'd like to begin, gentlemen, by getting your opinion. We've been seeing several trends converging. An explosion of remote work due to the pandemic, an increase in cybersecurity attacks, and resulting a huge increase in demand for cybersecurity professionals. What, for you, are the main challenges when you're recruiting? Flavio, could I start with you?
Thank you. Thank you very much for staying that late. To answer the question, Sasha, I think the most important element for me is the flexibility, the soft skills, the communication skills, the people skills from cybersecurity professionals. The techniques you can teach or you can acquire, but it is much more important to have talents that really care about the organization and understand the culture or can adjust easily to the culture to be able to protect, detect, respond to cyber attacks. And more you get this type of talent, stronger you are. And this was my experience facing COVID-19 cyber attacks that WHO got.
Okay, thank you very much. Victor?
Yes, it's difficult because the people are already a problem in cybersecurity, not just for like a technical or working in cybersecurity. People using the technology, it's a weak ring in the chain, because if you don't know something about cybersecurity, if you don't have a little culture for cybersecurity, you can create a lot of problems. And when you want to take people to work, it's difficult. For us, like our organization, it's difficult because we are a National Institute for Research and Development and ITSC. We are under coordination, Romanian government coordination to General Secretary of Government. And it's difficult to compete with private company when you want to take people, because it's a difference between what we can pay and what a private company can pay. And we find a lot of different things to do with, to take people, good people working for us and working for another entity. But we can convince, because we are a research entity and people want to create a career in research. This is we cannot keep an equilibrium between what we do like in cybersecurity and what we do in research, and to create like a good career, good for people after they can retire from actual job.
Okay, so you have problems competing with the financial paychecks that people may get elsewhere.
Yes, yes, it's difficult because when you compete with big company, it's difficult to give the same benefits for people. What we discussed before, we cannot give stock, we cannot give another benefits because we are state, and state have rules, and the rules are very, very strictly in this area to give people a lot of money. It's difficult.
Sure. George, let's get your views. Are you finding it difficult to recruit in the sector? How are you finding it?
Well, I mean, it's a very challenging job, finding the talent, and talent acquisition is the most important business aspect of competing with other vendors, because talent is what differentiates your product with the others. And when you make the right choices, your product becomes the best sooner or later. So talent acquisition and talent retention are the most important objectives for any CEO's business plan, I guess. Now, when we hire, we invest very much lately on the people management and human resources, because if this is your biggest asset, you have to make sure that you manage that asset very well. But when I see individuals, I actually see three things, and those things are very important for me, especially on the C-level positions or the executive positions. And these aspects are, number one, the passion. You cannot work in the business, on a very competitive business, without having a passion on what you do and being able to prove that. Number two is the energy. You need to have energy, so you have to be able to provide that as part of the team. And last but not least is integrity, because we are in the security business. So we need to make sure that the team that we hire is a high integrity individual. But the most important, I guess, is when you hire as an organization, you need to see if the character actually fits with your culture. Because the more you hire that can fit with your culture and can communicate with your team, the higher is the retention. And the retention is a very important KPI as well. So those four aspects for me, for Umbrella, I guess are the most important ones.
But are you finding a gap in any of these areas, or what about the skills gap? How is that?
There is a huge gap in the skill set. There is a huge lack of resources, skilled resources in the market. There are a lot of reasons for that. And you need to be able to accommodate this problem, of course. And to accommodate that, we have, in training camps, cross trainings, retention programs, outside trainers, and of course we have a very aggressive recruitment plan, and it's the same, I think, in every industry. You have to go outside and not only get clients, but you have to sell your product to your people. So it's a selling activity. When you're selling your business to your clients, you're selling your business to your investors, you have to pitch your people as well. So it's the same business. You pitch your product to the investors, you pitch your product to your clients, and you pitch your product to the people. It's a race. And the one that actually prevails will dominate the market. So it's not an easy task.
How are you all dealing with this shortage? Because this is not a new problem. We've known for years that it's difficult to recruit in this sector. So how are you dealing with that, Flavio? What are your strategic ways to handle that?
We all know that the demand for cybersecurity will always be higher than the supply. So in one point, you will have to buy services. Buying services is one way to solve the problem. The ones that you really cannot invest with your local people to really teach them. However, when you have your team, it's quite important to make sure that, one, the passion, the understanding of the culture, but at the same time, they understand that they are a component, even though we are using external vendors to do X, they are part of that. They are included. And they are learning also some skills that they may not have. And at the same time, we concentrate on a specific training and to fill the gap. And the most important, I'm going to stress that, the most important is the communication with the IT people, because IT normally undermines cybersecurity, and the ability to make sure that we bring extra help from the IT teams is one key success factor, because my team is quite small, but we need to address security issues for WHO globally, more than 150 locations in the world, and we are relying a lot on the IT organization to help us out, but not only the WHO organization, but also the UN organization. So we leverage, as part of the UN family, a lot of help. So those are the strategic points. Training, leveraging internal help if you can, make sure that IT understands how they can help us to help our doctors, and also getting resources from outside, consultants, ethical hackers that help the organization, and private companies that also provide expertise.
Okay, well, let me just read this next point. The top skills gap, which was cited by more than half of cybersecurity professionals in a recent survey, is soft skills such as problem solving, critical thinking, and communication. However, the top factor used to determine whether a candidate is qualified is prior hands-on cybersecurity experience, then followed by credentials. So do you think it's that you're not recruiting in the right way? Do you need to recruit with a different hat? Whoever would like to jump in.
I can tell you for our experience, we start to take people, young people in internship from university, starting to work in our institute. And maybe from 50 people, just 1 or 2 think to continue the career in this area. But our objective is to keep in public place, in the public area of entity, people with competence in cybersecurity. We have training skills inside our organization. We send people to training to another organization, and depends what kind of project we want to develop, because we work in fundamental research, but we work in develop customized application for our state entity, like minister or another entity. And we have a hard part, a core, people working, but we can take from another entity working like for this project, people with specific skills. And for us, it's maybe more important to develop in cybersecurity skills, in hard skills, because we create application. And for soft skills, we can work with our partners, like Minister of Foreign Affairs, Minister of Internal Affairs, or Minister of Economy, or another entity, because it's difficult to keep a lot of people with soft skills in a part when we develop application.
Okay, that's interesting. We're going to come back to that because we had a good discussion in the green room on the hard versus soft skills. But George, do you think you need to be recruiting in a different way?
No, it's about the job description, I guess, and your business model. So, for example, people that are very good engineers and have low soft skills, they are security engineers. If they have very good technology skills and low soft skills, they can become senior engineers. Now, if they have soft skills and very good technical skills, they become senior managers. So you always need to, let's say, segregate the function to tasks. So you can still recruit very talented people with low-end skills. You can always try to teach those, but sometimes you don't want to do that because those people are not very, let's say, willing to move to that direction. But still, they do a very good job. So, but you don't let them communicate with the client. You don't let them take decisions. You let them do what they do best, you know, research activities, exploring things, fixing things. And, you know, they're happy. And when they're happy, the team is happy and the customer is happy. If you do mix those two responsibilities with people that do not have those two elements, it's a disaster. But that doesn't mean that you cannot accommodate for both.
Okay, fair enough. Flavio, what's your view on this?
My view is, of course, the technical part is very important. What we have done in WHO is to make a higher request on the interview to do presentations. Because if the technical part is good, which is excellent, the communication part needs to be very good as well. And by doing that, for contractors or for staff, we elevated the level of maturity of the team, and more people in the organization, one, will understand the direction, two, will understand why changes needed to happen, and three, they will feel that the organization is helping. The cybersecurity is change the view of being the police or the technical people that nobody understands to they are here to help. They are here to diminish the risk of the organization. And I think that was very important, that shift, that was very important.
Fair enough. Do you think there is any answer in the shortage of workers by leveraging technology? And if so, any examples that you could give in that field?
Yes, it is definitely part of the answer, but not the whole answer. Because first, I see technology such as artificial intelligence being used in cybersecurity process. But secondly, I see the new generation of digitalized brand incorporate the cybersecurity application. Because when you take the first TV, smart TV, have a lot of application, but nothing about cybersecurity. The next generation sure have cybersecurity applied in this because it's different. We go now to 5G and we have refrigerator, TV, a lot of new devices. We just have now a tablet, a smartphone, a watch, smartwatch, but everything become smart. And when becomes smart, using data. And we're using data, send a lot of information. And if you can lose this information, it's very bad. This is a reason. I think when we can use artificial intelligence in cybersecurity application, and when we can put this application in all these devices, we solve a lot of problems.
Do you agree, Flavio?
I agree. I just wanted to add that security needs to be part of the development life cycle in an ongoing way. So when a code is being developed, vulnerabilities will be introduced because a code is being developed to enable functionality. And believe that only because you do that in the development stage, you solve the problem, it's a big mistake. It is an ongoing problem because a gap may not be found in the initial design and may be found later. So software, as you're describing, will be deployed, and the important strategy will be how to fix that on the fly, on demand, because the demand to fix cybersecurity vulnerabilities will always be there and needs to be incorporated. So this is what I'd like to add.
Thank you.
I think it's just a little things. When an engineer or a designer create a new product, he won't just be functional. Don't think about what's happening after. And after can happen a lot of things. We know a lot of gap in products give information for your private life, like TV, black box, a lot of things. And when you use a refrigerator, smart refrigerator, and in maybe not so far, he can send your order direct to the supermarket, what is it. This is some information, and it's a little part of intel about your life, about your what you can do in every day. And maybe when we start to create and develop devices with cybersecurity application as a service from the start, we can make a new step in front.
So that's really the change that you see that needs to be made, kind of design that right at the beginning.
Now must become like a partnership between a cybersecurity specialist and a designer or engineering when you develop all new devices.
George, come in. What are your thoughts on this? Have you seen technology leveraged at all to solve for this problem?
Well, I mean, we are in the fourth industrial revolution. So technology is the focus of that revolution. And like any other industrial revolution, the objective is to reduce human labor and improve performance. So the same applies with cybersecurity. The vendor's aim and everybody's aim is to, improve things going forward. And I would be, I couldn't agree more that technology is the way forward, always as well to fight cybercrime. And yes, I think there are a lot of things missing, but technology is one of is the one most important way to address the problem.
Okay, thank you. I think this was mentioned prior to us meeting today. I think maybe Flavio, you talked about this and you mentioned it today. Let's talk about the relationship between information technology and cybersecurity. Is there a conflict of interest there? And do you think that the IT culture can undermine cybersecurity? And if so, how can that be addressed?
Yeah. So this is one of my favorite topic because I do believe, and I came from IT and I landed into cybersecurity, and I thought cybersecurity was about only the technology, and I was completely wrong. Cybersecurity is about technology, people, and process. And people is the most important part. And normally when someone says people related to cybersecurity, they believe that you're talking about users. I'm not. I'm talking about the consumers and the producers. When somebody develops a code, they don't know, or they don't care, or it's not their number one priority to enable functionality. Therefore, there's a conflict of interest right there, because when they develop code, not necessarily, even if they knew or they care about cybersecurity, they will catch every single vulnerability that may exist. So they concentrate the IT industry concentrates on enabling functionality. Look at how many big companies that release new software, and right next day it releases a patch, and then after that another patch. So I'm not telling you something new. This is happening, and this is the reality, because companies, the IT industry, undermines cybersecurity all the time. Recognizing that is not bad. It's just recognizing the reality, because not recognizing gives the false sense of understanding from the consumer side that IT solutions will solve all problems. there is a balance, which is a conflict of interest. If you listen to only the cybersecurity, you will spend a lot of money addressing a lot of risks that not necessarily needs to be addressed. If you look at only the functionality, security is undermined. So it is a balance. It should be a healthy balance between development of solutions and controlling the risks that the consumers are willing to take.
Absolutely. And Victor, do you agree with that?
Cybersecurity and IT sector are the same, because cybersecurity are a vital part from IT sector. And if we think cybersecurity is like insurance in IT sector, because cover a lot of risk, not 100% like every insurance, but cover a lot of risk. And when negligent company in IT sector can pay for this damage provoked by negligence, by a little amount put in cybersecurity, they become better next time, because you can use cybersecurity, become better in the market, and your devices become competitiveness with another. And we cannot separate cybersecurity from IT sector, because we cannot develop IT sector without cybersecurity.
George, did you want to come in on that? Were you nodding?
Yeah, thanks. Well, it depends on the perspective, on how we see the problem, or the question, or your question actually. So if we see that from a product perspective, I think information technology produces products. Okay, information technology products. Now, if cybersecurity or security is an enabler for those products, it's an indispensable part of every technology product, especially on this century. And the reason for that is that being an enabler is that trust of that, the trust value of that technology product. It's so essential in technology in our lives that the more that we trust the product, the more the bigger the value of the product. So I would say that security and technology are, very close, interrelated things. And when we see those things from a product perspective, at least. Now, when we see those things from an organizational perspective, there is always a conflict between those two roles. I remember my first role in Citigroup, for example, in 1997. And Citigroup in 1997 has been the first commercial institution globally that has assigned a CISO, a Chief Information Security Officer. So the first CISO of the world was assigned by Citigroup in 1996. And I was part of that team then. And I remember that the first decision that Citigroup made was to allow the CISO to directly report to the CEO and the board of directors to avoid the conflict of interest. Mm-hmm. But that's from an organizational perspective. But I think on the long run, and a lot of organizations have integrated security into the quality attributes of their business and their products. So security becomes now a quality factor. So if quality is the most important value for your business, then security is also valued as the most important element. Because if a product is not quality-wise the one that you should sell to your customers, security is also compromised.
Let me share some statistics with you, and then maybe I can get a final closing thought from all of you. In the United States right now, there are more than 700,000 job openings in cybersecurity. 31% of American companies are often unable to recruit and retain workers in that sector, and they say that jobs take 21% longer to fill than other IT roles. Could I ask you all, do you see the hiring gap being addressed in the short to medium term? And what would be the one thing that you think really needs to change to address this? Sorry to put you on the spot, Flavio.
No problem. I don't think this will change short, mid-term. And I think one example is here in the conference. And I noticed because I came here before COVID on the first conference, and the number of women that Saudi Arabia is really investing to increase the number of people and the diversity in cybersecurity. And I think education is definitely the #1 investment in cybersecurity. And I believe that the getting different perspectives. I'm a physicist, and as I said, I landed in cybersecurity, but I have experience in IT, in all areas of IT, from development to operations and management, and I can do a better job in cybersecurity because of this background. And I think this needs to change. We need to make sure that we have specialized people, of course, with high knowledge and the right positions, but we need to increase the volume because the demand will continue to be higher than the supply, as you're stating.
Thank you. Victor, is it going to get better?
I want to start my answer just to give an idea. The growth of cybercrime, which reached $6 trillion in 2021, and will top in 2025 to 10.5 trillion. When the cybercrime goes so high, it's obvious. It's a gap in hiring. And the worst situation is when the company not invest in cybersecurity and want to work without people training in this area. And from this reason, we cover this gap. No, we must have a lot of people very well trained in the company and to keep this cybercrime under control, because losses from gap in cybersecurity are bigger than we can imagine.
Thank you. George, do you think the situation is going to improve, and what would be the one thing that you think could change to make it better?
Well, this is a demand and supply question, and those questions are not very easily answered because the market's unpredictable sometimes.
But surely the demand is going to stay strong.
Yes, but I assume that the supply will become better over the coming years because the mankind will address this by education, rearranging workers. When the demand becomes bigger and bigger, I think jobs will become more appealing. People would like to work more on that subject. For us, it's a big challenge because it's not just a challenge of hiring people. The biggest challenge for us is how we can scale. The more we depend on humans and people, the less our ability to scale. For example, our business is to protect our customers on a real-time basis. We analyze a huge amount of data on a real-time basis and try to identify threats and prevent them from becoming real risks for our clients. So you understand that the human element in this process is very important, especially when the decision has to be taken by a human. So I think, however, as technology evolves, we would be able to be more cognitive in terms of taking decisions and use technology to take some of those decisions, at least for customers or for low-risk threat actors or low-risk profile clients. And that will help us scale so that we can prioritize and allocate resources when they need it most. So this is the question. The question, I think, from our side, from a vendor's perspective or a service provider perspective, is allocation. And resource allocation, optimizing resource allocation is the answer for us to scale. So answering your question and closing is that, yes, I think that the demand and the supply will be gradually improved, but that will not be the answer. The answer is always on the technology side and will be expected from the technology side.
Okay, thank you. Nice to end with a slightly positive note there. We will leave it. If you could join me in thanking our panel. Thank you.
Thank you.
You can head out that way.
Thank you.
A pleasure.